नहीं चाहिए मुझे। ओ अच्छा ये सॉरी ठीक है। मेरी दो हैं सर, मुझे शादी मिल जाएंगी सर।
ये तो कहेंगे भी मैं आपको सादा पानी दे रहा हूँ, थोड़ा ये गर्म हो जाए।
चल 2 बोतलें फिर यहाँ ठीक है ठीक है। वो उतनी देर गर्म हो जाएगा, कोई और देगा नहीं। शुक्रिया भाई।
यहाँ भी बना दो। हाँ यहाँ भी। Championship Sunday at the McDonald's Karachi Grand Slam, November 2nd. It is time to crown both the men and women's champions today. But before that, we have to find out who will be in the finale. It is the semi-finals for the men to start things off. We'll lead into the mixed finals after that. And beyond that, it will be the women's and the men's finals all across today. I'll be bringing you all the action and Mahmoud Sabi. But today, I'm joined by a very special guest. Legends Arena co-founder, CEO, and one of the many men behind all of the hands that have been putting this fantastic event at Karachi together, Talal Shah.
Hi Mamoon, thank you for having me here, and it's sort of a commentary debut for me as well on cable TV.
I didn't realize I had a choice. Could I say no to you?
No, not really.
Yeah, this is what these people do. They say, thank you for having me, this and that, and then in the end of the day, you don't really have much of a choice. But we will have the schedule for you guys up ahead as well, as you can see. The semi-finals will be starting things off with Paul Alcena and Jesus Ruiz. Paul Alcena, the former champion of APPT Singapore, currently ranked number 1 in the men's ranking for the Asia Pacific Paddle Tournament Series. On the other side, Mark Bernil's 8 times APPT champion, joined by David Quirros, who has been in many finals, won a couple of them as well. Following that up, we'll have our second semi-finals between the current reigning championships from APPT Dubai. It is Sergio Icardo and Francisco. As well as on the other side, we will have Eduard Ros and Ferran Bueno. Eduard, of course, the former teammate of Paul Alcena, currently ranked number 2 in the APPT men's category. The finals right now that we're showing on will be for the mixed, and we'll have the women's finals between Joanna Tao, Jibi Chitong, and Sarah Zlinan and Elizabeth from Spain. This is going to be a fantastic day of paddle today. Talal, any match you're looking forward to in particular?
So the first semi-final is an old school match. They've been playing each other for quite a while, but my personal favorite is Paul. I think he should be the favorite to win the semi-final.
I mean, after what we saw from Jesus especially, right? He's the X factor being thrown in. He's the wild card. Yesterday, the crowd were loving him. He was loving himself. I mean, the shots he was going for, he's flying in the air, defending everything all over the court. Paul Alcena might be the big name, but I think the talking point of the tournament so far has been Jesus.
So Jesus is the aggressor in the team. As you know, he plays on the left side. Paul is that calm hand in the game, making few errors, and he's like one of the oldest players to play APPT circuit. And I think they were in the finals of the Dubai Masters, and they lost to the wildcard entry of Francisco
and Sergio, yes indeed. But we actually heard from Paul himself as well, saying a lot of what you are. So why don't we play that out for all the viewers? Karachi Grand Slam. We're going to be continuing on with the first semi-finals. Paul Alcena, champion from Singapore, champions from times gone by, currently ranked number 1 in the APPT circuit. Paul, how does it feel? You're already en route to a final, semi-finals right now in front of you. What are you thinking?
Hello, will be for sure very, very exciting match because we play a lot of time against Mark and David Quiros. David is one of my best friends, Mark also. And will be a spicy match for sure, and we will try to do our best to reach to the final.
It feels like every match has been a spicy match between Mark and between you as well. Mark's going for all of those weird shots behind the back. Then you've got Jesus coming in. Jesus has been insane. He's made so many fans of ahead. What's going to be the difference maker? What are you thinking of going forward into the match?
I think the two teams are quite similar because David and me probably are more the defender, the fighters, and who play more loves, who love to run, and they, both of them, Jesus and Mark, are known because they crazy smash, they power, and that's why it will be tight match, tough match.
Just finally on Jesus, I mean, he had made so many fans yesterday with his flying shots. Is that normal, or was he playing better than normal? Please tell me that's normal. I want to see more of that.
It's normal, it's normal. Jesus is an athlete. He can jump. I think he's one of the players that I saw jumping higher. And I always say, for me, it's top 10 best smash in the world.
Top 10 best smashes in the world is going to be present in the semifinals. Can Mark Bernil and David defend? Let's find out in this one. It's all about the toss now to find out who will be starting off on the service in these first semi-finals. And listen, starting off on the service, it feels like it gets more and more important as the tournament goes on. It feels like more and more of it comes down to the momentum you can get from it.
So it's always good to start with the serve. I mean, the toss plays a huge role, but I mean, there's a different mindset to the toss as well. A lot of players enjoy receiving first because the first game does take, gives you a chance to warm up. And I mean, the whole game in paddle, you lose one game, you probably lose a set. So, yeah, the first game counts a lot both ways.
Especially when it comes to things like, you know, just having breaks, especially more than anything else, right? You don't want to be broken early on, but a team that actually has evaded being broken pretty much ever, except for in their match versus Farhan, Mustafa and Akil Khan, were Mark Bernils and David Quirros. We were able to listen to them and talk to them for an interview as well. Why don't we take a look at that? Back at the McDonald's Karachi Grand Slam, we've got our other semi-finalists in front of us. It is David Quirros and Mark Bernils. David, fantastic matches yesterday, but now you're going up against a player you guys have had a lot of experience with as well, Paul Alcena, and a newer one in Jesus. What do you think about the matchup?
It's one match very beautiful, and it's beautiful because it's very good friends, my and Mark, and it's good. And Mark,
yeah, we try to do our best. We're talking about the match, and hopefully we can go to the final.
I talked to Paul earlier on as well, and Paul said that, you know, David, you're a bit more like Paul, a bit more defensive, and Mark and Jesus are very equivalent in terms of you're both, you know, like to show off a little bit, go for these big smashes and whatnot. Jesus is a newer player to you guys. What do you think about his match yesterday?
I try not play more glove, play more down and more chiquita, and run all balls and fight all points.
Yeah, I think the same. We need to play more lob for Paul, of course. And then if the lob is for Jesus, needs to be the best lob.
You heard it. They're going to need the best lobs or just lob to the best player in the rankings in Asia. It won't be easy, but they might be up to the task. Let's find out in the semifinals. Let's find out in the semifinals, and let's find out what the toss is going to look like as well. Like we were talking about earlier on, the services are going to be very important. Talal, I think a lot of people will be less familiar with the term break points and what a break is in a serve and why it's important. Why didn't you walk us through that?
So basically, so it's very important to hold your serve, because when you're serving, you have the advantage point, and every time your serve is broken, it's very difficult to get back into the match. And since paddle is a very fast sport, any breakage of momentum in a matter of seconds, the match splits. I mean, you've seen number of times teams coming back from 5-love and winning a set 7-5. So it's about the momentum. It shifts in matter of seconds. So you have to be focused on each and every point every time you play paddle.
I mean, if I was to make it like a cricket analogy, it would be like the super overs, right? Where obviously you're supposed to get as much from them as possible, and if you don't, that can be the deciding factor. The service, much like the super overs, is where you're expecting that, hey, I'm automatically supposed to take this. So it's a lot more pressure on the person giving the serve. It's a lot less pressure on the one receiving it, because you're always thinking, well, even if I lose this one, I'm going to bring it back on my own. Most of the times in tennis and paddle and a lot of racket sports which have this dynamic, one break point alone is always what makes a difference between a 6-4 and a 7-all, or rather a 6-all going over to a tiebreaker and everything. Breaks become incredibly important. They are the defining factor of championship contending teams.
And yes, you know, the funny part is you can't relax in this sport. So as soon as you break a serve, I mean, usually players with weak mindsets just lay back and think that they're on serve and that they're gonna win the game easily, and at the very same moment you're broken back again. So you need to be focused, as I said before, all games, all points. It's like every point is like a match. So you just can't take any point easy.
Also important to remember that it's a very nice and sunny day out in Karachi, and in paddle that matters a lot, because in paddle the temperature of the court matters, the temperature of the ball matters. A lot of the time you're trying to smash a ball back over to your side of the court, try and get it outside of the court, and the hotter it is, the easier that becomes. That leads into the strengths of players like your Mark, players like your Jesus. But what's interesting is Paul Alcena goes for a lot fewer smashes in comparison. David himself also defensive, but David's a left side player. Left side players always have their smashes. He has been a machine, very mechanical in his smashes. So you are coming into a bit more of a slightly more aggressive duo. But when you then look at Jesus, who feels like he takes all of that wild bull energy and just takes all of it in his own stride, it's a very interesting dynamic between these teams.
Yeah. So one thing you guys are gonna notice in this match is, since this is a top-seeded match for the first time in this tournament, the game will be a lot slower because both of these opponents know their strengths and weaknesses, and I've seen their matches internationally as well. The game is a lot slower. I mean, they avoid giving lobs in which they can be smashed out of it. So you're going to see long rallies, many Biboras, Bahadas, Bandeyas coming in the game. And with Paul, you'll see Paul controlling the whole game. And Jesus would be the aggressing factor here. But since we are playing outdoors, and Karachi is slightly windy and the wind can pick up any time, smashing isn't too easy all the time.
They made it look easy yesterday. I won't lie to you about that one. Mark and Jesus were having a field day. Good times on the court for them, but those good times have to come to an end for at least one of these players. It is going to be elimination should you lose over here. And I'm glad that you brought up the fact that this is two top seeds going up against each other. That's a great point, especially when you consider Paul. I mean, in points where he has full control, he really does feel like the oracle of Asia. When you're looking over to it, it's like he's sort of 3 rally points ahead. He's got first shot, manipulates you to a different point, got second, got third. But the difference is, if he goes for the diagonal, Mark's probably been the most creative player at all of the Karachi Grand Slam. Mark likes to go for flair. Mark goes for strange off-the-glass shots. He goes for strange behind-the-back movement as well. Mark brings in the flash. So Paul, it becomes a bit less predictable for him. But we do now have the toss. I believe the referee is walking onto the court for that one. But that diagonal dynamic between both the right side players is going to be very interesting just because of how strongly different they are.
Green or blue?
Blue.
Blue? Always yellow. Today different coin. Oh, that is. Okay, if anything happens, this is blue.
Toss is over. And we will be getting underway very soon. And yeah, that double right side dynamic is going to be interesting because it does feel like traditionally, you're thinking of left side players internationally as being the more aggressive ones and whatnot. Over here between David and Mark, I think it's very clear. Mark is the guy who goes haywire on the court, and David is the one who has to sort of pick up after him and figure out, okay, what's he doing? Why is he in the court? Oh, okay, all right, this is what I have to pick up. It's a very strange life for David Quirros on the court sometimes.
So the biggest advantage of having a left-sided player in the court is that the center line becomes a forehand for both players.
A left-handed player, yes.
Yeah, sorry, the left-hander. The center line becomes a very dominating factor. So, I mean, if you see internationally as well, Tapia and Guello, they're dominating the circuit. I mean, they're the only top-ranked left and right-hand combination. And that plays a vital role in this.
Absolutely. I mean, it makes a huge difference. That's going to be another factor to sort of keep in mind as well, that you don't have that same right-left combination coming up between Paul and Jesus. I think pure athleticism and pure skill-wise, if you were to isolate these players, I do think Paul and Jesus come out on top. But David and Mark do have a lot more history of playing with each other. Jesus obviously is the only player in the remaining teams in this semi-final, at the very least, in this side of the bracket, who isn't from Asia. He's coming in on Spain. Very similar to him, of course, on the other side of the bracket is going to be Eduardo Almirez, teammate. Ferran coming in as the current, I think, ranked number 3 player of Valencia, has beaten ranked number 4 in Spain in the past as well. These two guys are wild cards for both their sides of the bracket. Everyone else is kind of used to playing against each other. They have played against each other at least once before. But Jesus is supposed to be the difference maker. But does that also mean maybe there's not as much chemistry with Paul Alcena? And that matters. Partnership chemistry matters a lot. I mean, Talal, you were just playing with the Spanish partner of your own. I don't think you guys would have had much chances to play. How did you let him down so hard?
Partnership does matter in terms of coordination and all. But I think even though these guys don't play regularly in terms of tournament, but they have played a few matches on a consistent basis, so they have a chemistry going on. And I think at the level which they play at, they are so used to playing at highest level that they get adjusted to any partner as long as they can be on the same level. And adding something about Mark is he has a swag to him.
Absolutely.
So I compare him to, because I play paddle last time when the PSL was happening, so we played paddle with David Warner. So he reminds me a lot of David Warner in him.
I won't lie to you, Talal. I don't know who that is. I don't follow cricket at all. So I'm going to have you fill me in for the 5 viewers as well who are like me.
Okay, so David Warner is an Australian cricket legend who is retired now, but does still play league cricket, and he's not a bad paddle player as well. So me and David Warner teamed up, played a few games, and we won all our sets 6-love.
Talal, how many nationalities have you disappointed by being their partner in paddle so far? I'm very impressed by this.
I have left no one.
Absolutely.
Every time I play well, I lose.
There you go. Time to see who's going to be playing well in the semi-finals. So it is time to begin. On one side, David Quirros on the left in white on white. On the other one, it is Mark Bernils on his right. In the partner, Paul Alcena on the screen with a backwards cap, his signature. And with him is Jesus Ruin, the flying brick wall. Match will be starting with Paul Alcena to serve, Mark to receive. Some conversations on the court as we will be beginning. Just some last words from the referees as well. Remember, the ball can go out of bounds and still be picked up. The point's not over till the ball has bounced twice down to the floor or hit the wall directly or just been smacked out of the court in a way where it is completely irretrievable. A statement start from Paul Alcena.
That's a good start. You can see it's going to be an aggressive match. I mean, the first point sends a statement out.
Second's going to be a touch on the net, even though the serve would have been fine otherwise, so it will be a full again. Both service points will be repeated. Nice cross-court diagonal backhand comes through from David Quirros. It's going to be back onto him. Pressure will be maintained on the left side player in front of you, but a fantastic smash and a turnaround. Alcena is in the building.
Two in a row for Paul. Great stuff. I think they're going to be targeting David in this whole match. He seems to be the
he might be in some trouble. That's what it might be. Oh, beautiful attempt over there from David to block. It's a nice try. Jesus Ruin has been very good at not just smashing from behind the line, but a full foot behind the line. It is very difficult to get that one to work, but the way he's been getting it over and out, you just have to go for the block. Nice return as David will find himself his first with a nice return ace. Jesus will counter it out with one of his own.
So the first game always the team serving is always at an advantage, and the team receiving is usually laid back, trying to warm up. I think now the tempo is going to be up from David and Mark. Let's see, can they be as aggressive as Paul and Jesus were?
I mean, the entirety of the first game, we have one touch from Mark on a live ball, right? So it's also about bringing him alive, and for Paul Alcena, it's about keeping him away. David, though, reminding them that he can't be just a target. Jesus out of the court after the initial bounce will be unable to reach it. In yesterday's quarterfinals, he was not just all over his court, he was outside the court. Honestly, he would have probably gone into another court and played someone else's game as well if they'd let him. He was an animal, unleashed. Now he has to receive the service, though. David changes targets early on. Nice deep slice, and Alcena was forced to try and go for a between the legs shot, unable to connect. Now has to receive. Pressure is still on David. Mark's being kept iced out. Alcena will get one of his signature lobs, but Mark's found the feet instead. Can't go for the rebound if it'll just be at foot level instead.
For the viewers, it's important to see how important the service game is. You are always in the advantage points. You can't relax on your service game, and you can see when Paul started with the serve how aggressive he was.
Nice lead. The eyes on David. I mean, that's very impressive. But yes, please continue.
So similar attitude being shown by Mark and David. It's turning out to be a good match, and if you can see, we are getting huge number of people coming in to join this match.
Jesus with a difficult receive, tries to make sure it doesn't go into the corner. Now Paul lets it go as the lob went too deep. David unable to keep the ball in bounds. Now 15 love as we will have Jesus go for a service once again to the corner of the glass. Jesus is being forced back and forth, and that's where he has been pushed into a difficult place. Yesterday, Argil was trying to do much of the same. Argil on the right, the Filipino representative, was pushing Jesus into the corner, but the problem was Jesus just felt like he was a little bit faster, has maybe a little bit lighter on his feet, always pushed the ball back down the middle. He needs to get to that same level if he wants to try and win this one over here. Mark, patient on the defense, a very different look to what we had before. It is David who's trying to take territory and make sure he's ready to receive a smash, and he will be able to jump up, but he can't make contact. Alcena's been able to get a lot more opportunities this time over. They can't give those opportunities to Jesus. So, I mean, this is what Mark and Paul, or the Mark and David were talking about in the interview. Their strategy has to be maybe just give fewer lobs to Jesus. Straightforward service, and that's going to be a problem. Mark's able to get a very easy receive to the bottom of his feet, picks it up and sets up for a good slice from David when he gets a weak forehand from Paul. Paul now has a chance to rectify. I think again was asked as Mark was getting ready for the point. He had his hand up earlier on as well, so we will be redoing. Backhand is good. Mark continues to maintain tempo. This break point could go their way, but Mark misses out on it. This is an early break point that just doesn't work for them. Now the score's been reversed. Sorry to break it to everyone. That wasn't a break point. That was trying to come in from behind. 30 to 40. Now game over. A lot of great shots so far from Paul.
So as I was mentioning, we have huge crowd coming in. We tried to make as much capacity as possible. I think we can accommodate close to 250 people to watch our games tonight.
I think there might be a line outside. I heard Atif Hassan was having a concert and it went very empty because of the matches happening over here at APPT. That's what people have been telling me. I don't know, man. I'm not from Karachi. Who knows?
Well, yesterday was a spectacle. We had thousands of people in.
Yeah.
Legends does.
I heard Atif had to drop you a message and say, hey, can I have some of these fans back, please? Like,
yeah,
what's going on?
We
Battle's too big.
Yeah, so we had to end our games early so that people can go to the concert by 1 a.m.
Legends Arena really just takes care of the entire Pakistani entertainment community that way. That's what they do.
We're trying to set a standard
for
people to follow.
And that standard has been set very much so by Paul and Jesus coming into this matchup. It will be Mark to serve now and to try and defend on the hold. After every odd number of games, players are allowed to sit down and have a conversation about how they want to shift strategy. Paul's probably having the talk with Jesus that, okay, they're trying to target me. That talk might as well come with, haha, they're trying to target me, but I wouldn't read his mind. I don't think anyone can right now. It is laser focused. Fault on the first. Serve was straightforward down the center. Now, Mark asks for the ball. He'll get it. A jump up from Jesus, but it does not connect. It's a fantastic smash from Mark. Honestly, it's very difficult to stop Jesus from being able to reach. He's got a very high vertical jump, but if the smash from Mark is then going that close to the wall, then Jesus also has to aim mid-air. A lot of the smashes he was getting yesterday, he just had to bring it down and it went out of the court immediately. And not to say that's not difficult in itself. Mark, though, is being pushed back into the corner of that wall. Still gets it through by slowing it down, and the volley is good. The net assist. But sometimes you take that.
One thing to note is, yesterday they were playing number 5 seed, I believe, Danny Hoyo and Argil. But today is going to be different in terms of smashes because Mark puts a lot of spin on his smashes. It's just not power, it's spin as well. So you need to judge the ball coming from the glass and how to intercept it. So that's what his has missed in his last.
Honestly, even Daniel Hoyo, the smashes he was sending out, it felt like every smash was an inch higher and then Jesus would jump 2 inches more. It was a little bit absurd. David, backhand Bahada, immediately blocked up. A lob that's good, but it's going to be sent back in. David can't find an aggressive position. Mark tries to assist in the center of that defense. Nice off the side glass, and David will once again slow it down. But Jesus is trying to take a slightly mid-court position so he can't get past him. I mean, this is the advantage of speed that Jesus has. He doesn't have to get as aggressive as other players would. Yesterday, we saw a lot of where, maybe potentially Ali Shahid and whatnot were struggling because they had to take one extra step. Jesus can do that after reacting to the ball because of that extra speed. So it becomes all the more difficult to lob him in a position where he can't get into place for a smash.
One thing, David is now back. I mean, he's in his full flow now. You can see he's warmed up and he's playing very well.
15-40 ball, and Jesus have to fight back. David now tries to shift over attention, overzealous. And it is going to be now 30-40, rather 15-0, sorry. Oh, Jesus. Receive is good, but the contra won't work out. The low and slow volley slice from Mark will connect. Slice down the center. Mark there to receive. Takes it over net very quickly. What a beautiful smash from David. Very difficult to get that one out. Getting a diagonal smash out of the court, much easier. David has to be more technical than ever before because of that same speed of Jesus. I mean, you still see him get to the point of get to the point of the ball. Hearing people scream in slow motion is always fun in battle.
So this is the game. This is the break game. So usually in paddle, when it's 2-all, it's this game which basically sets the tone for the set. So this could go either way. 2 more good points, and Mark and David would have their break.
I believe it is 30-all right now. And at 30-all, Mark, lob is good, and Alcena tries to force the ball down to David's left corner. That's a hard shot, and to do that when he's receding backwards, you can see he's feeling some of that pressure. Mark and David now at break point.
First break point of the match.
Even if the score might have told you otherwise, guys, don't always trust it. Hard to keep track when you're being dazzled by the stars. Beautiful shot, but it's in reach, and it's not out of the building. No, actually, still back in the court. Jesus able to recover. Oh, the jump down, not enough. David catches him on the shift of balance. Mark's shot looked like it could have been tapped out from the back, but instead actually glanced off the cage, and Jesus gets a chance to recover. Second chance not given over. That break point, that break game could be the difference maker.
So things are spiced up. First break of the game. And let's see how they come back on the shot. And what an excellent shot from David.
I mean, David, yesterday was all mechanics. He was a robot. He was a Terminator. Today, you're seeing that exact same thing. This guy's a sniper. He sends the ball exactly where it needs to be it on the cross-court volley, be it on the smash where you can see he takes his narrow angle to his left instead. David is a man who understands objectives very quickly. Where Mark plays on instinct, David plays on decision-making, and what a combo it is.
David looks much more relaxed from yesterday. I think yesterday he was a little shaken up as well. He lost his bag at the airport.
Really?
So we finally ended up tracking his bag from Abu Dhabi, got it delivered to Legends. And
listen, man, if he's willing to have me for a partner, I'll give him a new bag. Whatever, man. I'll give him 3. Elizabeth, of course, sitting on the left over there is going to be one of the representatives in both the mixed finals as well as the women's finals. The partner of Mark Bernil's in mixed category. But right now we're back in the semis over here. David now has to make sure he can hold on to his service. Shot is too deep.
I don't believe that's out.
Yes. Straight back to the net though. So it will be all even.
I think it's 15-all, yeah.
Down the center from Jesus. Mark trying to defend, but Alcena is able to catch him off. One of the important things to keep in mind as well is that, again, the higher level a match becomes, the more it becomes about creating an opportunity to push the person off balance. They're not going to make mistakes. You have to force them out. And David right now, that shot's going to go out, but Jesus is completely ready to shoot it back in, but it's a rare miss. He finds position, but he can't connect. Replay sees it. Oh, I think he actually ended up hitting the top of the court right next to him instead. Hopefully his arm is A-okay. A little bit of quick conversation. Mark is trying to tell David how good he is. He can't stretch his arms wide enough. You're this good, David. And he's right. He is right. David continues to impress with some fast volleys in, keeping the pressure on. Jesus caught off, and it's a great lob backwards, and the Bahada to try and defend one more time. It opens up a little space in the middle. That's not what's being attacked. What's attacked is the lob. Alcena goes back for a Bahada of his own, slows it down. It spins underneath the racket of Mark. Beautiful stuff. The number one coming back in defense, and they're going to find their own break point now.
I think it's getting interesting now. I think they're gonna break back.
Let's find out. Shot prepared. David doesn't want that. David doesn't want to be broken again on his own serve. Shot back in. It's still alive. The ball is in the court. Mark tries to get it into the backside. David, another smash through. Another smash through. Jesus is confused. And David, with the slower smash, is going to be able to catch off Jesus, who was caught between two minds, whether to stay inside or outside the court. Deuces come through. 40 all. No breaks yet.
So the rule is 2 deuce and 1 golden. So
yes, indeed.
This is the first deuce of the game.
Players have to get 2 in a row. First fault now over here. If you can't get 2 in a row, it goes again. But the third time, it is the golden point, or as they say in Italy and Spain, the killer point. Oh, nice Bahada, David. He's got a target on his back, but turns out he's also holding a gun. This is a very threatening deer. Bambi really wishes he'd had him around instead.
I mean, so far, I think David has turned out to be the best player on the court.
Absolutely. And he wants to make sure that continues to be the case. Bob is good. Oh my goodness, the Bahadas from David are untouchable. He will thread the needle every single time. He will create the gap and then fill it with wonder.
He had some spin on the ball, a lot of spin in fact. Therefore, the ball died as soon as it hit the glass.
And where there's a chance to fight back with the break point, I think Paul and Jesus might be regretting it later on. But regrets have to be saved, as does this set. David, once again, ball is in a confusing position. No confusion from either side, but Jesus will keep it alive. Paul Alcena with a good volley. They are forced to switch out positions. David is able to maintain forehand because of it, but hits it too hard off the side glass. Defensive maneuvers don't work out, but in the extended point, Paul and Jesus will find the first. 15 for them. Preps up the smash. Jesus, over and out. No chances of touching that one. 30 love for Paul and Jesus. Score is 30 love, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get that fixed up in a second. Now 30-15 rather, in favor of Paul and Jesus.
Mark and David just need to play it very intelligently now. They just need to hold their serve, and that should be the set for them.
Jesus is getting ready. Oh, smash is good.
What a smash.
Comes in from behind. Mark in the middle of it all, tries to receive it with a volley. He gets confused. Reactions will sometimes betray you. 40-15 in favor of Paul and Jesus now. And it will be game to Paul and Jesus. 4-3 as we head into game 8, with players having a lot to talk about. you've been in these positions before, not in semi-finals maybe, but you've been in these positions where you take a break. What's the conversation looking like?
In terms of my tournament experience, I'll just add something that when nobody knew how to play paddle, so I ended up reaching the finals of the first Pakistan Paddle Open.
Yeah, I've won a kindergarten fighting contest too when I was 25.
That's a glory I will still carry on with me, because that's as far as I can go in my paddle career.
Ah yes, by the grace of Allah, the boys played well today. They played against toddlers, but they played very well.
No, in fact, my final was against Farhan Mustafa.
Was he 4 at the time?
No.
Bilal, you're betraying your age right now more than anything else.
Maybe 6.
They grow up so fast.
So yeah, it's a tense moment right now. I mean, for sure, Mark and David are in a commanding position. They just need to hold their serve, and that should be the set in their favor. But as I told you, each and every point in paddle, especially such a high profile and high intensity match, I mean, you would take split of a second to lose focus. Right now, I don't think so. Actually, we haven't seen Mark in his full flow as yet. They're trying to target David, and David is countering really well.
I think it's important to keep in mind, it's not just that they're trying to target David, it's they're trying to disable Mark from coming in. It's not that David is necessarily the weaker player, it's just that they don't want to worry about Mark's flow state being achieved. And David, unfortunately, is reminding them that he's got a flow state too, and it looks pretty good.
David is on fire. He's on fire.
And it is spreading in the court. Shot prepared, slows it down, feet are found. Paul Alcena is feeling the pressure. Normally a shot he would never miss. But right now when strategy is failing them, they are down love to 30. Mark and David keeping that aggression going. It's too high. It's too high. David's smashes have been picture perfect. They've been exactly where they need to be, almost never returned, and when attempted, he's always there with the volley as well. That volley is exactly what he uses as a weapon to set up for a shot in between. A contra might have been forced out, but Alcena's able to get the backhand. It's so low, the sweeper shots, and Mark is now in the building, and the ball might not be after he's hit it.
Wow.
It is beauty.
Wow. Look at the spin on that kick smash. Hardly any power, all spin. It flew.
Harry Potter might have to sweep down and grab that one on his broomstick. That looks like the snitch. 5-3 now. Paul and Jesus still fighting back, but they need that reverse break. And before that, they need this hold. Lob is good, goes to the corner. David still defending off the side glass, and where Mark tries to get a quick flashy little stroke off onto the smash, Jesus is still reminding us of what his fighting form looks like. Ooh, beautiful. Absolutely lovely. If Paul's services are going to be that good, then Jesus will have a very good time on that left side. Once again, solid service, but it's targeted back to the backhand of Jesus, so he can't smash it out at the very least. That same backhand targeted again. Confusion on the court, but still gets it back into a lob. Bahadas are always good from David. That much we've established, but that second backhand shot after the Bahada ends up failing him. 40-0. Paul and Jesus continue on in their rage of a comeback. Still, might be the game win for them. We're going to keep on saying it again. They need that break. They need that equalizer.
On serve now, Mark and David. It should be easy for them, but it's a crucial game. It's going to be a high pressure game now. Paul and Jesus will be coming down hard and will be taking on their shots.
I love that Mark hits the beautiful shot and then screams, "Yeah, David!" A lot of love between these guys. There's no doubt about it.
Their kick smashes are so effortless. I mean, you see, they conserve their power, energy. At the same time, the amount of elevation they're getting off the glass is insane.
Kick smashes, for everyone tuning in who's not aware, are smashes where you are trying to get the ball to hit the glass and either go so high that it comes back to you or leave the court. Any smash that's going to make connection on the ground and then leave the court without hitting glass is called an El Cuatro. For the X4, which is the height of the back wall of a paddle court. It's 4 meters high. Kick smashes very much do define the game on the highest level. It's something where obviously on Pakistani battle we've got some players who are fantastic at it, but to be able to build a point to a place where you have the chance to deliver these consistently is what the real skill is, and David has been like Bob. He's been building all day. And there you go. Smash out of the court. Jesus, forced to go for a slightly more defensive defense, will still be targeted with a very high lob. Will try to go for the smash, but this is where the outdoor courts, the sun in your eyes, the movement of the wind, it makes it 10 times more difficult to hit a ball that high.
I think Jesus was being over-optimistic by taking that shot on, especially considering it's an outdoor court.
Maybe even a little bit desperate. They can't let that desperation catch them over here, though. Mark and David, for them, it's business as usual. They just need to hold their serve and they take this set away. Great shot from Alcena, but it's still defended. Does not leave the court. And as Jesus gets aggressive, David is ready to receive with a good mid-court lob. That same lob will be traded back over. Jesus now holds on to the net. That lob, again, David sends it out, forces Alcena into a Vibra, and that's where Mark's offense starts. Mark winds back the clock and winds back his arm for a slower shot instead of the kick smash. Can't reach out to send it out of the court, and while David fights back, it's not just one, it's two, but shot number 3 won't find it either. Alcena on the defense continues to rally. It's a great lob to slow things down and find position once again, but David is now going to get his wind in again, but Jesus ready to top out a magnificent point with a beautiful shot.
Wow, 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 wow. Best rally of the set by far, by far. And what a point at the end by Jesus. Oh my God, that's a sight to watch. That's a sight to watch.
Beautifully played and beautifully built by either side, but I have to say Alcena on the backcourt, the way he's able to cover off and let Jesus maintain this aggressive stance to then prime into a shot when finally that opportunity is given, it's great to see. And David, look, you can't blame him for that shot. It's basically perfect, but that's a thing about paddle. Sometimes even perfect can be upped up. Shot forward, David winds in to slow it down. It'll force Alcena to go for a slightly worse off lob. Jesus might need to replicate that earlier feat, and he can't do so. Not twice in a row.
That pillar outside the court is frustrating Jesus. Although we have the mandatory 3 meters area outside the court, but these guys are spinning the ball a lot.
David once again on the volley. He's been very good on the backhands. Keeps on forcing Alcena into a difficult position. Nicely done from Mark. All smiles, but only for a second. He knows job's not finished yet.
Great fake smash. Great one. Caught them by surprise. That's a set point now for them.
David hoping to finish over here. Mark calls his shot. It'll be too high. Set number 1 goes to the underdog. Mark and David, maybe not underdogs by much, but they'll be very happy with how that set went out. They completely dismantled the strategy that Paul and Jesus came into this one with.
Great first set. Great first set. I think they executed their plan to perfection.
And David, what a performance from him all across.
Top performance from David. And at the end, Mark showed what he's made of.
Yeah, I don't think there are any doubts about that at any point. What I really do want to highlight, though, is watch out for the next set, whether the adjustment is then made between Paul and Jesus. One of the things that was happening a lot in the later games from about that 2-2 point onwards is that David started forcing Alcena back into a position where he has to cover Jesus's back. And now you might be thinking, well, Jesus can go back and cover that himself. That's not always true, because Jesus also has to be in position to receive those lobs from outside. Running from the back glass outside is nearly impossible. And all in the meanwhile, we've got to be saying goodbye to Talal Shahid, the founder of Legends Arena. Talal has been with us all throughout set number 1. Talal, would you like to give any parting words as we move to set 2?
Thank you, Mamoon, for having me here. I will join you back soon in another match, if you would like me to. Otherwise, all the best for this the show which we have put on, and I hope it comes out with the best team winning this match and then following up with the second semi-final, and hopefully we'll have a great final coming at about, I believe, at 8 p.m. if I'm not wrong.
Let's not promise any times, guys. Just keep watching, keep enjoying, and have all of the great battle. It's hard to put a time on anything when matches have been this good. Obviously, we've had extended rallies, we've had extended sets, we've had extended points, and it's been a good time. Lal Shahid will be leaving us now. Thank you very much for joining in to the booth. On the screen, also are getting to see a lot of local battle up and coming play in Nafis. Rehan and Nafis play together for the Paddleverse facility. Fantastic team in them, but we weren't able to see them in this tournament. And now, back over to set number 2. We start off with a mistake from Jesus trying to squeeze Mark into a corner. It is going to hit the fence instead. Mark and David find the first point. Alcena pushes David into a corner. David still defends himself out of it. It's sort of very deep lob, so he's not going to be able to get full double net position between himself and Mark, but he does start to regress forward, and immediately Alcena sends him back. A very high lob, and Jesus this time will let it bounce in, goes for the wind down, and you see Mark and David do this a lot since yesterday. They are heavily relying on lobs that are incredibly high and the wind and sun to protect them. That'll work if Jesus doesn't let the ball bounce, but after the bounce, both Paul and Jesus are very good at still finishing, and that's another example. Any opportunity, and Jesus will get a guaranteed point win with a return that's too high to reach. Now, volley to the corner. David hoping to catch Alcena off guard. Alcena is always on guard, but you can't defend against a shot that good. 30 all. As Paul Alcena cannot extend this lead of points to 2. It is always immediately right back in. Mark, good defense. Will be able to reclaim the net off of it, and then goes for the Bahada himself. That Bahada goes deep and hits the wall. So Paul and Jesus will find themselves a 40 and 30 game point. Slice down. Another one of these difficult shots to hit. Jesus will find a shot blocked instead. Mark will be able to go in for a run and go for a very high lob, which barely just goes out. And did look a little bit contentious, and on the court we are having a conversation about whether or not that was in. You can see Mark not feeling the best about it. It's hard to tell when you're sitting away from the court, but that did look like it might have had contact with the floor first. I'm sure we might be able to get a replay for that one. And take a look. Ball goes high. Where does it bounce? Ooh, yeah, I think that might have hit the wall first. Oh, yeah, that's very confusing to tell. We're going to have to leave that one up to the referees, but it might have been on the wall initially. This is not the only time I wish I spoke Spanish. But it's one of them. Has to be frustrating when they wait for the referee to make decision over here. I can't be the one to tell you what's happening. All right, Paul and Jesus have been awarded the point, and they will get the serve, rather the game, off the back of it. They were up 40 and 30. Another angle. Oh. I think that might have actually hit the ground, but this is the thing about battle. You sometimes need to just make that judgment call as a referee. It's very similar to football where, hey, if the call's been made, the call's been made. There is no third umpire. There's nothing like it. For better or for worse, some balls go your way, some balls go the other. And this time for Mark and David, they're not able to fight for deuce. Now they have to remember, they have to clear their heads. They have to keep in mind they are one set ahead. They are currently leading. 1 point can't hold them back this early in a set. That being said though, second serve goes deep. Goes too deep. First one was, of course, a net, so you have a full repeat. Mark will be able to rectify. Goes in for the smash. This not very high. But he doesn't need it to be. Not when Jesus is on the other side of the court. It becomes a lot more about getting the speed necessary to have the ball come back before Jesus will make it there. Much harder jump as well for Jesus. In that case, nice cross-court volley, and Mark is back in business. This time being a little bit more targeted. Last time they let David do the talking, but maybe David was shouting too loudly when they gave him that microphone. Oh, nice catch onto Jesus, but Jesus maintains ground, uses his racket as a shield on the backhand, will still be forced in, and although he's got a good volley of his own, it's Alcena's backhand that betrays them. Alcena tried to stick it in between Mark and David. It won't work out for them. $30-0. Mark back on the even serve. Goes in for the shot, but David says, get out of my way. I can do this one myself. And he has been absolutely fantastic all in that first set. Not slowed down one bit coming into the second one. Call back in order with a great volley, or a great slice. Backhand tap out. Yes, it is. This is the other thing you have to keep in mind. As much as we've largely seen the smashes come through predominantly on other smashes that haven't gained enough height, a single mistake on the spin means that the ball starts to float higher. When the ball starts to float higher, it's going to be tapped out regardless. A tap out is when it can reach across the net or even close to the net and just smack it down in a way where it cannot be blocked, it cannot be received, nothing of the sort. And again, on hard courts, balls bounce more. Spin goes further. Spin goes higher. Mistakes are much easier to make when you're playing against smashers who are as strong as Jesus and Alcena. Service down the corner. Ball Alcena. Keeps the pressure onto Mark. Mark is ready to receive it with a smash of his own. Jesus will not be able to reach it. What a smash from Mark Bernil's over there. Fading backwards into the wall. Still manages to get the angle to get a good spin out. And on Jesus' serve, they will be able to find that first point. Jesus, Ruin, now serves over to Quirros. Keeps the pressure on the diagonal. Quirros will get space for a lob. That lob's not good enough, and Jesus now will end up being blocked instead. Mark's doing a wonderful job of staying in the vertical, so the lob can't come back over, rather the smash can't come back over, but eventually it will. Eventually that mistake will be made, and Jesus will find an empty back wall, and when that back wall is empty, his point is guaranteed. Service prepped. Lob is really good, but the Bahada's even better. Paul Alcena. That ball was unnecessarily fast. I mean, that is unreasonable. Where we've been talking about David's Bahada's, Paul Alcena himself with the vibra and those of his own off the back wall has been very good. And a few points. Oh, good backhand from Bernil's. He'll try and shift over attention away from Paul, who was gaining momentum, but in his attempt to do so, couldn't close the gap with the ball. Has to stretch into the direction change, and whenever you do that, your wrist is far too involved. It's a lot easier to make mistakes. Nice cross-court backhand. Jesus going in for a slower Bahada. He's not going to be. He makes that drop shot. What? He closes the gap from the other corner of the court to get there in time for Mark's drop shot. Not just get there, he gets there fast enough to then send a hard, flat volley right into David's backhand where he cannot defend. I mean, we're going to get to see the replay of that very soon. This was a very contentious point, of course, gone by. Ooh. Break now after that third game. Elizabeth's partner Sellers on the left in the blue skirt is also going to be playing in the women's final later on today. One of the best women's left side players who have ever been on a court in Pakistan, I have to say. Very aggressive, very difficult to play around and play against. You will be in for a treat later on. Mark and David back in the court. Alcena on defense. Jesus not ready to do the same with his backhand. One of the shots that left-sided players are generally going to be caught out on is when they're trying to slowly inch forward, and in doing so, they have to defend their backhand. Ball makes contact with Paul Alcena. Apologies on either side of the courts, but the point will go the way of Mark regardless. Mark and David up 30-0. Really good return on that service, honestly, and over the net. It manages to still make the crossover. David sends it out. Jesus will reach it. But although he reaches the ball, it's not going to make much of an impact to the shot. Now that same pillar, unfortunately, ending up a point of frustration for Jesus. Oh, beautiful backhand on the receive, and it's a lob too deep. I think the other point to remember is that when pressure is on, a player like Jesus, right, who obviously is incredibly agile, incredibly dynamic, very, very fast, relies on getting aggressive and putting on a show. If you're being consistently put in defensive positions where you can't use your feet and you have to predominantly rely on one position, you are going to struggle to gain momentum. Oh, nice shot from Mark as he intercepts with a great spin. That spin is so strong that Jesus is forced into a backhand contra off the wall and doesn't have the control to make it work. That's a great intercept. David's in perfect position, but Mark wants to prioritize his forehand as well, and in doing so, he's able to get the spin to go the other way around because he's a lefty instead of a righty, which makes it even more difficult for Jesus to receive. Great decision made. Eduardo Almirez and his teammate Franz sitting behind Jesus and company. Jesus, however, doesn't need an audience to put on a show for behind, and he's got one in front as well. Right now he is maybe shaky at times on the defense, but his offense has never been put to question. I don't think anyone can put it to question. Service is good. Ball gets wide in the middle, and that lob might actually be going in, but it is not. 40-15 for Paul and Jesus, as they hope to close their own service with a very quick win. Good lob. Mark's in a position to receive it, and Alcena actually manages to touch the ball for the defense. Mark gets a chance to double that lob over. You can defend it, you can block it, but if you don't have control, Mark will just rewind time and go all over again. 40-30. Ball, Alcena, service goes to the fan. No, rather it is on the very corner of it, so the ball is still very much alive. Nice shot in mid-air from Jesus, and the defense from Mark was almost there. He just can't get the ball to cross. He knows that if it makes contact with the back wall, it's too high. I mean, look at that. Mid-air shot. Take that silhouette, turn it into an iconic logo. That's what all the footwear brands do, don't they? Joma, we might have a new logo for you guys. I mean, great stuff. Absolutely fantastic. Break comes through before game number 6, and Mark and David. Last time around, David was being targeted much more so he was able to actually force his way to the net and really use that backhand, really use his volleys to continue to seek out smashes. Now Paul and Jesus have decided to change up their strategy a little bit more, go for something slightly more of a traditional game rather than a targeted one after their first attempts didn't work out. Look at that smash, man. Look at that smash. Some days I feel like I could be the best paddle player in the world, and then I watch Jesus Ruin play and realize if he's not the best, I definitely can't be. Coming all the way from Spain, he is not one of the players who has taken up a vacancy inside Asia. He is a guest, and honestly, the way he's playing, he might be an invader more than a guest. The Spanish Inquisition. That's what it feels like. Beautiful shot from Mark. The spin is fantastic. No chance of reaching that one. It's about 5 meters high. You'd have to throw your racket to touch it. And no, that is not allowed in the rules. I will clarify that beforehand. I checked. Ooh, great shot, but kept alive. Not for long. Block is good. Second one. Can you find it? No, you can't. Jesus changes the directions, goes back for the push onto David. Instead, Mark's been the one blocking most of these shots whenever it's actually worked out. Right now, though, back over to the serve. Ooh, good service. Very rare in paddle that you're able to actually get a point off the serve. It'll happen a few times every set, don't get me wrong. But it's not a win condition that you normally rely on, so whenever you get it, it's a good present to have. I'm not sure why there's a quick break coming in. Might have been a smudge that needed to be removed for the camera. Always very quick to clean as the Legend staff. All the ball boys and gaming staff have been doing a fantastic job assisting everyone in the tournament. Support staff has been excellent. And honestly, as much as we might show love to people like Talal, to people like APPT, I think so many plaudits go out to the ones who are actually the infantry of this force. Mark and David up 40-30 as Paul and Jesus are able to find a return point as well. Jesus to receive, sends it back over to David. Good lob on the backhand. David looks for the smash, can't find it. Will have to go for a very tricky shot. I mean, the backhand off the glass in a high position is not what's advisable over there. Normally the one to go for trick shots is Mark Bernil's. Right now, not the case. David getting aggressive. Bernil's, a chance given over. He changes directions at the last possible second. And Jesus, who was getting ready to jump up in front of Alcena, is not able to regain footwork in time. Advantage to Mark and David. And Jesus, well, he's being pushed around the back corner again and again. That same smash that's been a problem for them all game long. This time, Jesus is able to close the gap. David trying to kill the ball at the back corner, but it went too far forward. Didn't quite have that same spin. Didn't have the time to commit to the full kick. So he gets a half smash. 40 and 40 instead. Some words being exchanged on the court before we move on to the second deuce. David keeps over. He takes over the smash. Decides to go for a fake. This time he will do much of the same. In fact, a contra. That means Mark finally gets the ball he's been looking for. And not only will he be able to go for another shot, that's where he'll get the kill. His smash isn't quite the picture-perfect one, but he's still ready for the volley. So when Alcena actually gets the ball back over to them, Mark kills it regardless. Paul Alcena, of course, one of the best players that Asia has had introduced to it. Currently ranked number 1 in APPT. I will repeat that. Mark winds in. That smash, though, that's one of the perfect ones. If you give him that much time, Mark might look like he's sometimes an impatient player. He's not. He is flashy. He is stylish. He likes to make a move. Yes, absolutely, that is true. But he's not impatient. Give him a nice, clean lob. You'll see the most perfect smashing form you could find. Make a video of it. Slow it down. Copy it. Do whatever you want. Because class is in session right now. The Magic Man showing off. Still, it is 3-3. Games are on service so far. There has not been a break called out just yet. David wants to change that, but he won't get the chance. Jesus, mid-air. The longer these sets go, the more tired these players will become as well. The more difficult it will be to get that perfect kick smash out. The more chances for Jesus to get a good jumping response. Alcena on the backhand sends the ball back to Mark, tries to press through. Jesus has a chance. Jesus will still be returned upon. He tries to go for a smash on a slightly lower and faster lob. Because of that, the ball doesn't leave the court. It's still very fast. But David, he's not been worried about speed. He's been worried about jumping height whenever there's these 8-meter high shots. Now, though, lead will be taken by the ones on receipt. Paul and Jesus down 15-30 on their own service. This point is going to be critical. You cannot afford to lose it here. David, continually pressured up. Will keep on sending the ball back to Jesus, making sure that Jesus' volleys are called to question. Jesus has touched the net before the ball was even close by. It was going to be going too far forward regardless. 15-40 down now. Another place where we might actually see Mark and David break Paul and Jesus. And look, if you don't remember what happened in set number 1, that one break, that's what decided the entire game. 2 break points in a row. Now just the one. Great service from Jesus. And Mark overextends. David presses on. Oh, nice shot from Mark. But I believe that might have been an out. That might have been an out. That's an out. It's a break. Frustration coming through over here from Jesus. That was a very nice shot coming through. I mean, watch this replay. Watch that replay. Mark is, I mean, he's just a man with a magic wand in his hand, not a racket. The kind of things he does, the acrobatics he pulls off, the shots he delivers on the smash. What else can you say? It's a Bernil's touch. He'll be playing in the mixed finals later on as well. And the way this is going, he might have more than one finals to play today. Paul, Alcena and Jesus are going to have all the more pressure on them. And Jesus' frustration that has been leaking through across the course of this match is going to be really problematic. That shot's going to be one of the highlights. I'm loving what we're seeing here from Mark. Dalal Shahid on the left, who was the man on the microphone earlier on, decided he wanted a front and center view. He said he's busy. Honestly, I don't blame him. Watching over here next to the courts, it's a good time. Come over to Khadda Market if you're not already here in Karachi. Paul and Jesus really desperately need that break back. They need to bring it back on serve. And the problem is that the battle of diagonals that I really felt like would favor Jesus versus David, I thought the battle of diagonals would be more about the smashes and David being slightly more defensive. What it's actually been is David continually pushing Jesus further into his backhand corner on the volley battle and then setting up for a smash off the back of it. That's been magical. Meanwhile, Mark tries to replace for what he felt like was going to be a shot too difficult, but David doesn't give up court space afterwards, so they will end up losing out the first point. Paul to take the lead. Mark changes directions. Lob is still good from Paul Alcena. Oh, the Bahada from David really missing out. Now, down 0-30, if there was going to be a chance to find a reverse break, immediately after you've been broken yourselves, Paul Alcena will have to make that space here. I've put the spotlight on Jesus a little bit, but let's not forget Paul in set number one was instrumental in those first three games, especially. He was able to set up for some really nice reverse smashes off his own. Jesus now showing off that he can do it too. 0-43 break points in a row, where Mark and David might have had a sigh of relief, a breath of fresh air. It's not enough. Still, they stay alive. Bounded by the chances of loss over here. It is going to be up to 15 for them. They need 3 in a row. Something very few players have been able to find so far. Smash is good from David. Jesus tries to keep it alive, but it makes contact with the top of the wall first. So David will be able to go back to earlier form. And speaking of form, has he been showing us championship form or what? David back to the smash, back over and out. Jesus will keep it alive this time over. David asks for the ball instead of letting Mark have it. He'll go for the Bahada. Mark will have to cover off the drop shot, sends it back past Paul. Paul forced to the back of the court, and now with Jesus to cover off until Paul can make his way through. It's still Paul with the pressure on him. David continues to push it forward until Mark gets a chance to finish, and where Paul had a defensive shot that he was presented, he tries to aggress instead. It is 40 aside. 3 break points in a row that they cannot hold on to. And David is controlling tempo. He is controlling finishes. And right now he's even providing assists for Mark to complete. Unbelievable scenes over here, as the man in white has proved to be the biggest threat of all. One more time. Advantage found. It is 4 in a row for Mark and David. Back and slice is good. David gets the corner shot, forces Alcena into a side glass rebound, where David is going to continue on the exact same pressure onto Jesus, which was giving him shots after shots. It is going to now give him a point. 5 points in a row. Paul and Jesus, any chance they had of coming back easily, it's gone. They were broken, and they put themselves in a position to completely forget about it, to completely reset things. And despite that, the pressure is what causes them to cave. What we are seeing from Mark and David right now is championship mentality and championship capability. Jesus, however, there's never a reason to question whether he can hit a smash or not. Not only does he smash the ball off the court, he walks off it as well. Someone might need to get him back on for the second point. I don't think Paul can do it all on his own. Takes a moment to recalibrate on the walk back in. There's still only one break separating them. That's what they have to keep telling themselves. But what can they do when Mark is showing us form like this so fast on the backhand now? Sends it back over. It's too deep. It is too deep. Trying to lob over Paul Alcena when he's already at the tee line. That's ambitious. It's very... Oh. How is that shot going to connect? Where I talk about ambition, Mark doubles up on that exact same thing. First point goes their way. David. Oh, that's going to be a big miscommunication. Where we question chemistry. This is where holes will start to show. Jesus thought that Paul was taking the shot. Well, there's no time on the court to think. You just have to act. There's very little time to communicate as well beyond planning for the future. And right now their future might look grim again. 3 points lost in a row, and Mark and David are on set and semi-finals point. David Quirros, the surprise MVP of the semi-finals, to receive. Paul Alcena sends it back to the corner, and Mark can't close the gap. The match point will be lost, and we are back to deuces. We are back to even. Serves from Alcena down the center. Ooh, goes too far forward. Goes too far forward. Excellent leave from David. He has had the eyes of a hawk all game long. And now once again, with match point, finals point, he will not be able to close immediately. Second deuce comes in, 40 aside. Oh, great shot from Mark, and again he is targeting this really difficult diagonal where Paul can't get to the net if he also wants to cover off his backhand, and in that indecision they're losing at the point. Still, Jesus, a rare miss, and that'll be it. It is 6-3 for Mark and David. Mr. Bernil and Mr. Quirros will make their way forward as our first men's finalists. What a performance, removing APPT's #1 from the tournament, removing Jesus Ruins, the man who stole everyone's heart from the tournament. It is going to be the Magician and the Machine who will be featuring in the grand finals. Who will their opponent be? We have to find out. Coming up next after a break is going to be Francisco and Sergio versus Eduardo Almirez and Ferran. We'll find out how that one goes after a quick break. बैटिंग में फ्राइडे को आ नहीं सका था मगर वरना गुड टाइम अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह. अच्छा, are we ready? Okay. Back away at the McDonald's Karachi Grand Slam with APPT. We've got for ourselves some really special guests. We've also got sports legend Jahangir Khan, as well as one of the big patrons of Legends Arena and sports in general, Brigadier Hafizullah Khan. How you guys been feeling about this one? It's been an incredible international tournament so far.
Of course, you know, I mean, the first time you're having an international event in Karachi and especially at the Legend Arena. And I think we feel privileged and proud to have this tournament here in Pakistan. And especially, like, you know, it's only started 2 years ago, and the booming of the game has become so much, and people really loved it here.
Brigadier Saab, we've got some of the best players in all of Asia coming in just 2 years to Legends Arena in Karachi. I mean, you've got to be feeling really good about that.
I'm absolutely a proud Pakistani. I think the pedal has arrived in Pakistan, actually. And to see the international players playing like this, I think for any player who is following it up, the standard would improve tremendously. And we'll see many such tournaments coming up very soon. So it's the legend. It was the dream of the legend. And it's good to be part of the journey to bring it to Pakistan and to see it to that level, actually.
Jahangir Saab, a lot of the players who played from Pakistan obviously weren't able to make it that far. It's their first international. But, you know, for you, if you were to give them any advice about how to take it forward from here, what would you say?
I think it's a good motivation for the youngsters especially, and then they can see all the good standard players are, you know, participating from the different part of the world, and I think it will give them really a good boost to start with it, and I think I'm sure in near future we can see some very good players from Pakistan as well.
Absolutely. I mean, we've had some fantastic performances from Farhan Mustafa and Akil Khan already as well. But Brigadier Saab, last word from you. I mean, from here on out, it feels like we've already achieved the sky. What's the next frontier for us?
I think, let me have a few words for ARY. I think Salman Bhai and his team, special credit to them. Whenever there is some new sports, so they are the pioneers to bring it to this level. So they have shown it all across the world, and the response has been tremendous. So this is what is, as I say, that pedal has arrived in Pakistan, and very soon you would find the Pakistani players actually competing internationally. And I think sky is the limit from here.
So are we going to see more paddle on A Sports? Can I get this commitment from you?
Absolutely. I think the way it has come up, there'll be many tournaments across the country, maybe in Lahore, Peshawar, or whatever.
I think I would say it's just a begin now, and we just started, and I'm sure in the near future we're going to see the big tournaments here.
Well, if this is the beginning, it's feeling very, very good. We're going to see you guys for the grand finals very soon. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Oh, the screen was off, I think. Code number 3.
What? Huh? Yeah, done.
Guys.
You turn off the lights and turn off these lights, the coast light.
And turn on the light of the court.
Championship Sunday continues as we come back with McDonald's Karachi Grand Slam, the APPT Tour of Pakistan. The debut of international paddle will now take us to the second men's semi-final. It is Sergio Ricardo and Francisco Jurado versus Eduardo Almirez and Quirros and Bueno. Eduardo Almirez, of course, the number 2 player in the APPT circuit. Sergio and Francisco, however, are defending champions coming in from APPT Dubai. They were able to come through as a wild card entry and win out the entire tournament. They have been absolutely magnificent. Francisco and Sergio have been potentially the most technical players we have had so far. Both of them have unbeatable smashes. Both of them will knock the ball out of the court every single chance they will get. And look at it in the warm-up. You can see it here and now. Eduardo Almirez is coming in reunited with an old friend of his, Quirros Bueno, the number 4 player in Catalonia, or the number 3 player in Catalonia, peaked at number 4 in Spain, which, if we're being frank, might as well be like a top 20 to 30 player caliber in the world with the level of Spain and where it is internationally. It has been really a joy to watch them play. Almirez used to be paired up with Paul Alcena before they won the APPT Singapore Masters together, the inaugural Masters tournament for the APPT circuit. And with that, they ended up having a split. Quirros now comes in all the way from Spain. He is the second player who is not residing in Asia, who is competing, who has come all the way from Europe. And the other one, of course, being Jesus Ruin, who's now been knocked out of the tournament. Can Quirros stay inside to the grand finals? Childhood friends with Eduardo Almirez. They are going to have good chemistry, but they have not played together in 4 or 5 years. Quirros, I was able to have a conversation with him earlier on, and he was mentioning that he hasn't actually played with Eduardo in 4 or 5 years at all, not even as a friendly match or anything of the sort. It is purely this tournament and nothing else. No warm-ups, no nothing. But the chemistry is obvious. Sergio, Ricardo and Francisco are likely the favourites in this tournament. Of course, they've both played up against Quirros and up against the others at the same time. And of course, we were able to actually sit down with the number 2 player in APPT, Eduardo Almirez, and his friend from Spain, Quirros, the once upon a time number 4 of Spain, to have a quick interview with them as well, a quick chat to talk about how their journey in this tournament has been and how they're feeling about their upcoming tournaments and upcoming opposition in this matchup. Sergio and Francisco, incredibly strong. What do they have to say? Welcome back to the Karachi Grand Slam, brought to you by McDonald's. We're coming into the final day, and with the male semi-finals going to be underway very soon. Eduardo Almirez is right next to me, the winner of APPT Singapore Masters. Eduardo, you might end up going up against Paul Alcena, your partner from them theoretically. How are you feeling about that?
Good. I mean, we won that tournament, and after that tournament we split. We're not playing together anymore, so yeah, good feeling. Good to play with a good friend in this tournament.
A lot of history over there to try and come into, but obviously more history over here. Quirros, you guys have not played together for 4 or 5 years before you come into this tournament. You fly into Pakistan. You're playing with your childhood friend. How are you feeling about this one?
Well, it's a really good experience to be here in Pakistan. Well, I have been invited by my friend for a long time, and I couldn't say no. It's a great opportunity to play with him again, and of course, well, to be here, a new experience for me, and well, by now it's been amazing.
You guys have both managed to see everyone in the semi-finals play so far. Who do you think your biggest opponents are going to be?
let's go step by step. We have a strong team now in semi-finals. Ricardo and Jurado, they're from Spain also, living in Dubai. They play good, they're competing, they're training a lot. I play against them in the last APPT Dubai. We lost in a close match. But we're going to find a way to win this time, 100%.
Ferran, you haven't played against them so far, but you've obviously seen them play as well, your upcoming opponents. What do you think about them? You have to be the difference maker to get that win.
Well, let's hope. Well, I met them a few years ago because they were competing at the same tournaments that I've been playing a few years ago, as I said. So now, of course, it will be a great battle. I hope I can help Edu to win them and to beat them, and, well, hopefully we can have this win.
A lot of champions coming in the next matchup. Former Singapore champion, former Dubai champions, and maybe soon to be Karachi champion. Well, we're going to have to find out. They still have to win it. Let's find out after this one. Incredibly difficult match in front of them, though. Sergio and Francisco coming through over here. They have that right-left advantage going for them as well. Sergio on the right side is, of course, a left-handed player. Francisco on the left. Both of these players can be incredibly aggressive. They can be incredibly defensive. They are the very, very stereotypical coach's dream. Francisco starts off with a very aggressive volley. He's going to be keeping Eduardo back. Almirez will be behind the line, not moving at all. Ferran as well, being a patient, and that patience pays off. Sergio and Francisco, they have played against everyone on the court. We have to remember, even if Ferran isn't normally from the Asian circuit, these guys have played against each other in Spain. A very nice shot comes through. You'll have to see it. Early smashes and early 15-all between these two teams. Good volleys down the center. You have to watch out for Sergio and his backhand volleys. He is incredible at those. Very often can fully control the pace of the net, even on his non-dominant side. I mean, look at that, Exhibit A, and apparently Exhibit B as well. Nice deep volley, very hard to lob back, and Eduardo Almirez tries to close the distance, but Sergio's smash will be a bit too fast. Sergio's smash is very different as well to what we've seen so far from a player like Mark, who obviously with the spin is going to be able to outpace you. Sergio has a lot more speed, a lot more power in it. It's obviously a different technique entirely, but it's no less difficult. Francisco, however, slows down the smash when he knows he can't reach in for it. Sergio has a chance to try and send it out of the court. It won't go out, but it won't matter either. It's too high for Eduardo to be able to close the distance. Eduardo Almirez, number 2 in APPT, and I have to say, from what I've seen so far, I really do favor Sergio and Francisco. I mean, these guys have been a different level. Serve through the corner. Eduardo at the net. Ferran takes the backhand instead. Ferran, however, is going to find a great winner off the back of his volley. Ferran's also a player who adds a lot of really interesting variation to the volley game. Ferran's volleys go for much more distance in the court rather than always spin, but it's not lacking for spin. It ends up landing behind the line very often. He's really good at always nailing it behind that back line, so if you're not in a defensive position, you're almost never going to get it. Great vibra from Eduardo Almirez, and where it was a good setup for Ferran to close it out. Unfortunately, he can't find it. Almirez, of course, has always played on that left side. Ferran, I'm not sure what he favors, but the way he plays, it's one of those places where I do think that with how comfortably normally he is on the smashes, I wouldn't be surprised if he told me he's had some time at least playing on the left side competitively. Very specialized roles on either area of the court. But for now, Francisco receives. Eduardo will unfortunately not be able to compound that earlier point into a 40-15 lead. Francisco with a shot to the backhand of Ferran is going to bring it back 30-all. Very nice return on the serve initially. Bahada is where Ferran is hoping to change his luck. He's really been making a lot of errors. Unfortunately, the pressure is getting to him. Playing in the semi-final against opponents who he knows are incredible. I mean, yesterday obviously played up against, I believe it was Ali Shahid and Javier. And look, Ali Shahid, great player. Javier, fantastic as well. But it's not the same caliber of the kind of players who have made it to the semi-finals. I think there is a big difference in semi-finals and quarterfinals in who is going forward. Semi-finals, every single one of these teams could be, and at times maybe even has been, a champion. Mark and David have both won APPT titles. Paul Alcena and Eduardo Almirez, of course, together have won APPT titles. And Ferran might be not of the APPT pack, same as Jesus, but both of these players are really, really good individually and domestically have won domestic championships. Everyone is a champion on the court right now, but only one of them can be one in the tournament. And Francisco is hoping it'll be him with a very high lob. Still, backhand tap out. The defense is great. Ferran walks into the jump. Great target selection, and the ball is out of there. Sergio's service. Hopes to find 40-15. Oh my goodness, look at that volley. How does it not die? Edouard's defense is unparalleled right now, and where Ferran will be given a chance to step up to the same plate, he trips and falls over. Sergio and Francisco have found their target, and with that early break, they are just going to hope to hold on. Still, 40-30. Edouard and Ferran will not just be put away. Not at all. Wind in. Oh, beautiful. That is gorgeous. One of the things I really, really admire about left side players is sometimes you get a left side player who's good at flattening a ball on the smash. And that's much rarer because most of the time, most of your training as a left side player is, hey, look, we've obviously both got a dominant forehand zone, which is covering 75% of the court. Well, sometimes it gets into an awkward position, and to be able to still commit into a smash like the one we just saw Sergio give, where it bounces nice and low and the spin just gets it back to the net, and what you're relying on is the speed rather than the actual overhead slice. That's a really awkward shot. And to be able to consistently nail that in the awkwardness, I mean, it's great. I think we're going to get a replay of that very soon as well. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That is, I mean, that's a beautiful shot right there. 3-0. The idea that Sergio and Francisco are going to start off their semi-final streak without even breaking a sweat is something I would not have been able to swallow. But it does feel like their raging debut in Dubai. It does feel like it's going to be quickly followed up some electrolytes just to make sure that they're going to be fine. Always important to ensure you're not cramping up during the match or anything of the sort. And always nice to have something mixed into your water, just some variation, you know. Variation is something that we might need from Eduardo and Ferran over here, though. Ferran, on his service, needs to pick up the pace. There's been a lot of errors on his side of the court, and if that's going to be a consistent target, well, I can tell you Sergio and Francisco are consistently going to be exploiting it. Shot down the center. Sergio tries to send it back. It is far too deep. Far too deep. I think lights were turned on in the middle of that one, unfortunately, so there was some disturbance, but it's okay. It's just a switch, can go back off very quickly. Ferran, pressure on Sergio. Sergio's ready to receive. He's still finding progression. How is Sergio, who is being sent volley after volley, gone past the first glass pane on the side to the end of the second, and then he finds space for an overhead? That is very good. Farhan Mustafa, of course, in the white on your screen. the star of Pakistani paddle, had a very good showing versus David and Mark. Almost winning out a set, took it to nearly a tiebreaker, rather it took it to a tiebreaker with Akil Khan on his side. Farhan winds in, doesn't go for the full smash, is trying to control, and in that control he loses it out. Eduardo Almirez asked for the ball, he will not receive it, will not need to. Farhan can finish it off. (30-30). Good place to put yourself in for your first game win, potentially. Service this to the corner, very nicely done, but the return from Francisco is great. Uses that corner momentum to turn around, but the problem is Almirez is giving some beautiful drop shots now where he sends it deep into the arms of Sergio. Sergio accelerates. I'm very surprised he tries to go for that shot when his left corner is completely empty as well, but you won't even get to see what the consequences would have been. It hits the net now. Farhan, great rulo to the side. He's able to fully catch off Sergio. And Sergio has been going for a lot of this mid-court progression, just trying to close the distance. If you can find him with some good rulos, Sergio will be forced to either move in and try and defend the rulos with a block that sets up Edward Almirez for the smash, or he's going to have to play more defensively. That is a ridiculous exchange. Francisco Jurado closes the gap with 2 volleys, sets up for a smash, and doesn't even give Almirez a chance to react. 15-0. Oh, good adjustment. Great backhand as well. The pressure is on. Almirez cannot defend. Straight volley. Flat down. Sergio. Great job. Service will find Farhan at his feet. The serve is okay. So one of the things that I love about Francisco and Sergio, when I say that they're some of the most technical players, look at the serve when Francisco is serving to Farhan. We might not get to see it unless we have another one, because this one is straight to the corner. It is much more aggressive, and my goodness, is that aggression paying off or what? Sergio winds in, smashed to the corner, will not connect, so we will get to see another even serve. But look at when Francisco serves over to Farhan. It is a much slower serve. And the reason why we're getting these really nice, good-looking volleys is because of that slower serve. Yeah, you're not getting that same speed to the corner, nothing like it. He just wants to close the distance to the net, and then he's relying on these gorgeous volleys. I mean, that is just unplayable. That's what I mean by this is the most technical duo in the tournament. I'm not saying they're the best. We won't know until they're holding a trophy or a medal. But they are the coach's dream, that's for sure. Sergio. The left-handed demon. The absolute monster. He is continuing to put Almirez in a position where, and again, remember, Edward is ranked number 2 in APPT. Right, Sergio and Francisco are newcomers in the circuit, but they are fierce newcomers. And Sergio continues to put Edward in a place where Edward doesn't feel like he can actually run up to receive some of the smashes, because whenever he runs up, Sergio just goes for this really hyper-aggressive volley that dies in the corner. Four, 1. Edouard on the serve is realizing how dire this looks. Is realizing that things aren't really working for them. Second serve as The first was a fault, still love all. Second serve goes in. And Wad will be able to wind in for a smash. Realizes he doesn't have it, has to go for the Bahada instead. Well placed, but well received. Defense is great on the backhand from Francisco. Francisco now continues to put the pressure on the right side, and that's where Edward can hold on. 15 on the board now for the serving side. Edward and Ferran still have a long way to go. Volleys are great, volleys are fantastic. Backhand is even better. And where we're looking for maybe a drop shot or something of the sort, now we will finally have that delivered. Eduardo Almirez is very, very good with his drops. Give him a backhand where he can squeeze you into a corner, he will do so immediately. 15 all. And some communication going on with the lights as well, just making sure that nothing is going wrong. A little bit of a break in the momentum, and Edward and Ferran are going to have to make sure that they can't let it shake them. Oh, that lob on the shot down the middle goes far too deep. Corner serve, sets up for a volley. That same problem Ferran was having earlier on in Edward's first serve. The same issue which caused them to end up suffering their break. Might be a problem over here again. Ferran doesn't want to let that happen. Good shot to maintain, but Sergio's already in position. The fastest feet you will see. I describe it as a slow crawl, but trust me, it is 1,000 steps that take not much time at all when Sergio is in the court. Still, Edward is able to hold off the second break. Now they really, really need to find one of their own. Should this become a 5-2 scoreline? I don't know if you can bring this one back in set number one. Eduardo Almirez a little bit more aggressive on the backhands. He's forced into a slower shot, but he's still keeping really good placement. With that, it allows Ferran to get a brilliant lob, but I thought it was brilliant. The wind perhaps being what moves it, but we'll never know. The point is it still touches the glass wall before it touches the ground. 15 all. Oh. Losing the point on the service. Ferran feeling the pressure. Back over to Edward, and he's no different of a hair. 14-15. Sergio just feels like he is completely unfazed. He's completely unbothered. He has not had to worry a day in his life to get to where he is. Oh, shot to the side, but it's going to be continued pressure. Can Ferran make the shot through the legs? No, he can't. The drop shots and the slices coming in from both sides have been really, really good. But the problem is that when they're forced to the back of the glass, you see the differences in between sort of what Eduard and Ferran are able to deliver and Sergio and Francisco. Sergio and Francisco consistently find the galley, consistently force out these extended volleys. And by extended, I don't mean extended over time. I mean literally physically extended. You have to go in for these awkward shots, these difficult plays. And in moments like that, in a semi-finals, when the tournament pressure is on you, when you're already not playing your best, it just goes from bad to worse. This could be an 8-game set. I mean, you're down 2-5. And we're normally, I talk about finding pride and finding a place where, hey, maybe you can find a few games to get some momentum. At the back of Eduard's mind is always going to be that set that he lost versus Sergio and Francisco in Dubai. At the back of his mind, it's always going to be the idea that I've already lost this matchup before. And he has to continue pushing that away. He has to continue putting that to rest. For Francisco and Sergio, all they have to wonder about is, well, what time is the grand finals going to be? Because if we keep playing like this, that's our only concern. This is still early days. I don't want to make it sound like it's over. It really isn't. Second sets are very often completely different. Very nice backhand Rulo, but it's countered out with aggression. Francisco has found his mark, and he will never stop until Ferran finds a way to fight back. The one-on-one just isn't helping him. Not right now. But on service, gives him a chance for a smash, but Francisco will tap it out of the court immediately. A smash with even a single question mark will be answered quickly by a jumping Spaniard. That much is guaranteed. .40 love down. So many break points. Down 2-5 as well. And a lob that gives a chance for a Bahada. Bahada will be touched but not fully returned. First point for Ferran's service comes in. And this fight for survival continues. Serve goes to the corner. Sergio manages to send it back to the backhand of Eduardo Almirez. Eduardo Almirez's backhand is what continues to be targeted. He is receiving the pressure well, but Ferran, who has been the problem, now sends over a lob that's going to be immediately countered back. Sergio's backhand called in for the volley exchange, and they've now broken them once again. 6-2. I cannot believe what I'm watching. Sergio and Francisco look like they are a mile above with the way they're playing. It doesn't feel like the volley one-on-ones are going any direction but theirs. It doesn't feel like Eduardo or Ferran are getting any chances to get smashes either. It doesn't feel like there's bad lobs coming out which you can punish. The Bajadas aren't working. The Viboros, well, they're good, but they don't get to a point. You're losing the diagonal volley battle. You're losing the vertical volley battle. How are you supposed to find a way to win when up against you is just this colossal assembly line of points? I mean, I don't know what to say. If there's an answer, I'm still looking for it. Filipino representative Argil lost out to Paul Alcena and Jesus Ruin in the quarterfinals, paired up with Daniel Hoyo, coming in from the UAE of Spanish origin. Argil Lance had a very difficult time, very similar to what we're having over here actually. Argil was just not able to put himself in a position for any of his favorite shots, and when they landed, they were just immediately defended. Also have Joanna and Yi, who will be featuring in the women's finals later on in the day. A very, very straightforward affair versus the Rashid sisters. Francisco maintains control in the first game of the second set. It's going to be all him all day long, and where Almirez finally gets a chance to change the opponent, it'll be Sergio who sends Ferran to the side. Ferran assisted by Almirez. Almirez off center, but will still be able to get the defenses. It's a very good rally so far, but Sergio ends it with a mistake from the back of the court. Good way to start. Very good way to start for Eduardo and Ferran. What's going on over here? Back in the corner. Eduardo finds space for a lob. That lob's not good enough. That lob's not good enough. Sergio doesn't miss 2 shots in a row. It just does not happen. At least it has not happened yet. Sergio continues to regress. Backhand block is not quite good enough. Almirez from the back of the court manages to find attack. Almirez's defense has been very good. His corner defense has been unquestionable. The problem is it's not going to win you points. It's just going to give you position, and that position is where they have struggled in the net versus net. They have really lost out every exchange. Almirez with that same clinical defense now with a lob that goes too deep. The volley that glances off the fence throws him off his game, and it will now be 30-all as Sergio and Francisco continue to comfortably plod on. Backhand volley's good. Sergio winds it in. Goes up and above. Too far high. Sergio is reminding us of how good these two players' of smashes are. I mean, we saw it up against Taha Javad and Talha Hassan in the quarterfinals, I believe. Immediately just starting off every single point with an easy-looking smash. And it's similar to what we're having over here, right? Where Talha and Taha obviously nowhere near the caliber of what Edouard and Farhan are presenting, but they're much more defensive players in how they're playing. They're players who haven't played together that much at all. And you're seeing Francisco and Sergio just abuse their opponents. Still, it's a new set, and it might be a new result for the second game, as it's a very good start for Almirez. Farhan keeps the ball alive, is very willing to give up control of the court faster on. If he's fine with backing off earlier rather than continuing to take these heavy net battles, if he's okay with conceding ground because he realizes he might be getting outclassed in certain areas, he is more than capable of having a very good plan B. That's something you can't forget about Farhan. All of that opposition in Spain, all of those different kinds of players that he's been playing up against, he is very, very good at making adjustments in the middle of sets. He's a tournament veteran, nearly 30 years of age, and he has been playing paddle for a very, very long time. That is a good adjustment. Still, Sergio gets a space. Almirez is hoping to cut them off in the center. That is exactly what they needed. Not fighting for the volleys, being content with going to the back of the court to pick it up. Give up on what is a theoretical advantage for an actual one. I believe that was a service on the net. So we will have two more, or at the very least one. Straight to Farhan's backhand. Almirez, I mean, the control on him. The way he's able to push the ball into the side glass on a backhand volley where the... So normally what happens is if you have a fast shot coming towards you, a fast low shot, you can't get an easy backhand volley. At least you can't control the direction that easily. The fact that he continually does it again and again and again, that just shows you how good he is at that same question of maintenance. Now it's coming through as maybe a chance to smash that's been given over. Farhan now goes for the drop shot instead. Ends up having himself swept, but he does recover fast enough to make contact with the ball. Overextends, and he will not be able to contend to the point. Francisco sends it back to Farhan's backhand. 40 and 30 for the service. Don't forget that one. Great shot. Oh, but the follow-up isn't there. The follow-up isn't there. Farhan just gave himself the golden opportunity to close the game right there with the Bahana and an easier volley return. But he is really, truly feeling the pressure. He is really, truly struggling with some of these errors. I mean, as much as I'm talking about his B game, you can't miss out golden opportunities, and this one he won't. This time when he gets a smash, rather than the volley, he sends it. And with that, Edouard and Farhan are back to game point. Feet being attacked. Sergio under fire. Sergio returns it back with a machine gun of his own. And where there's a smash being hunted for, it's both players ready to receive. Francisco and Sergio caught between two minds, but who's actually going to be the one to take it? Forehand takes priority, and with that, you're back to a second deuce. What's the call going to be? A lob overhead. Really well placed from Ferran, and gives Almirez a chance for a Rulo, not just one, but the second on the volley as well. He cannot find a smash. That's going to be left up to Ferran if he wants to commit to it, but the lob is too good. The lob is far too good. This time, the Bahada gives him the point. This time, it ends up being a mistake from Sergio on the defense. A forced error, though, and that's exactly the kind we want to see. Again and again, you're seeing Francisco try and send the ball to Almirez's backhand, but Almirez sets up for glory every single time. Look at his backhand go, man. Eventually, when he's forced into half volley, he extends too far, and now we're on golden point. Now, it's time to decide how this one will end in that second deuce, or in that third deuce. For Edouard and Ferran, this is not just golden point, this is potentially break point going out the other way. Service will be received by Francisco. The strategy is going to be the same, but it ends up giving a forehand volley instead, and because of that, a slightly stronger volley still. Manages to lob it back, not just once, but even sets up for a Bahada later on. Second lob comes through. Really good stuff from Francisco. Displaces his body and balance to be able to get that shot. It won't give them the point, but it will give a nice setup. That setup isn't capitalized on. The ball doesn't go out of the court. It cannot be received from outside and instead be an extension of the rally. And that extension continues until Ferran finds a net in front of him again. Another break. And Edouard and Ferran, they were not supposed to be losing this one out. This was where they started off with so much control. It is 2-0. And to be broken 2 sets in a row in the second game, that can't feel good. That can't feel good at all. Francisco tries to keep Almirez back, but when Sergio is forced into a slightly more soft volley approach, now it's the Vibro to defend, which gives them another chance to progress forward, but the volley exchange is won by Edouard Almirez. I think Almirez has really stepped up his game going into set number 2, to be honest. Ferran's done much of the same, but those errors are what are haunting him. Strategically, they're really putting themselves in a decent position, but you also need to close. Francisco down the center. Oh my goodness, Sergio! The ball might not go out, but every time it's exactly where it needs to be. Ferran just doesn't have a chance of closing the distance from all the way at the back of the right side corner to take the left side doorway. You can't make that distance. You just can't. And now Ferran, who continues to have pressure put on his shoulders, is going to try and force out a backhand lob, and it's too deep. He can't get it done. And the question is, what is going to change? You're down 0-3 in the semifinals. The first set was away 2-6. Sergio and Francisco look invincible. And it has to be asked, is the reign of Edward Almirez coming to a close? Is his dominance of APPT going to be put to question? He's had incredible points, incredible rallies, he really has. But no matter what he does, it's not enough. With Alcena already out of the tournament, his former partner is on the sidelines. Is he about to join him? Sergio and Francisco still unbothered, unfettered, uncaring. It feels like that towel is a formality. They're barely breaking a sweat. There are spies on the sideline. They're sending voice notes back home. Guys, I think Almirez might be losing. You really need to tune into this matchup. We cannot believe what we're seeing. And honestly, I'm with you, man. I'm with you. You're right. Send all those voice notes. Tell everyone. There might be a new king in town. And if there is, then, well, they're going to be crowned tonight. But this old royal still has breath still in him. Still has some fight. Still has a chance. However difficult it might be. Down 0-3. But we've seen bigger comebacks come through. I don't know if we'll see it today, but whoever does, history is not made until it is written down. And the loss is not etched in stone just yet. They have a chance to change their fate. Ferran on the serve. Second serve comes through. Francisco takes the forehand. Ferran leans back in for a great vibra. But Sergio is always ready to receive, and where he himself will now force Almirez away from the net, they will be quick to replace them. And Sergio, with a slower shot, bulls out the contra. And contact was not made. So it will be 15 aside. Ferran. Serve down the center. Ooh, that looked like it was going to catch off Sergio. Unfortunately, he doesn't actually cross over into the other court. Interrupted by the net line. All the pressure now on to Sergio, and he ends up giving Almirez a very, very good chance to close it out. Eduardo is quick to put it into the grave. 30 aside for on service. Continues to find some success. Fault call down for what was a close call. Second one is also a fault. Oh, rather, actually, the first one might have been a net. Called again. Second one, though, looking much better. Almirez defends the net really effectively. Shot right to the corner with a slow underhand. But it's the overhands that might need to win the point. Bahada keeps Sergio honest, but where Sergio's volley goes deep, Ferran just can't find the lob that he's looking for. It ends up touching the glass in another place where we have Sergio and Francisco on game point, another of many. Rather, actually, sorry, it's another break coming through. It's 4-0. I believe the first point might have been misrecorded. It's 15-40. Francisco now on his own service. Second cycle of serves has begun, but it might end in exactly the same way, as we've got a great Bahada coming through. Almirez still barely managing to defend. Ferran called upon, will not have the overhead that he was looking for, and while he's hoping to defend from inside the court as the ball doesn't leave it, Sergio is still at the net. Sergio sends it through. Ferran finds it on the backhand. Sergio interrupts what would have been an out ball, and in that interruption, Francisco will lose his first serving point. Eduardo Almirez and Bueno take the lead in the game. Yes, I believe so. You get that confirmation soon enough. Oh, look at that shot, but almost reaching it is Ferran. This time you saw in your mind's eye what could have been. I'm not sure if the score is 13-0 or 15-15, but we're going to find out soon enough either way. Ooh, Almirez. Rare shot to give away. Normally he's really very good about receiving those low volleys, but eventually it's going to end up not working out for him. Jumps up, gets the ball back in, it's still in play, and Ferran's there to cover the back, and that's where Francisco gets opportunity number 2, and he is really putting it away. Okay, it was 40-0, and that means it is going to be 5-0. The idea, the possibility that you could end up going into the finals 6-0, it's hard to believe. It is hard to believe. A lot to talk about. A lot to consider. I don't know what you say to each other. Edouard and Ferran, childhood friends, but I don't know if they're going to be able to reconcile what's going on over here fast enough to even try to make a comeback look possible, to even try to win this one out. It will be a tough time. Crowd is maybe even feeling like this one could already be over, but it's always a chance of magic. But it does feel like we might be running out of gas on the Almirez and Bueno side. 0-5 down on their service. Almirez fighting for his life. Francisco, the one who is slowly choking him to death. Sergio right there with him to cover the scene of the crime. Lob over, receive with a great backhand and even better forehand volley to follow it up. Almirez is still really taking control when he's at the net. You cannot look to target his backhand. He always managed to find a setup for his forehand immediately after that. Great drop as well then comes through from Ferran as they do fight back. 30-0 up. Edouard and Ferran should be able to find. Sergio pushed back. Sergio, though, immediately takes point. It's still a contra. Back into the court. Ball still very much alive. And although Francisco looks to put it down, that'll be 40-0 now. Coming through for Edouard and Ferran. Oh, cross court is good, but Ferran is able to receive it. It's going to be a chance over here to end, but no, it's missed. It is missed. First error coming through from Almirez in this game. 40-15, I do believe, in favor of the servers. Sergio. Oh, that's a really, really good try backwards. And it will be the first game going the way of Edouard and Ferran, 5-1. Sergio winds it in. Shot is missed. It's a win smash. And it will end up being 0-15. Edouard and Ferran. They will continue to treat every single point as if it is divorced from the rest of the match. That is the only way they're able to even think about winning anything at this point. Very deep lob Francisco slows it down though, so much so into the corner, almost catching off Ferran. Ferran, however, is going to watch his teammate almost get the cross through, but all of these almost are not enough. 15 aside. Almirez struggling to reach even a ball, very much going by his eye level. And now where he's looking for space near the net, instead real estate will be lost. Sergio knows that he is 2 points away from the grand finals, just the 2 points. And Francisco, exactly the same mentality. Lob gets forced out, and right now it is all an act of desperation. All the mental resilience is slipping away. The realization that it might be time to say goodbye has now set in. It is 6-1. Sergio and Francisco looking dominant going into the grand finals. The prior champions, the defending champions of APPT Dubai, have walked into Karachi, and despite the humidity, despite the heat, they are looking cool, calm and collected. They will be facing up against Mark Bernil and David Quirros. But before that, we have to find out our champions for both the female side and the mixed professional side. Coming up next will be the mixed pros. We have to see who can do it best amongst co-ed pairings. We'll be back after a quick break. Rather.
आवाज ही नहीं आ रही.
Maybe you win like later the fun games. Another racket. Fun games. You are looking forward to the fun games. Ready? Photo? Yeah. The sun. You need sunglasses. Photos over that side. Yeah. On the line, please.
वो आवाज आ रही. Hello, check.
Hello.
Hi Asma, how are you?
I'm good, Mamoon.
So I think we're taking over from Mamoon Sabri, who has been phenomenal with the commentary that he's been doing. So let's see how we do today.
Yeah.
Instead of him.
And we have a spectacular match coming up right now. It's the mixed pro, where we have Joanna and Argil with Mark and Elizabeth.
And Elizabeth, yeah, it's very true.
And they are all APPT ranked. So
top ranked players,
yeah.
and let's talk about an experience that we had with Tao, Joanna, and Lare.
At the APPC.
At the APPC in 2005. Phenomenal people. Warm-up time has been set
amazing
up.
People. We played with them, and obviously they outnumbered us.
Very dominant in their positioning and their playing style.
And we have seen Mark and Elizabeth playing in Legends at this tournament, and they have been phenomenal as well.
Very phenomenal.
So
I'm just talking about, I was sitting in both the matches. I got to see Mark and David bamboozled completely.
Yes.
Paul, who was, I think, the crowd favorite, and his partner Jesus, completely, like they couldn't catch up, and we all thought that that Paul would actually take this tournament to a second level, but it has been unfortunate for them that they lost out in the semi-finals.
Yeah, they were too strong, and they dominated the court entirely in both the sets. I thought the second set they would come back, but they were very dominant, and I think just couldn't hold it.
This game is all about the mindset, honestly, and the concentration and the movement, how you can slow the pace of the game, excite the game, and it's a complete control. It's a technical game that you need to play.
Absolutely. It's a game of chess if you think about it. It's where you put the ball, how do you play with the mindset. When you are deuce, 5-all, how do you take that from a 5-all to a 7-5? I mean, it's playing with the other person's mindset.
Pushing for a break, playing the glass. And I've seen one thing with the international players that have come in. They've taught us something very important, how to play the glass.
Absolutely.
Because I think we have the strength on the forehand, we have the strength to move, we have the other part of the game, but it's the glass that basically makes the difficulty, And most of our players who are coming from a tennis background always face this issue that they struggle with the glass whenever it comes to that point.
Most of the international players, I mean, if I speak about Joanna and Argil, I think they both come from a tennis background, but they've been playing paddle for the last 2.5 years, and the way they move and play with the glass is phenomenal. So, we have to learn from that, and people have to learn that the glass has to be our friend. And one of our coaches, who is also currently playing a match, Nacho, he often plays a game with the kids. Who's going to be the winner of the glass?
Yes.
So
I think you should introduce yourself also, what you've been doing with Legends.
So I am a coach, female coach with Shamsi Academy and at Legends. And I have been coaching for the last 8 months, and currently I have been coaching a lot of kids from different schools. We have about 160 kids coming to us right now.
That's amazing, Asma.
And it's
Absolutely
phenomenal.
amazing.
And we're going to be picking out from these kids, their school teams, people who are going to be the next gen for our teams here. So it's phenomenal.
Yes.
And if you see, the kids are aged from 8 to 16. The younger kids have so much agility in them that they really want to play. So
I'm glad this thing is being built up that way, and you're pushing the kids to come into a sport and excite them with it. Of course, the trend is paddle at the moment, but I'm absolutely amazed. 160 kids, that's a lot of kids. And I hope one day that we can do something like this in Lahore and Islamabad. I'm really seeing that Karachi is building on its future. I hope Lahore and Islamabad can also think about doing that. But I always say that it's one step at a time. I think the game is now, migrating up north. And let's see how things start moving.
I think the game has moved up a lot, and having this APPT over here, Legends providing such a beautiful venue for all these international players to come in, is only a step moving forward in this game. People are only going to learn. People only want to keep playing paddle in the best way they can, because these guys have really inspired our home ground.
Very true, very true. I think a tournament like this could only be pulled off at Legends. The right kind of environment, the right kind of management, and of course we cannot do anything without the sponsors, which I always agree with this. And above all, the broadcasting teams. The more vision, the more visibility that you have towards the game, the more growth it develops. And I think ARY has done an absolute amazing job in putting this through with them.
I couldn't agree more.
And the players are warming up, and it's going to be interesting how Mark, who looks like a veteran technical player, is moving into it and enjoying himself with the game.
So we have Mark and Elizabeth versus Argil and Joanna for the professional mix final that we will be watching live now
on ARY Zap and ARY TV. That's how. So my professional take on the mix. So when it comes to mix, the ideal situation revolves around how strong your woman partner is. So men are pulling off their weight and everything, and they're putting things into it. But your women partner is a key element in winning this.
Yeah, it's a balance between both. I mean, the men can be strong, but the women are also strong here. I mean, both women are top APPT players. So you have to give it to them that it's a teamwork, team effort.
I think we want to kick off now. Placement on the glass.
Argil is going for his second serve.
On the net. Fortunate.
What a great shot by him.
Nice movement, sticking to the net, making sure that all the ground is covered, the space is covered. unfortunate. Very unfortunate hitting on the net. I don't really see Joanna doing that too much when they were playing.
I think it's the first game. I think it's more of a warm-up.
Like I said, yeah, on the glass, and it's the first game to Mark and Elizabeth.
They have broken the opponents on the first game. They're coming out to be very strong. If you see them playing right now, they're very aggressive in their movements.
This is the first game. Let's see how the things roll in. And we've seen Ergil, they've been phenomenal in front of us. And Elizabeth being the top players, and Mark being in the top players in the APPT tour. They've proven their grounds and seizing those moments for themselves. Good lob. Right in the corner. As I was supposed to be. Unfortunate on the glass. Mark positioning her in a better way so that she can move and close the points. If you see Asma, Ergil is playing on the right. Usually when there's a mixed tournament or a mixed match, the men are mostly taking the left side.
Yes.
But as Joanne is very strong on the left side, she opted to stay on that position of hers, while making sure that Mark is very unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. That was a really good rally.
Trying to get into the open spot so that they can get a point, but unfortunately hit the glass. The slower the serve, I think, the better the chance of the ball to come back or to control the pace of the game.
But you can see Mark is in full control. And
glass. Elizabeth hitting the glass right now. It was quite a good rally. Yes, of course, the closer you are to the net, it's more you're in an attacking position, covering all your on the net.
That was a good serve.
Serve plays a very important role. That's something that can determine everything around the shot that needs to be played and the shot that you will get in return. On the glass, I think Ergil needs to calm and nerve down to concentrate and come back into the game. This is the second game at 40-15. I think we need to see a bit of a fight in them, and I'm unfortunate I can't see that.
I think they're just a little bit nervous, but I think they will get back in. I mean, Mark and Elizabeth have a very strong,
very perfectly positioned ball, left hand, and he's hit it right where it's supposed to be. Ergil couldn't move lost his concentration on that point.
What a shot.
Yes.
Good one, Joanna. She got that right where she wanted it.
And she hit it on the cage so that it knows that it can have a different bounce around it.
Ooh.
On the glass, Mark flying into the left, and it hits the glass. They're still evaluating how things are moving forward, and they're pushing that they can get those necessary points to lift the game on the glass. They're continuously throwing the balls in the corner just to open up the space in the middle, but it's unfortunate that Elizabeth and Mark, they're closely packed into the middle and making sure that they cover their necessary space. That was quite a uncalculated lob, which is unexpected, something like that I haven't seen in Mark and David's game against Paul and Jesus. Good lob. Slightly comfortable. Moving into it onto the net, Mark. Okay, I think they're see some frustration of Mark. They've lost their first game. I think they need to calculate this thing better now, that how they need to move into it.
I think they were trying, Joanna and Argil were trying to hit the corners, but unfortunately the errors were coming, and I think now they're starting to feed the ball into the corners and getting their placements right. I think maybe the nerves was playing a big role. But slowly they're driving the ball, and they're driving Mark, who is playing a lot in the center, to kind of move the ball away from him, so he's making the errors.
So I've realized one thing: when you're playing paddle, the most important thing is what position you're trying to place yourself in. If that position works for you, you push yourself and you develop yourself accordingly. But there's a gentleman I remember talking about, or he was talking about, that a paddle player should not restrict themselves into their one particular position. They should move if they want to learn to play on the left or the right. So they're more dynamic in both the roles, and they have an idea and how they need to focus, or how they need to move themselves in those positions. Let's try and push the ball towards Joanna more. And if you can see, that's quite a rally. What a shot off the glass.
That was an amazing side glass shot from Mark.
I always call this a trick shot because there's no word for these shots. So I call them side trick shots.
There you go, playing the center again.
You could see him moving out, a cheeky smile that he could show. And then I think he's trying to get the ball from the ball boys.
I think everybody's very used to not having ball boys, but at Legends we provide ball boys for convenience.
Yeah, I think that's the convenience that they're seeing also. That the ball boys actually are extremely important, but it depends on how the segment of things are.
Well, at Legends over here, the ball boys are so many. We provide them, jobs, and it's a great opportunity. Unfortunate from Joanna and
you could see that they both are
Mark
either
and
struggling with connecting with each other, or they're like trying to take it slow, or trying to give this game away. They need to get their heads back, because I know Ergil and Joanna, they if they want to push something, they'll know how to push it. But they need to position themselves in a way that they can get this game right, and it's a final. So they need to burn those extra calories to get this thing rolling out, because if they don't, they will definitely lose this without any problems to Mark and Elizabeth. I need to learn these tap outs. It's so important. Very, very important. You see Jahangir Khan sitting at the back in the VIP seats with all the players. Quite a spectrum here. I'm honestly telling you, it excites you that there's a place for us, or a place where you can enjoy yourself and watch battle. I thought he would go for a smash, but it's been unfortunate.
That was a good bahada from Mark. Right down the center. And
excellent
again, Joanna and Argil couldn't calculate that.
Oh, good.
That was a
good serve on the
great
corner.
serve at the right time. For them to have 2 points to get this game back.
I think this is now. Yeah, he's like trying to see what he's not lifting his head up more. That was an unnecessary error that on his part. trying to push the ball towards Elizabeth more, and unfortunate. This is the problem when you start doing these unforced errors and start realizing that these unforced errors are just going to drop those points that you don't need. And they were leading by 4-5.
Yeah.
And now they're down to a deuce, meaning that unfortunately they lost those two important points on the net again. I think either she's not able to lift the ball enough, or her racket is not turning enough, or on the net. A cheeky smile to each other. Of course, they know each other really well. They've been competing against each other for a long time. Deuce. High lob and good placement, trying to slow the pace down of the game. Good lob over Joanna. Is trying to push the ball towards her more. On the glass, unfortunate. Hit the glass, and it's an advantage.
Another.
To Urgel and Joanna. I see the crowd building up. I see the crowd coming in. Yeah, they're trying to avoid the shots towards Mark at all, just trying to position themselves. Mark comes into the game. Elizabeth with a good shot. This rally is picking up. Oh, very unfortunate. Deuce again. There's still a fighting chance into this game.
This is the second deuce?
Yeah, the second deuce it's anyone's game now. They need to push harder to get this one so that they can still feel alive into the game. Joanna is unfortunately.
That was the golden point, I think. And unfortunately, Joanna and Argyle couldn't
4-1
the game. They were 40-15 up, and I think the pressure is really high.
Building up the mindset. They're trying to play Elizabeth more, but that positioning that Mark is looking for a chance to move in, not leaving his position because he doesn't want to give up on the points while they're trying to attack trying to attack Elizabeth. Mark has positioned himself in the proper way so that nothing
But
happens.
Elizabeth is coming out very strong also.
Very strong,
she's not leaving anything. And if
this
she
is the
did
first time
try
I'm
to
seeing her play, and I'm really excited. That
Absolutely. This is the first time I'm
Yeah.
seeing her play as well. And if she's left anything, Mark is there to take it. I mean, his body language is so strong. He's not letting anything go. He's like a wall. And Joanna and Argyle are really trying hard to push him. But currently they haven't been successful.
4-1 down. It's quite a race for them to pick it up from there. 2 more games required by Elizabeth and Mark to close this first set. And I'm excited to see how this thing is panning out. A lot of crowd has piled up.
We have a lot of home crowd come to watch these professional matches, which is amazing to see.
On the glass by Elizabeth. You see how they're targeting her. They're not letting that point go away. They're just trying every opportunity that they could find that they could hit the ball towards her rather than giving this space out. Of course, he's going to hit it for a smash. And that's very unfortunate. That's an
That was
amazing,
a very good pick by Elizabeth.
amazing shot
and
by
she
Elizabeth.
put it back into that corner.
Excellent. That was
where he couldn't get back to it.
A very uncalculated hit on the door. Good smash by Elizabeth. Very good smash. She just read it nice. but unfortunately Joanna couldn't pick it up. I think
That was good pressure on Joanna by Elizabeth.
Joanna is like, I haven't seen Joanna this way, honest too. And she has been phenomenal in the entire tournament. But for now, it seems quite a difficult situation that she's building up with. Smash hitting.
Smash after smash
Argyle on
by
the head.
Mark. He is coming off too strong.
5 closing on one more game, and then that would be a set. Unfortunately, they could only pick up one game, and Elizabeth and Mark have been completely dominant in this set.
So far.
Honestly, I see something that could not move in their favor, but I see them losing this game if they do not pick up more pace into the second set. This set is more or less gone. I think Joanna is completely bamboozled by these glass movements that Mark is throwing at her, or Elizabeth. She's unable to do the turn and pick up the ball the way it's supposed to be picked up. It's very unfortunate. Mark and Elizabeth closing in. Unfortunately, hit the glass. But if you see, they start building themselves and moving to closely towards the net so that they can put themselves in a more attacking positioning. It hit the glass, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I think they're just giving the game away now. They're not even bothered about like pushing it. They need to work. They need to push. That's a good smash, making sure that Elizabeth hits the glass.
Putting the pressure on again.
I think that was an uncalculated hit. He should have tapped that ball out. Instead, he went for a slow Bendehad and it couldn't work. Oh, perfect lobs, honestly.
Ooh.
On the net, unfortunate, very unfortunate. Good serve by Joanne, and it hits the glass for Elizabeth.
She gets that point in. Still holding on to this game. It's deuce.
Argyle losing that point.
A great shot by Mark. He put it back in.
Advantage to Mark and Elizabeth. Even at this point, Mark is giving the advice of movement or positioning themselves in the right way. First fault. Second serve. The etiquettes of paddle. Throw the ball out. On the glass, very
that
unfortunate.
That was some really great shots by Joanna. She kept the pressure on. She's still moving forward to close this game for herself.
Mark always checks the glass because he has been disputing the glass situation in the last match also. Very nicely positioned. The moment you give him the ball, it's gone. So if
He
they
has
need to
beautiful
win the match.
positioning.
If they need to win this match, they need to put the ball away. They can't position themselves in a way that they need to give this ball to Mark. They need to, if they need to get this point, they need to focus on winning it through giving it to Elizabeth more. But I think it's very unfortunate that Mark finds a way, and that's very unfortunate. So the first set closes down, and it moves to the second set. Unfortunate 6-1.
And
They're
Mark and
completely
Elizabeth have been very
dominant
dominating
in this game.
They've closed it in a very fast. I don't know how many minutes have elapsed.
12 minutes. First game closed in 12 minutes. That's a quick game.
That's a quick set.
I would say, yeah, it's set, exactly. But it's okay. I think let's see how they push themselves. It's a final. They need to push themselves. They can't slow themselves down at the moment. They need to really push themselves in a way.
Joanna and Argil need to reset and come back on the court with a fighting spirit. And
if they play the second set the same way, they are definitely going to lose this one, and they really need to push it.
Yeah.
They
really
with all
need to come out
honesty.
strong. I did see that towards the end, Joanna was actually being very strong, and she was coming back with the fight, hitting those shots, hitting those powerful shots, not doing so many errors. But unfortunately,
It just didn't move in that way. Exactly. It wasn't
able to
it
close
wasn't
it for them.
it's not going the way they're planning on doing it. Second, attacking Elizabeth is not helping. Moving the ball towards Mark is not helping. So they need to find a strategy that it could help them get this game back.
Yeah,
And
they need to find a different strategy now.
Yes, they need to discuss the positioning. It's not that they're weak players or anything. They're absolutely phenomenal players. I love their game, but at this moment, this is the final. They need to push themselves. They've been so much disciplined. I've never seen such disciplined players in my life. They slept on time, they ate on time, they practiced on time. It was phenomenal. You know, that's something that builds a player, and that's what it's important in any sport. That's what JK or the great Jahangir Khan told me when I was discussing this thing with him. Discipline is the key to any sport, and if you don't have discipline, then you cannot play sport. Unfortunately, that discipline lacks in most players who are building themselves as good players, or they want to build their careers on sports. So I think it's very important.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at the documentaries, or if you look at the lives of all these top professional players, be it paddle, be it tennis, be it any sports player, you will see how discipline forms an important part of their whole
lifestyle.
system.
Yes, exactly. Very important. So we head off with a
Second
serve for
set.
Mark. And with the second set, they need to push. Okay, on the net.
Let's see what strategy Joanna and Argil have for this set, and if they can really bring a comeback.
First fault. Second serve.
And our home crowd is building up.
Yes, the excitement is building up because we have the finals then. We have the females final and the male final. Joanne is unfortunately not
Joanna
able
getting stuck again in that corner.
in the corner. This is the second time it's happening, Asma. I think she's either confusing some shots that's not supposed to be done that way, but she's unable to pick the turns. And they're placing the ball continuously in her corner.
Yeah.
To force that.
There you go again.
Good
That was a
smash
great shot
right
by
in the
Elizabeth.
corner to get the ball out. Mark Elizabeth leading 40-15. Seems like just an easy win. Good lob in the corner, and again,
And
like I told you, This is now the third point she's lost in this game with a corner shot stuck. Meaning if they're playing one game and they're losing these points just on the corner, meaning the other team has found the position in which to play Johanna. They know Johanna's strong on the forehand.
She's struggling with the corner today.
Very much.
Which is unlike her. And they are consistently putting the ball in that corner.
Oh, that's unfortunately trying to go
and
for a back
Mark is
shot.
consistently putting the ball in the corner of
Ergil, yeah.
Ergil over there where he is losing out. This was his second time as well that he was unable to put it back in.
See how she's positioning herself, giving the ball to Mark, and
that was...
Oh, this is a good rally going on. They need to push for it. On the glass, unfortunate for them.
That was a great rally.
Very good rally. Oh, high lob, very high lob. Let's see how that pans out. Good control, Joanna keeping her mind clear. Good roll over by Elizabeth. Pushing the ball,
that was a great
unfortunately,
shot
on the
by
net.
Joanna.
They need to push. I'm cheering for both, but I honestly say that...
Oh, that was a great shot.
No, that was the first fault, I think. So they push.
Oh, another net by Joanna.
And every time Mark hits a ball, it's a guaranteed point. I know they're trying to push the ball towards Elizabeth more and trying to get this thing out of their system that that's the only way out. But this thing they need to understand that if they need to focus on Elizabeth, then they need to push harder towards her in order to get those points. But the moment that those Mark comes into the picture, they lose the point. They don't need to struggle for it. Elizabeth has been phenomenal with this game also, honestly. The amount of pressure that they're putting up with her, it's amazing that she's able to hit every shot back.
We are one game each right now. On serve, Elizabeth to serve to Argel. And that was a great shot by Argel. He placed it right in the corner.
Mark
slow,
going with a special back hits. That the one that I saw earlier, that was phenomenal.
The special Tapia effect.
He was trying to get the ball away, but unfortunately hit the net.
There you go. See how he's coming in the center to play. So now they're actually strategizing.
You see how it's going up. I think they're pushing harder. I think they're pushing harder towards getting
now
this.
They're understanding what's happening and
exactly. They're getting the rhythm rolling in. They're trying to see how they can position themselves. They need to stop the unforced errors. They're pushing it.
That.
They've hit the net. If I could go into the analytics, they've hit the net too many times this time. The corner and the net. This is the two things that they're very badly stuck with. Elizabeth and on the
now Joanna
net.
and Argel have the chance to break.
First serve fault.
Oh, what a nice, lovely shot down the line, slow by Mark.
Honestly, the moment he touches the ball, it's gone.
It's magic.
It's
not playable.
It's not playable, and they're trying to force that ball away, but and another unforced error.
So from 2 break points, they have gone to a deuce.
Look how Elizabeth is positioning herself
Oh, and
unfortunate,
they hold.
very unfortunate. Mark hitting the net. Advantage to Ergil and Joanna. See those on the glass. They get the break. They have gone up
I
by
think
2.
this might just
be a little change that they
we want to
require,
see,
exactly.
and might just be what we're looking for.
I think it's a good time to talk about the players a bit, and let's talk how APPT has been revolutionizing themselves in the Asian region. It's a phenomenal tour. Mr. Carlos is the CEO of this APPT tour, and they've been doing a great job. And the amount of people that support this thing makes the game better. I know that all these players have been taking part in them and making this thing, but I would say legends have just been an icing on the cake with this event, showing that there is no limit to a proper event, and every APPT should come and learn from how the legends have done this tour.
Absolutely, and I think you should talk about is you are the person who took this team, Pakistan team, to APPT.
It was a very, and I know you were part of me. You were part
and
of
I was very grateful to be part of that, and playing with all these players over there and having them come to home ground is a special feeling altogether.
I think it would be the right time to talk about that. Hopefully from next year we'll be seeing more of these APPT happening. We've already signed up a few clubs on board. Hopefully APPT Challenger will fix that rolling of the tournament itself and making sure that we have the right kind of tournaments that are required in Pakistan with complete sets and everything. No race to 9, no group stages. A feel of a real tournament. That's what our system works. And we're looking forward to it, and hopefully this is going to be another success story for everyone, whoever is involved with us.
And I'm looking forward to that.
Very much. Yes, and you have to play also.
Yes, absolutely. Another shot on the net by Joanna.
I think she's struggling with the net. She's not able to pick the ball from the net that way. I can see the female team getting ready.
Well, Joanna is playing the final for the females with G.
That's another story. Does she have to retain her energy for that second game also?
Oh, another one yet again.
Second on the net. I think she's struggling with the net today. She's not been able to pull that ball up. She's hit it twice into. On the glass again, forcing these errors towards Joanna so that she can pull those errors and get the points that they require. Quick recovery. Mark flying in, positioning himself on the glass, and very nicely placed, very nice lob in the corner by Joanna,
and what a wonderful
very
shot
nice.
by
I think that's the Joanna I know. That's the Joanna I know, that she knows how to hit those smashes. She placed it well, moving, making sure that Marks moves faster.
What a shot.
Very nice shot. Oh, another offside. Oh, those are becoming like a trend for Mark.
Oh. Brilliant
Very
rally.
nice, very nice. A lot of pressure was built. Good rally.
And Joanna really held it.
You see the crowd building up in the back also. Just seeing all the seats are filled up. It's brilliant. I'm glad that the society is coming in to support the game, and society is coming and enjoying the sport itself. And it is the people's sport, so I think people would try to become part of it. It's like a cultural thing now for us. Still pressurizing on the net by Mark. I think he was going for another shot towards Joanna, building that pressure, and it's been lucky for Joanna that it hit the net instead of.
To get a break again. A chance for a break.
Communication.
Some confusion at the center.
So, paddle is the most important thing in paddle. All the shots that you can, Bendeha, Bada, Rolo, all the shots you can do, kick smashes and everything. That can all work. The only thing that's important in all these segments is the communication. When the communication is there between both the players, that's what builds into the game and the points that you necessarily require.
And when we talk about communication, again, Joanna getting stuck in the center at the corner.
Again, this is like I've been telling you, they're targeting those corners. They know that she's not able to turn the way they're supposed to turn and pick up the ball.
From a 40 love, they have gone to juice again. Again,
Centered.
unpickable from Mark.
Hitting it low, good vibora.
So going back to what communication is, I think communicating with your partner and also letting your partner know where your opponent is standing, at what point, where to hit the ball is very important. Something that I learned on this tour actually, while I was playing the Pro Mix.
So when a player is running towards a lob, his partner is supposed to tell the exact position of the other players so that he could or she could hit the shot in the right direction.
Yes.
This, which is something that we lack a lot, and I think something that
I don't think we have that yet built into our teams at all. I think we just play. We don't communicate. The most we will communicate with our partner is that,
yes
push
or
it
no,
here,
yeah.
But
Take the
telling
shot.
the partner where are we standing, back of the wall, front of the wall. I mean, there's so many
and it basically helps with a mature player on your side, and he's completely pushing you that how to position yourself. I know sometimes it becomes irritating also that someone is continuously telling you your weakness or your positioning and everything, but I feel it's a good learning curve for anyone who's starting into paddle itself. So a small break so that we can see how the games are rolling in. Mark and Elizabeth are leading the game and the set by 3-2. Sorry, the set by 3-2. Ergil and Joanna need to push themselves towards making sure that they can have still surviving. People having smiles and everything. I see a lot of people eating McDonald's too. So yeah, McDonald's.
We have a Mc Cafe.
Oh my God!
We don't have the burgers.
Have a Mc Cafe over here.
But we have the Clap Cafe doing rounds of different kinds of fries and wraps, sandwiches. I think those are very popular today.
Very popular. I think.
The whole of the APPT tour that has happened right now.
And I'm glad that McDonald's is on board. It's been phenomenal. For a big brand to be part of this. It's a big cultural thing. They have partnered up with this APPT tour for Karachi. Oh, good shot by
good
Elizabeth.
shot
She
by-
slowed that down right in the center, so that both of them and Ertel couldn't push himself to pick that ball up. Good serve, Ertel. Slowing the curve. Good serve on the corner.
Oh, what a shot.
Nice shot. That's the
That's
Joanna.
the Joanna we are looking for.
She needs to get up. She needs to wake up. She needs to come back into the game. It's not the end right now. She needs to push all her strong memory into the game and get this thing. Oh, good placement. Very good placement. Now pushing Mark to the Ponko.
Oh, that was a finishing shot by Mark.
Very nice. Look, you saw how he communicated to Elizabeth that he's flying in
To take that
flying
shot,
at that, take
and
that
he had
shot.
the right
and
angle.
the moment, she ducked down, making sure that he has the right kind of an angle to hit it where he's supposed to, putting it in the place or the dead zone that they had created, or the gap that they had created.
Mark and Elizabeth have a chance to break.
They're just trying to position themselves towards Elizabeth again. And Joanne, you can again forced error. Mark with a smile. I love this guy. he's been smiles and screams and anger, like it's complete roller coaster of emotions that has been flowing through this man.
And I believe
today.
he has still a third game to play.
Oh yes, he has the final to play. The men's final is going to be phenomenal. We have the players from UAE, Ricardo and Sosa, as Sosa is his nickname. But it's going to be one interesting match. And I'm glad that they're on board with APPT Tours also. Again, they're throwing these balls too much towards the net. Forcing those errors. Not this time, Mark. I think Mark wanted to go for another his special shots, the backflips.
No, I think Mark moved towards the center and Argil
to
caught
cover
onto
the
that,
space,
and then he hit a really fast shot down the line towards the corner, which was a little difficult for him to maneuver in his Tapia style.
Unfortunate. That's an unlucky shot. It's the unlucky shot, hitting the net and then it's falling down. It's I often wonder why they apologize. They won the point.
Courtesy.
Courtesy. Yeah. I think that's a game courtesy. The ethics of the game. They're trying to force towards Elizabeth, but I think Mark sees an opportunity and he's trying to pull into the game itself. They're trying to avoid Mark any way they could so that they could push. Oh, that was a good try. Unfortunately, hitting the glass.
Elizabeth very strong at the volley. And Joanna forcing her to make that error. Unfortunately, she made the error at the end.
Oh, the tapped out. Right on the position, she's tapping out.
That was a great tap out by Elizabeth.
I saw that. I was like, for a moment we thought we might get stuck or bounce back from the cage, but it went out. Good. They're talking about how to position themselves. I think they're probably checking if they can throw more balls to Joanna today. Very nice. Vibora's flying bandejas. Oh, another unfortunate event. Hitting the door.
He was there at the right place. And
right time.
Just got the pole. There you go, looking at that. Oh.
And hit the net post. It hit the net post, unfortunately. Sorry, I said it was a door. It was a net post. It's an unfortunate shot, but it was a good try from Ergal to move out the court and hit the shot. This is a part of the paddle rule that if you want to move out of the court and pick up a shot, you can do it. But it depends on the tournament director or the tournament referee which thing that he allows. Does he allow out of court play or he does not allow out of court play? Those are the regulations.
Again, a good shot by Joanna, keeping the pressure back on. And getting back to a deuce. Still holding on.
With a smile, pushing it. Mark talking to her how to
Still giving it a fight.
I think they're still alive. They're not letting it go that easy. I think Mark and Elizabeth now pushing to close this game, especially, and try to close the set also. Joanna has not been able to push that ball out of the net. She's probably hit this net more than an entire game that I've seen. And I think this is what is bothering her.
I think it's more on the crucial points where it is basically a 40-30 or an advantage.
At this point,
she has been unable to capture the game.
And I don't really see, at this point, on 5-2, the mindset basically changes. It's hard to pick up from there. Again, she has been really, really struggling with the left corners. The corner shots. She has been extremely struggling with them. And then the closest shots that she tries to play, she's hitting the net. Again, trying to push the ball towards Elizabeth isn't really working. She's throwing every ball back. All the shots that she needs, that she's doing it without any problem. Let's see how they do this game. If they don't push it in the first few points, then definitely this game will go to Mark and Elizabeth without a problem or any doubt in my mind.
Coming back on court.
Ergal telling Joanna how to position position her to get this. So, what is your analysis? So, in case if Ergal and Joanna do pick up this game, the third game, make it 5-3. Do you think that they can push it for another game and make it 5-4 and try to hit
Anything
for
is
a break.
possible. Anything is possible, but I feel what's happening is they're not able to close off the points. They're cooking the points, but they're not able to finish like they want to.
Yeah,
There you go again.
again, they're exactly doing what they know that she's going to lose the points in the left corner of the glass. She's not been able to turn this entire match. I haven't seen her pick up a point that's on the left glass, and she's struggling with them the entire match. So going into the final for the females, and again it's against Elizabeth also. So I think Elizabeth has already read her very well. So how will she assess that tournament match would be a great challenge for both.
That was a great shot.
Point. Urkel saw him positioning himself, trying to take over at least more than the 70% of the court and opening up that space on the right. Unfortunately for Mark and Elizabeth, the point was theirs. Play. Saw that Mark throwing in the left corner again on the glass. He knows that she's not going to turn. They know that she's not going to turn, but we see that thing happening. So it's interesting how APPT structured itself with a male, a mix, and a female concept, so that it allows them to take part in at least two different sections of the game, meaning a female player can play the mix also, and she can play the female tournament also, while the male can do it the same way. And it gives them the opportunity that it's not restricted to just them playing one match only. So they have an opportunity to double their chances, double their wins, and take home a bigger prize money than they're expected to win from one part of the tournament.
That was a great shot by Argil on the corner. And Joanna and Argil hold on to their serve to make it a 5-3. Let's see if they can break this game.
Unfortunately, it hit her leg.
Close to the leg, she hits that shot
away
to ensure that she gets that point. And error on Mark's part. Very few that we have seen of his in this match at least.
Yeah, because they've been trying to push the ball away from him, making sure that he doesn't play the match. And whenever he's come into the point, he's hit it. And I think these trick shots are just enough for us for entertainment. What a wonderful backflip from Mark.
Mark did those two wonderful shots.
I think now it's becoming more of a signature move for him. Right, Asma? It looks more of a signature move.
Ooh.
Good smash. She saw that space open on the right for Ergel. There wasn't any point even struggling to run after the ball. There wasn't any point. Lopsided again.
So once again, from a 40 love, they are up to deuce. They've lost 3 break points.
They've lost 3 points just in the span of a few seconds.
And that is a match point
advantage
for Mark,
and a match
Elizabeth.
point to Elizabeth and Mark. Let's see if they can close this thing. And it's a close. The match is now moving towards its final phase with an advantage to Mark and Elizabeth. It's a deuce again. Elizabeth putting the ball into the wall back. Let's see if she can close it down. On the cage, giving an advantage and find a second match point to Mark and Elizabeth. I think probably Mark is also tiring out. He's got a final to play and he needs to close this one. You want to savor that energy of his. And another backflip by Mark.
And she
very
saves
good.
it.
Saves the day by another hit on the cage and bringing it back to a deuce.
And that was a
Ergel
golden
got
point.
stuck on the corner, and that was a golden
the
point.
win is by Mark and Elizabeth. I
Mark
think they
and-
were phenomenal.
Absolutely
I think they
phenomenal.
were a beast on court. Unfortunately, Joanna and Argil couldn't
Push through.
push through the fight, and
They had found their position. They had found what the weakness of Ergil and Joanna was, especially Joanna. They knew that she was not able to turn on the glass on the left, and they were continuously facing that ball.
but also their body language when they came on court
Yes.
was so strong, and they were just there to fight it out every point, and they just couldn't fight back.
Thank you so much, Asma. It was
Thank you, Mahmood.
a brilliant
It was
time to
lovely.
sit in the box. And now we're going to give it
We're
to
going to give it back to Mr. Mahmood, who is
Mr. Mahmood Sabri, who's pro at it. And of course, we're just learners and starters.
Yeah.
Thank you, my friend.
time to find out who will be the victor in the women at the McDonald's Karachi Grand Slam. On one side, we come through on the Asian defenders of the APPT. We have for you initially on the right side to start things off. Rank number 7 in the APPT rankings, G Vichitong, will be entering the court, coming in off the back of a very successful 6-0 side semi-final. G Vichitong coming through a fierce opponent, coming in as the last representative of Thailand. Now from Philippines, we have, of course, joining her on stage, it will be Joanna Tao Yi, ranked number 3 in the APPT circuit. She has been leading, taking championship on championship, fantastic stuff all throughout, but in front of them comes the Spanish tsunami on the other side. It is going to be Ceres Linuan starting things off on the left side. A fantastic overhead has helped them out to start off in a very quick 6-0 aside, and in by her side, of course, would be no complete finals without one consistent appearance in these finals. It's Elizabeth Nogueras coming through, the right side defender, the second part of the Spanish tsunami. Who will take it home as we find out the greatest women's team in Karachi, the greatest women's team in Pakistan, and tonight, the greatest women's team in Asia. And now
No changes from the format. You need me to explain again? No? It's enough. It's enough for you. Yeah. Correct, yeah. See. G, you want to choose blue or green?
You choose.
Choose blue? Green.
Always wrong for me.
There you go. Yeah. Just over there, please. Photos?
Where? Here?
Photos?
Welcome back to the women's finals. I'm going to be Mahmoud Sabri, joined in the commentary booth by a Middle Eastern legend coming in from Spain. In many ways, he has been one of the main defining forces behind Pakistani paddle content consumption more than anything else. Daniel Hoyo will be on the microphone with me. Daniel, coming into this one, what are you thinking? How are you feeling? How's it been so far at APPT Karachi for you?
Thanks so much for the introduction, Mamun. So I'm very nervous to be here with you. I want to be honest, but I'm gonna try my best. I'm gonna try to do my best commenting the final with you, and I'm so hungry of paddle, to be honest.
Daniel, so far it's been this showing where both of the women's team have encountered very little resistance. They both come through 6-0, 6-0 on either side, and it hasn't felt like they've needed to show full form. It's going to be a difficult place to get yourself into the right mind space moving into the finals, right? I mean, you've not been presented with any challenge, and now you're up against some of the best in the entire region.
I think that is going to be completely different for them, because when you have been playing the previous matches and they didn't push you to your limits, now it's going to be a challenge for all of them, and I think we're going to see a very good final.
In a situation like this, right, where it feels like you kind of have to warm up into the finals, you do have some advantages, right? Elizabeth, of course, on the screen right now did just win the mixed finals, as we saw on stream, as was commentated over by Mamoon and Asma earlier on. On the other side, the loser of the women of the mixed finals as well is going to be there. It's Joanna Tao Yi, and between the two of them, at least they warmed up going into the set. Do you think that makes a difference immediately, having played a few sets before coming in?
I think this is a very interesting question. I think coming from the mixed finals, it's different because the men's in the mixed final, I think, makes the difference. But I think what it can be more important is how are the previous matches, because these teams or these players, they have been playing against each other during all the tour, so they know really well each other. They know really well each other, and I think it's gonna be a well fight.
Absolutely, I'm really looking forward to it. One of the things that I really enjoyed about watching Sarah Liliana's gameplay, especially, was she has these very interesting overheads where it comes down to sort of, instead of hitting at the highest point, she'll sometimes hit it at a midpoint and get it to die down in a flat shot very low on. It's a strange sort of volley smash situation that she brings together that's been such a difficult time for most of her opponents to even get to. It feels like so much of it then comes down to footwork on the right side player. That's going to be G Vichitong. That sort of vertical head-to-head's a really interesting one whenever it comes up in battle.
Yeah, I think from the point of view of Ceres, when they are playing against the other team, maybe the team that they have in front, they are two athletes. G and
Joanna.
Yeah, and Joanna, they are two athletes. So maybe the most important thing for them is not to try to play as hard as them. Maybe they have to play a bit smarter, trying to play different angles, different directions. Yeah, that would be my point of view.
So when you're sort of coming into this setup, if you're, for you personally, of course, you play on the left side, but if you're sort of coming into this as a right side player, and you have this unorthodox style in front of you, right, where normally you're used to every shot you have to pick up is from the top of the lob that they can reach. You're trying to smash it out of the court and everything. But then this really strange new style comes up. Is it hard to adjust in the middle of a match?
Yeah, of course. Of course, that is difficult. And usually when you play against players who have an unorthodox style, and you cannot read exactly what they are going to do, that change a lot. And I want to connect this. Padel is not about static shots or beautiful shots. It's more about to be efficient. And at the end, if your technique is not the most aesthetic or the most sexy one, but you can play efficient, you can win points, I like this kind of players a lot.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, it might look really nice to get a shot back over the glass, but if it's bounced down twice on the other side of the court, it's still a point win, right? And that's what shows up in the scoreboard. That's what shows up when you're taking a trophy more than anything else.
Of course.
And Daniel, I mean, obviously you've been in Asia for a while now. You've been seeing sort of how the level's gone up in certain places. Obviously there's been a lot more interaction with Spanish coaches like yourself and everything as well. Now with APPT, that's continually been growing more and more. I mean, most of these players who will be playing in, for example, the men's grand finals as well, are going to be coming through with, they're going to be coming through with having spent time in Bali as coaches, as players, being hired and whatnot. What's the biggest change you've seen for these guys who then move over from Spain? Do they have to change their game in any particular way? Obviously, they're not getting the same level of opponents all the time as you would if you're living in Spain in sort of the heart of the global paddle scene, but at the same time, everything's developing so much over here. How have you sort of seen Asian paddle over time?
So that's a good question. I could say, or I'm not a very picky person in terms of conditions or the rackets or whatever, but it's true that when you are playing in Asia Pacific, the humidity is so high compared with Spain sometimes.
Yeah.
And it changes or it modifies a bit the game, it modifies a bit the strategy sometimes, but for example, as usually it's too hard, it's too hot, sorry,
right.
The bounce of the ball is too bouncy, so that also it's the opposite effect of the... We are going to start the match, I'm going to answer you that question, but yeah, of course.
It makes a big difference, for sure.
Yeah.
Still second serve now, as it is going to be Elizabeth to start things off, and on the receipt it will of course be Joanna. Rather, it will be G Vichitong. Joanna on the left side.
Yeah, this first game is really important for the final, because it's very different to start one game or one match directly doing your serve or directly receiving the break from the other team. So this game is going to be very, very important.
It's an exchange of lobs so far, and this one doesn't quite work out the way they want to. Still, G will get a chance to be able to lob back in, and Joanna trying to go for the finisher with a double-handed backhand. Now it transitions over into a good smash. Elizabeth still returns it back in. G putting pressure into the corner. Ceres is quick to respond and will do so not once but twice. The defenses are going to run short, though, as he stretches in for that last lob. It'll end up connecting with the wall. Now, after what's a really good point coming through for Joanna and G, of course. Going to move over to Sarah's once again being challenged. She'll go for a softer shot, look to displace. Elizabeth takes her time with the lob, and now, as it's going to be a cross-court attempt, Elizabeth tries to interrupt, and in that interruption, she'll lose another point. Uphill battle. G continues to push forward on that right side and see if she can force Ceres into a corner while Joanna is putting herself in a great position for a smash if it comes through. That's another great shot from G. The diagonal just being attacked. Both of the Spanish side are continually finding themselves at the back of the court, not in position to offend, even on their own serve.
Yep. Yeah, amazing starting of the match from the Philippine and Thailand team. You can see their body language of Ceres and Elizabeth. They just started and they just received the break. So they will need to start accelerating from now, because if not, it's gonna be a tough and long match for them.
What sort of difficulties are you sort of seeing, though, in the meanwhile? I mean, initially to lose out your first hold attempt, great lob it, though, in the meanwhile. Elizabeth does bring the focus back onto the point, while Sarah is down the center, can't find the Bahada. She's looking for a good smash block, though. Sarah is going to keep the ball alive. Back of the court, over goes Joanna, and unfortunately she can't find the corner and that she was hunting for. Now 15, as they will lose their first point in their own serve. Sarah sends it back over. Backhand volley is good. This time it's going to be Joanna to take a slightly more conservative approach. G forced to go for a contra. Elizabeth going for a smash of her own, and the Asian side can't reach it, as the ball will make its way back over the net. We might end up seeing back-to-back breaks. That's very rare to happen. But especially at the start of a set, it's a good reminder about how closely tied these teams are. Still, we're far away from a break. 2 more points needed. Joanna will hope to prevent that from happening. Elizabeth, lob is on the weakest side, and it's a very slow double-handed backhand to the corner.
It's not usual to see that backhand volley. It's very characteristic from Joanna. It's very, very dangerous. What we were talking about a few minutes ago, Mammon.
I mean, it's just one of those things where unorthodox style looks kind of weird, honestly, when you're watching out for it. But then it also means the opponent isn't able to read it as well. Now, still, 15-40. Service is good. Elizabeth can't pick it up. You find yourself up to 30. It's still one more break point that you want to go past and make this a 2-0 to seal that early advantage. Otherwise, you can forget it. Sarah Zinian on the receipt. Now goes for a side shot, hoping to find that little corner at the net, but it all comes back to Elizabeth. Shot is received by Joanna. Joanna continues to push forward. Now all the way back in the corner. Great lob from Sarah, but Joanna tries to return with one of her own. Elizabeth keeps control of the net. She won't be forfeiting that too quickly. And while G finds a corner shot, that is magnificent. Daniel, they just brought it back from 0-40 down.
Yes, they are 2 warriors. They don't give up when they are 40 love down. So we're going to see a very good final from them.
Serve receive. Position for maybe a Vibra, but Joanna ends up keeping it a little bit more calm. Unfortunately for her, that means she's missed out that aggressive point. And this is something that we will sometimes end up seeing, right? Where you get a point where you're 50-50 about whether you can push that forward for a smash or a Vibra for a more aggressive shot. But then afterwards, you might not get that back again. And now in that 50-50, you're down a point. You are once again in a potential to be broken. And Elizabeth's doing a great job of keeping control of the net. But then comes that hard response from Joanna. Very difficult to block such a hard shot.
Yeah.
Deuce once again. Overhead lob. Joanna sends it high. And with that, Sarah's response, that is magnificent. Sarah's finding the gap. I mean, Daniel, so far it does feel like Sarah's and Elizabeth, most of their points are coming in from behind the line in terms of just fighting back to push Joanna and G away. It is very clear which team is continually getting net control, though. Joanna and G again and again being given opportunities like this. Elizabeth, though, on the defense will send the ball back on the diagonal now, pushing G back. Joanna as well, forced into the corner. Joanna fighting back. G's is looking for space on the right side to continue into a shot where maybe Joanna can find a little bit of room for another smash, another Vibra opportunity, but the point comes off the error. It is going to be golden point now in the second game.
Important point coming up.
This is going to be now what, the third break point of the game. Unfortunately, so far, Sarah and Elizabeth have not been able to capitalize on any of them.
Yeah, let's see who wants to receive the serve. Elizabeth, I think, choose to receive.
Current rank number 2 in the APPT will hope to stand tall in the face of a potential break. Will take the lob as well. Sarah is pushed to the side, will still receive. Really good defense being put up, and that lob just goes a little bit awry. Mid-court lobs like that are always a risk, aren't they? Especially when you're going for that block and a lob at the same time, it becomes so difficult.
Yeah, Joanna and Bichitong consolidate the game. Now this is a very, very relaxed situation for them. So all the pressure now is for the team who is serving. Now difficult situation for Ceres. So let's see how they do. But their body language or how they are playing now is quite relaxed. Or their styles of playing is quite relaxed. So I think that is going to help them and also maybe can make the other team get a bit relaxed. So let's see what happens.
What's been going wrong for them generally? Is it net control? Is it their defense? I mean, to lose 2 games this early on, what's been going on the court, not just in their heads?
Yeah, I feel Joanna and Bichitong, they start the match really focused. I saw before Bichitong warming up, really focused, listening music, and I feel they are athletes who are really into the match. And the style of Elizabeth was playing the previous match, I think Ceres can be a more relaxed player. So yeah, I think when you start the match more in, so that of course helped. And I think that will happen, but I don't think Ceres and Elizabeth are gonna give up.
That is a fantastic lob. I mean, on the defense, getting a backhand lob like that all the way deep. And now you follow it up with a Vibra. They're going to continue to just put pressure on. The smash doesn't go where it's supposed to, though. It's almost received with a contra from Joanna, rather from G. G will not be able to bring it back out over. Joanna, in the meanwhile, all of that pressure she put on is not going to be working out, and Ceres and Elizabeth are one step closer to their first game win. Some mid-game discussions as well will continue as they are continually adjusting their strategy.
Yeah, we could see that Bichitong, or it was a misunderstanding between Joanna and Bichitong, because usually Bichitong is a left side player. So that is good for them because 2 aggressive players are playing. but also at the same time, if you don't have a good fundamentals of how to defend or how to attack, or you are not get used to receive the balls when the balls are coming, and you are not in your preferred side, that can be a bit uncomfortable for you. But if they are in the final, or they have enough experience to be playing this final and to fight and to win.
Yeah. It'll end up being Sarah's and Elizabeth's first game. I mean, so far it really does just feel like tempo is being controlled by the Asian side, right? It's just, you know, like you said, they're zoned in, they're reaching one extra step for every single ball. And I think that's what we've been trying to make a point of all tournament long in the commentary booth, that a lot of the time it's that one extra step that will give you that wrist flexibility, that will give you that opportunity. And right now it's clearly the Asian side that are getting down. That's not to say Sarah's and Elizabeth can't bring you back. You're only one breakpoint away. Getting into the game in a way where maybe you're a slow starter, there's definitely teams internationally, even in the Premier circuit, who do maybe take their time to warm into a game.
Yeah. So yeah, in this situation, I think now the team who is down in the scoring, they should find solutions and they should see what they can do to put the match in their advantage.
What kind of conversations do you normally have at times like this, right? Because you have to make small adjustments, I'm sure. But if you're with a teammate, you're figuring out, hey, look, this is what's been going wrong. How do you even ask your team, hey, what can we fix?
So it depends. It depends if you know your opponents, if you know their strengths, their weaknesses. In this level, as they know really well each other, they should know. And the strengths or the weaknesses of each team, I could say that if I could be the Spanish team, as Bichitong is playing in the right side and she usually plays in the left side, so I would be targeting her because she's a very good player, but she's not get used to receive the ball in the other side. So this is something that I would definitely do. And in the other side, so Elizabeth has a more aggressive style, Ceres can be a bit more calm, and the good thing of playing against a more aggressive player like Elizabeth can be that she's not gonna give you too much time to breathe, she's not gonna give you too much oxygen. And Ceres, so maybe she will play a bit more calm, she won't play really, really hard balls, but she's gonna put you under pressure in another way, she's gonna manage you better. So I think according to that information they should plan something and then to follow that plan.
Let's see what the plan is going to be, if it is going to be opportunity to strike down on G. Vichadong and try and punish that right side presence that she's trying to establish now, and maybe it is. They found her a few feet too far forward, and she will end up being punished for that. Now the woman in question on the serve, Vichadong. Deep lob goes over Joanna, and Joanna will immediately knock it down. I mean, any lob mistakes, Joanna's been very quick to punish. We've got to give her a lot of praise for that one. Obviously, maybe one or two places she's hesitated, but largely she commits so hard to her shot.
One thing that I love from Joanna is I can see in her face when she's competing that her eyes change a lot, and I can see that she really wants to win. So this is something really, it's a very good strength from her.
There are some players when you look at them you feel a bit scared.
Yeah.
It's like, you realize this is a sport, right? You're not actually going to come beat me up if you lose, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, it's a fierce look from the Asian wall, but they have to back it up as well. They are currently trailing 15-40, and the way things are going, it might be an equalized game. Joanna and G are going to still bring it back up to 30. Remember, if they lose here, Sarah's and Elizabeth get that counter break that they're looking for. They bring it back to 2-all, and then it's like the first 4 games didn't even happen. It's reset back to ground zero.
One more opportunity to Joanna and Bichitong.
down to G Vichitong. Joanna again targeting Ceres, trying to keep her force back, and when Ceres tries to forcibly come forward, it's a very big risk to take. Your feet are always going to be targeted, and there is few players who can recover the net while their feet are being targeted after they're coming in all the way from the back of the court. 40-40 abuse now. After being down 15-40, the Asians have managed to bring it back to even. We've already had one golden point. Maybe we're headed for another. It's been very, very even so far. G Vichitong underneath fire, but Joanna's the one shooting out stray bullets. Second one to go through, all of it targeting out towards Ceres. She has a victim in mind, but Ceres keeps herself from becoming prey. Elizabeth instead will falter in the corner.
Yeah, very patient. Vichitong and Joanna, they won, I think, 3 points in a row when they were going to lose.
First,
Yeah.
And now in an advantage. Oh, that's a great volley down. Lob from Elizabeth gives them a rare appearance at the net, but G Vichitong will try and keep them away, and Ceres, who struggles to hold on to it, will get this overhead bandeja. Nice smash from Elizabeth, still touched back by Joanna. Joanna's now going to be able to get some of the pressure off of her, but unfortunately her teammate can't pick it up. G Vichitong will not be able to find that lob she's looking for. It's another deuce. I will say I appreciate the fact that Ceres and Elizabeth in that last point started to push forward even in these positions where, hey, maybe a lob is very risky. Elizabeth's been missing a couple of these lobs, and right now she's not going to be slowing down from it. Goes for another one on the serve. Nice shot from Ceres. Still recovery from Joanna is good, and now it might be great. Vichitong will be sent back into the corner. However, Ceres will have that same fate given over to her. Has to be a backhand Bahar if she wants to attack. But a lob from Joanna. It'll continue to be a battle of the lobs as both teams are just aggressively fighting for control over the net, and the first mistake will be made by G Vichitong in this battle. Advantage out to the Spaniards. They are once again hoping to break.
I think after these long points, mentally can affect you a lot, so let's see what happens, because I can predict that the Spanish team is gonna win this point.
Especially when it's just lob battles, it feels frustrating. It's like, oh, I'm looking for a better shot. You're not getting a Bahada, you're not getting a Vibra. No one's making a mistake on the lob either, but you can't punish. Second serve. Shot goes to the corner. Joanna under attack. She's found the corner. Joanna has not been frustrated for even a second. She has been incredible. Another golden point to come through.
Yeah, very brave. Joanna trying to play that passing parallel. So let's see what happens. Now is golden point.
Critical. Yet another break point, but one that carries just as much risk as any other. Joanna called upon. Lob's not great. Elizabeth can't punish, and it's the same shot all over again. The lightning does strike twice, and Joanna will be able to make sure that they extend their lead to 3-1. I mean, Daniel, this has been a troublesome time for Elizabeth to even take the net or even try to do so. It feels like every time she's having this happen, that passing parallel, it sweeps her off her feet.
These 2 points that she won were really, really amazing, and not because of the point, it was because of the moment of the game and the match, because now when the Spanish team was recovering some points, some important points, but then they could recover, the Filipino and Thailand and Thai team, they could recover that game. That is making them feel so comfortable at this level of the match. So very difficult situation for the Spanish team now.
Deep overhead, another lob back. going to be Joanna, who's not able to find it. Not this time. I might have gotten the golden point out a little bit early on. I think that might have been the actual golden point, Daniel.
Yeah.
But hey, what's a golden point between friends, huh?
Yeah.
It is a break at the end of it all, so it is now 2-2. And that does mean that early loss on the break is going to be forgotten, but it doesn't change the fact that Sarahs and Elizabeth have been having serious struggles to take the net. Fault comes out initially. That one did go past the line. Sarah, smackdown. No chances of picking that one up. Right in through the feet of G. Vichitong. And Sarah Zranyana would now move over to her next opponent. Oh, this is beautiful. Services have been fantastic from Sarah's in these past two. She's been able to give herself a chance for a volley. Now Elizabeth gets the same. Faster volley attempt down the center will not work out. The second one has to be a little bit more stable. Robbins bore, and Elizabeth is looking to try and punish. Still, a swap is forced down, and Joanna still somehow managed to be on the left side. G. Vichitong really wanted that left side smash in case it came over. (15-30). Now that 30-15, Sarahs and Elizabeth, the ones in the lead. Serve down center. Second one into the corner. Elizabeth is having a good time right now on the smashes. Gets it out of the court. And she's really picked up momentum. Now that she's allowed to stick to the net early on rather than having to fight for progression, she is making the most of it.
Yeah, how important is Mammon to start the point with a good serve and a good volley. The previous points, they were all of them starting with a really fast and heavy serve, and then the first volley was so good, and that put in a very difficult situation the team who was at the return.
Unfortunately, it's also really important to finish off games when you're up 40-15, Daniel, and I feel like both of these teams are having struggles with that. It's a tight affair, no doubt about it. G, an attempt off the side glass. It's always unwieldy, that side glass.
Yeah, I think she was thinking in so many shots at the same time.
It's like that Sherlock Holmes video with all the geometry. Still another deuce as these teams remain inseparable. 40-40. Sarah Zranyana continues her serve, really looking for that same success she found earlier on, but this time with a staggered backhand. It's going to be a great lob from Elizabeth to maintain. Elizabeth, though, will still be sent back. She has a chance for a Bahada, goes for it, leaves the corner open, and will be able to cover afterwards. Now, Joanna is going to attack that very same corner with a spinning lob. That spinning lob is countered with a Bahada. Joanna still now gets a chance. Changes targets over to Sarah's as Elizabeth has been too much of a problem, and Sarah's will do much the same. It's a slower Bahada from the back wall. Joanna now pushes her into a corner, overhead, goes high, too high, but still inside the court somehow. And on the other side, Elizabeth is just looking to slow the game down. Now she goes for the change of pace. Contra unavailable. Fantastic point between the Spaniards.
You are very good commentating, Mamun, eh? I'm learning a lot from you.
I'm learning a lot from these players, and I'm about to hear a lot from you about how the hell do I become as good as them? Daniel, this has been a lot of chances for Sarah and Elizabeth. Another one now presents itself after that fantastic point. G. Vichitong sent back over, and where Sarah and Elizabeth are hoping to push her into a corner she can't get out of. They can't put themselves in that spot. Oh, the attempt is good from Joanna. But going for a contra off the back of Bahara is so difficult.
Yeah. Yeah, very good bajada from Ceres. Very good how they recover and how they went up in the scoring.
I mean, this is a great opportunity, Daniel, because I want you to explain this. I'm not very good at, sort of showing off battle terminology in the same way. What is a bajada? Because a lot of people who are watching from home are thinking, well, that's a great shot, but what makes it a bajada?
Okay, so basically the bajada is one shot that when you receive a lob, and the lob is usually good. Good means that it's passing you. There is a transition because the team who is at the back goes to the net and the team who is to the net goes at the back. Then the team who just transitioned from the net to the back receive one sweet ball to kind of smash or kind of víbora to put the opponent in a difficult situation, and that was Ceres did so good. So usually when you do the lob, it's not only to do the transition. In high levels like these levels, it's after you do the lob, after you move to the net, you have to survive also to the bajada of your opponent.
Right.
So it's really hard at these levels to transition from the back to the net. So in these levels, the team who usually protects the net better or for a longer time is the team who usually wins the matches. So this is one of the things that I would start doing if I would be playing this final. But yeah, they are doing so well.
I mean, especially when you're coming in with this many lobs, right? We keep talking about how there's been a lot of lob battles between these two teams. It feels like the key to this finals is going to be that bajada, isn't it?
Yeah, I think at these levels, it's not only about how you make less mistakes when you are playing, it's also how many winners you do.
Yeah.
But I think these levels is still how many mistakes you do is something that really says who is going to win the match. But when at these levels there is one player who is very dangerous at something, usually in forehand volleys or usually at smashes or at bajadas, yeah, I think that can make the difference.
Yeah. Specialties become a lot more relevant when, you're not like me and hitting the ball at the net every single time. Now Elizabeth is showing you what I play. No, of course not. That's a very difficult shot to receive as she's trying to proceed forward. Normally, you'll take your time to try and take the net, but a lot of players like to go for this early net fight, even when they're defending sometimes. And, that's a nice shot from Joanna. Double punish in 30-0 as they are hoping to equalize on 3-3. But sometimes, especially the very start of the game when you're defending, you will try and kind of just sneak past, catch them off guard, make sure that they can't pick up that service momentum that you normally see teams get. Double-handed backhand is good. That slice is fantastic. Joanna taking control.
Yeah.
I have to say, Joanna has been just... she's proven that maybe she does deserve that left side. I know Jiva Chitong likes to play on the left very often as well, but Joanna, it doesn't feel like this has been a bad decision at all. She has been fantastic in this final so far, and will continue to be just that. It is a flawless game, 3-3.
A very easy game for Joanna and Bichitong. Now 3-3, usually it's very key moment or key game during matches, because the team who is serving, they can start feeling under pressure, and the team who is at the return, they see that this is a very important moment of the match, so they are gonna go really hungry to take that game.
Rare miss comes out, but it's still going to be defended on the contra. The drop shot, it is greed, and it is not going to pay off. Sarah, you understand why she's going for it. Obviously, the player in front of her is miles away, but hard shot to land.
Yeah, very good recovery from Bichitong. She didn't give up, and she got the prize. Oh.
Sarah is struggling to get the ball out of the court, but even so, just hitting the cage makes it much more unpredictable, much harder to receive, and that's one of the reasons why very often you'll see players try and get the ball before it hits the cage, even if they know it's going to do so. G-Vichitong again forced back. Lob isn't great. It's actually mid-court, and because of that, Ceres is able to keep the pressure onto Joanna. Joanna still manages to recover not just the ball and the lob, it is also the net. And now, I believe there was a touch on the fence that's been called out. So, second point goes down to Joanna and Vichitong in this potential break. That 3-3 pressure, it might be building up. First serve is a fault. Elizabeth on the serve. Veteran player, number 2 in the APPT circuit. Really hoping to make that fight for number 1 and transition forward. Currently 2,000 points separate her from the Japanese player on top, I believe. Her name is Okazawa. Oh. That lob, though, isn't going to help in that quest for those points. It is now break point. Daniel, feel like that pressure you talked about, it's going to go into maximum.
I think they are feeling it, yeah.
A few more mistakes here and there, and now they can't afford these. They can't afford these. Ceres tries to force the issue, but they're struggling to get the success on the volleys. They're struggling to find the success on the overheads that they've been looking for. It's been a hard time.
Yeah, so finally the break came up. As we were saying, 3-3 usually one moment where your opponent is hungry of doing the break, and we are like a bit of relaxed because it's not the beginning of the match, it's not the end of the it's the beginning of the set, it's not the end of the set. Yeah. So in these moments, yeah. So yeah, we could see how Ceres make 2 bit of stupid mistakes that
some blunders.
Yeah, they made her think too much or overthink. But I think now it's gonna come back really fast. In this moment, it's probably that the Spanish team can come back and can make the break again if Joanna and Vichitong, they are not strong enough. So let's see what happens now.
We have to remember Ceres Vinyan is the lowest rank at the event right now. That's not to say that she's worse by any means, but it means that she's got less experience, she's played less tournaments than everyone else. She's currently ranked number 23 in the tournament. G-Vichitong ranked 7, hoping for her first win in this finals. Joanna Taoyi ranked 3 times champion, and then Elizabeth Nogueras, who of course is Ceres' teammate, ranked 2 and 5 times champion. Look, Ceres is going to be a champion at one point or the other. I think that she's made that much clear with her level of play, but in order to do so now, instead of making this an experience where you go back and you think, hey, you know, I've learned a lot. You want to go back and say, hey, look at the shiny medal I've got.
So it feels like Ellie has been playing too much this weekend because she has been playing the mixed tournament with Mark. She has been playing the
women's tournament.
The women's tournament, yeah.
She's also then been sticking around because she's. I'm guessing she's having a great time because she has been sticking around to watch every single match. It's not like she's going back to rest or anything like it. It's hard to convince yourself that, hey man, I probably do need to rest for my big match tomorrow. Especially when, you know, it has been a smooth road for her to get to this plate. Her mixed wins have been pretty dominant. Her women's wins have been 6-0s all across, right? Then getting yourself in the headspace to even rest is difficult. And all of us have prior injuries as paddle players. We know it.
Yeah, we can send a reminder for everyone that as a paddle players, we shouldn't just play. We should also to train some strength in the gym, to try to rest, try to eat healthy, because just hitting the ball can be dangerous, or not dangerous, but a bit lessive. So this is something that if you are listening this, you can sign up for the gym tomorrow, Monday.
I mean, athletes in general have to keep that in mind, right? As good as you might be, and there's a lot of Pakistani players who are fantastic, but then that is where maybe they'll have the failing, they will have their failure to be able to get that next level, injuries, this and that. But right now, all of these players are at that next level. They are at the grand finals. They are here trying to fight for a trophy. They are hoping to fight for a championship. 15 aside. Sarahs and Elizabeth are really hoping that this can be their return break. They did well at that 2-1 point to be able to bring it back to 2-2. Now they hope to do the same at 4-3 when the pressure is all the higher. Jeevachatong, the diagonal missing out. Lots of time to prepare, but can't get it done. Now down a point, looking to reclaim. First serve is a fault. Remember, if it hits the net and it hits the fence, that does mean it's a fault. It has to go past the fence for it to be 2 more. Ooh, another overhead not working out for them. That's going to hurt.
Yeah, two mistakes came because of high lobs that the opponent were playing, and when a big lob is coming and you have time to think and you see that your opponent is staying at the back, that they are not coming to put pressure to you, there are so many things happen in your mind, and yeah, we could see 2 mistakes in a row that probably they can cost them the game.
And it's exactly what's happened. It has cost them the game. It is going to be 4-4. These teams are inseparable right now. Sarahs and Elizabeth might be trailing behind every time there's a anti-break opportunity, but they're quick to bring in a break of their own soon after as well. You have to give them praise for that one. Perseverance is the name of the game this deep into a set, and right now Jeevachatong, who's trying to persevere this slew of attacks, Sarahs and Yan, however, missing out on what she was hoping would be a deep spinning shot into the corner. Joanna, just barely out. That would have been a very difficult lob to play otherwise. Daniel, how much are you looking into lobs, like, these deeper lobs, to try and add some spin into it if it's an outdoor court? I mean, obviously that's not normally something you learn, but on the highest levels, is that something you sort of take into account, that, hey, can I spin this ball even more? Can I try and get it into a more difficult corner so they can't bahada?
So it depends. It depends because, for example, in this match, depend on the positioning of the opponents, because I feel that both teams are playing really close to the net. So the lob is basically easy to do, because if they are, for example, at 3 meters from the net, it means that there are 7 meters behind them. So depends on how they play or how is their position. They can try to do bandeja, and this is one of the things that I would do if I would be playing that match, or if I would be one of their coaches. So instead of being so close to the net, I would stay like 4 meters from the net. So it makes them to make worse or harder for them to do a lob, and maybe they would be opening the chiquita for the other team. So they would be making the other team think a bit more to transition.
I mean, this is obviously one of the things that you have to also consider, right? That as much as you might want to keep the pressure going with being closer to the net, when there has been so many lob battles, maybe that's one way to get around it. For context for the viewers at home, the sort of length of the court is 10 meters long, right? So when Daniel says 3 meters from the net, it's 10 meters aside. So it basically means you've got about 70% of the court behind you, and the difference between 70% to 60%. It might not sound like a lot, but trust me, it is a world when you are trying to cover it in deep into set number 1, set number 2, when you're starting to be a little more tired, when you're looking for more relief. Argil Lance, of course, opposite them. I think you might know him, actually. you ended up playing with him, didn't you?
Yeah, I know really well the coach who is helping Joanna Bichitong. He's LA, one of the best players in the Philippines. He's a very good example of professionalism. I really got inspired by him when I go to play tournaments. He's the best example of an athlete. He's the best example of healthy life, of someone who really wants to be improving every time and give his best.
Yeah.
So a big hello to LA from here.
I think Argel found some fans yesterday as well in your guys' match. Unfortunately, didn't go the best, but I can tell you, you guys won a lot of hearts for that one. Even if maybe some of the spotlight might have been stolen by Jesus, I won't lie to you. The flying Spaniard. Right now, though, Jesus is out of the tournament. Ceres and Elizabeth are not. They are hoping to close in. Maybe the most pressure to hold comes when you are down 4-5. Your opponents are not just one break point away from taking the lead in terms of momentum, but also the literal lead in set score. Great shot from Elizabeth. She is covering everything, and where she can't, Ceres will step in for the finisher. That pressure is forcing Joanna to be more aggressive, and in that aggression, it's those same errors as earlier on, which caused that reverse break to happen. Lob is too deep. 15 all.
It feels like Ceres and Elizabeth, they really want to close the first set now. I can see in Elizabeth's face how she wants to win and how she wants to close and don't give any chance to Joanna and Vichitong. So let's see how is the return now from Ceres. This is a very, very, very important point.
Two mistakes, though, from Joanna on the overheads again in the aggression. This is how she reacts under pressure. She tries to get more aggressive. She tries to force herself out of the corner, and the exact same thing happens with G. Vichitong. Going for a Weber up, a slightly lower overhead than the bandeja, which would be higher and more focused on just getting the ball in. Now they are facing down set point in set number 1, 15-40. Serving is Joanna. Joanna straight to the corner. A lob backwards. Ceres will be forced back by the same lob. Oh, Joanna, that's a good shot. Follow-up is even better. She is still alive. She will not cease her aggression. The exact same style which caused difficulties is now giving her the point.
I'm sure that Joanna and Vichitong, they will never give up in these situations. So it's going to be hard for Ceres and Elizabeth to close.
First serve is a fault. Second one is where the battle continues. Nice underhand into the back of the wall. Lob will not matter. Again, great maintenance coming through from Joanna. And that maintenance is where Ceres will make the error. I don't know if the conversation between the two of the Asian side was to try and target Ceres, but if it is, it's worked. Shot to the corner once again. Joanna feeling more confident now that they're back in the deuce, and Ceres an error that she will come to regret. Advantage found, 4 points now in a row for Joanna and G. The Asian wall stands strong between the two of them. Cross court, backhand, it's followed up by the lob. Good lob, but there's space for a Bahada. That's a very awkward lob back, and even so, in that awkwardness, Ceres thinks she's got an overhead smash that will not connect. An opportunity wasted. It is going to be 5-5. And it's that same issue. How do you close from 40-15?
Yeah, every time it's happening the same. I feel we are watching one match that there has been so many breaks. There has been so many Very good smash.
That's in the air.
Ellie. Yeah.
Great shot. Elizabeth has to remind Sarah is that, hey, listen, it's still 5-5, it's fine. Just because we've lost out on a break doesn't mean that we still can't force it to 7. Remember, everyone watching at home, both teams are now fighting for 7. If it becomes 6-6, we go to a sudden death tiebreaker, where the rules are slightly different. For now, though, we come back in to 5-5. Aside. Overhead goes too deep. Sarah's looking for a lob that she simply can't get.
Yeah, maybe difficult moment for Ceres because in the previous game he made some important mistakes that can affect that to her confidence. But I'm sure that she's a very good athlete, and Ellie looks like she's helping her a lot.
That's the thing, right? Sarah's, we've seen how good she is, but being in a final is a different fiend when it comes to just a mental game. Ellie's got that experience. That's where the help is coming in. Sarah is finding that experience right now, but it can't come at the cost of points. Sarah needs to find a mojo, needs to go for those same difficult to reach overheads, but unfortunately it's a defense where she is faltering. 30 aside. Sarah's and Elizabeth fighting their hardest to try and keep a hold over this game. Joanna and G. Lots of mid-game conversations so far, and it does feel like after they've had them, there's always some small adjustment, there's always a new target, there's always a different shot that they're trying to commit to. They won't get that chance for now. Tempo is being controlled purely by Elizabeth. They'll reset it, send it back over to Sarah's. Great shot from Sarah's, right in the corner, bounces off both glasses, but it's still Joanna to hold on. Joanna now trying to send it through the center, will force out an error from Elizabeth. And now they're the ones on break point.
Yeah, Joanna and Bichitong now, they are very connected in the match. They are really in, and it feels like Ceres and Ellie, they are struggling a bit. It's a hard moment for them, and let's see how they do, how they solve it.
Smash from Ceres is good, but it's not going to be good enough. G. Bichitong sends it back, switches over to try and get the defense as Joanna was forced behind it. It is still a deuce. The game goes on. It is still going to be neck to neck. Neither one of these teams is willing to give anything up. Shot to the fence. Serve is going to be done over. Second serve now comes through after the first fault. Deep, rather high lob, not very deep in fact, and still able to force out the error from Elizabeth. Joanna's aggression, look, it's a double-edged sword. You've really suffered from it at places, but over here, these hard shots from the back of the glass, she's getting everything she wants.
Yeah, usually not only in professional levels, in amateur players also, when we are at the net and we play balls to the middle without any purpose, or soft balls that give rebound in the middle, these balls always bring counter attacks. Whether you can receive a lob or you can receive a fast bajada, as Joanna was doing last points. So yeah, something that they could do now, Ellie and Ceres, is when they are at the net, they could target more the corners of them, especially the corner of Bichitong, who probably she won't feel really good at. She is a left side player, but they probably know already this, and it's difficult to do it because also play to the middle, it's an easier challenge.
6-5. Joanna and G take the ultimate advantage of a break point potentially in the penultimate game. That has to be earth-shattering to have happen to you. I mean, that to an Elizabeth serve the one who has been over-reliable in so many of these cases. You were up 40 to 15, unable to close. It goes to a deuce, and then the pressure is too high. It is difficult days in this last game for them. You never want to be in a point where survival depends on a break. Fantastic set between the two teams either way. They have both been so well matched, but so far it has been experienced to reign supreme. Rank 7 and rank 3 have really been getting work done here.
Difficult situation for Elizabeth and Ceres, but also difficult situation for Joanna, because in these moments of the match, if you have the great opportunity to close and you don't close it, then they will be up in terms of confidence, and it will be turned the situation. So if they don't close now, if they don't close now, probably in the tiebreak that will affect directly to their confidence. So let's see what happens.
Mark Bernil, of course, one of the men's finalists on the other side, is trying to explain where they've been struggling, showing sort of that squeeze that Joanna and G have been going for, where they've continually been coming in from the corners up to the centers of the net, maybe looking for some parallel pass targets, where, and that's sort of what Joanna was able to find earlier on onto Elizabeth and a few crucial points as well. It's tough to follow advice, though, when you're this deep into a set. It's tough to implement changes. It's tough to stop letting that get in your head. Meanwhile, when you hear, what's that I hear in the corner? Ha ha ha, they're laughing? How are they laughing? That can't feel good.
Yeah, so many stimulations in this moment for them. It's quite difficult to put in practice what they are planning, because you have your opponents wanting to kill you every time. They don't give you any chance to do anything.
Yeah.
So very, very difficult moments.
First point goes the way of the Asians. $15-0. The route to 7 is laid out in front of them. They only have to walk it. But it is with tripwires and trapstones. 15-all.
A 3 point for Ceres and Elizabeth. This gives a lot of oxygen for them.
Is that oxygen going to be used to breathe, or are they still going to end up choked out? G. Vishdong focuses back onto her. She's been very good at keeping a cool head, but this time when the lob comes back in, tries to send it into the corner. It's not deep enough, and Joanna can't cover the distance to get to the smash. Sent over by Ceres. That'll be a big confidence booster for Ceres. She has been struggling in a few of these moments. If she can get some key wins, that's going to change the entire course of this game. A good shot and the straight backhand. And my God, that's exactly what she needed. 2 points in a row where you can argue she's the one who's basically done all the work for them.
Very brave. Ceres playing that passing. When I was that boy, I was thinking that it was going out, but finally it was in. So really, really brave from her. And
Elizabeth goes for a smash. It'll be returned. It'll be returned. The risk of a straight smash. At the very least, when Ceres is going for the diagonal smashes, even if it doesn't go out of the court, it'll still be a difficult trajectory to follow. A straight smash. Come on. Joanna's ready for that any day of the week.
Another 40-15. Mamu, let's see what happens, if they can make it or not.
Deuce comes through. 40-all. Ceres and Elizabeth cannot break. It hasn't gone very well for the team that's missed out on break points most of the time. Two points to separate from winning set number 1. Serve will graze the net. 2 more where that came from.
One of the things that I was feeling when I was playing the tournament, because in this tournament, when there is a 40 all. It's first advantage, and then in the third one, golden point.
Yeah.
And in the rest of the tour, we have been playing directly golden point.
Right.
So in these moments, wow.
Ooh, what a shot on the backhand. That is magnificent. Oh, my days. Elizabeth cannot believe that one is in. By the skin of her teeth.
Well, this kind of point destroy the mind
Yeah.
of who is losing the point.
That's the kind of shot you see in your nightmares.
Yeah.
And now with an advantage, serving for the finish. Fault is called. Might have actually saved them. Saras otherwise would have been able to get advantage through the net, perhaps. Second serve to come through. Still a chance to close here and now. Goes to the feet. Saras gets a lob out, playing it safe, and now it'll be Vichitong to do the same. Elizabeth under the spotlight of the lob, and that spotlight is going to pay off. She is looking good under pressure. And can she continue to do that? More and more lobs there. Focusing on Saras now. Saras will keep it calm, keep it passive, and that lob goes wide. It goes wide. And you're right into the second deuce. 40 aside once again. Joanna still on the service. Rather, Vichitong still on the service, sorry. Joanna blocked off on her attempt to cross by Saras, and Saras is sticking to Bandeja, sticking to more passive shots. It'll be Elizabeth who tries to take a little bit more of a proactive approach. Bahada is there, but it's low and slow. Again, a game of perseverance. Endurance has been made a priority, and Saras is not looking to make any mistakes. Now goes up close to the net, gives over the cross court. Passing shot will not go by. Elizabeth can defend. Elizabeth on the defense has been fantastic. And finally, the first error comes through. It is break point. Once again for Saras and Elizabeth fighting for tiebreaker. An advantage they barely get.
Elizabeth is playing so safe in these last 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So really good from her.
And Saras, it's been a great adjustment as well. Just fighting lobs with lobs rather than going for the Bahada. Now, pressure has not been done well under. It is going to be the tiebreak. Daniel, we have not had a tiebreaker all tournament long, except for in the men's quarterfinals, the first men's quarterfinals, rather the men's octafinals, the first men's octafinal match that happened between Mark, David, and Farhan and Akil. This will be our first since then, I do believe. Oh. First point will go the way of the Spaniards. Now, for anyone who's watching at home, how a tiebreaker works is first serve is normal, but we're counting now up to 7 points. There's no 15s, there's no 30s, there's no 40s. But after the first serve, every player will serve twice. The player on the left side is always the one who starts. Now, that's a double fault if I'm not wrong. That's the first of the set. You can see the pressure kick in. To lose your service like that in a tiebreaker is really rough. Down 0-2 now. That's not being kind to Joanna. Tiebreak score is 0-2 for Joanna and Vichitong. Joanna down the center. Gets ready for a nice Vibra. It is still going to be received by Elizabeth, who continues to play it safe. Elizabeth now sends it back overhead. Joanna to the corner. Sarah's under pressure. Drop shot transition. Joanna keeps on going. She is not letting go. No errors made. Sarah's called into a difficult spot. She can't pick it up too easily, but that lob is still enough. It is now 3 for Sarah's and Elizabeth. Fantastic.
It's happening what we say that it could happen when they were supposed to close in the 6-5 and the other team recover. Now it's happening the opposite. They start commanding Ceres and Ellie, and it can happen the same if they don't close, if they give the chance to them a 3 love in one direct. If they don't close and they don't finish now. This is oxygen for Joanna and Bichitong. So we're going to see what happens now.
It's all momentum. We've seen both of these teams are so evenly matched. It's all about the head, not just the hand. But right now, the hands of Bichitong are going to be pulled in to the point. Nice receive from Joanna to defend, and where Saras will overextend 2 in a row on the break. They have a chance to fight back on Joanna and G. It's also a very different break in tie breaks, right? To take a point on your opponent's serve, that's not that hard.
Yeah, they are called mini break, but they really affect mentally as if it would be a normal break in terms of game. How mental is paddle, eh, Mamun?
I mean, it's all in the head right now. And Joanna and G have done a great job of coming back into it. Elizabeth with a smash overhead. Saras keeps it alive. Joanna, unfortunately, her efforts are in vain as G. Bichitong will not be able to make that corner shot. Joanna really trying to target Saras there, but the Spaniards will still find 4 and they can heave a sigh of relief. The idea is always straightforward. Hey, let's just get 1 point in our opponent's serve. If we get 1, we can be happy, and if we're in the lead, we can be really happy. Remember, the first team to get to 7 points wins. I do believe there are some sort of deuces in the tiebreak as well. We'll see when it comes to it.
I want to make you a question, Mamun. As I'm saying, like the organization and the organization team that is organizing this tournament, I want to ask if there are someone analyzing the match or the errors or whatever, because I would like to know how are the numbers of this match. They can be interesting.
You've got a notebook, you've got a pen. Get to work, Daniel. Get to work. This is why you're here from Spain, Daniel.
Yeah, I was thinking to do it, but for me it's a big challenge to be commentating and
course.
looking the paddle part. So,
but right now it's all about the numbers. It's not about the errors. It's all about the tiebreak. The score is all that matters, and that is wonderful. That is wonderful. What a pass coming out. Joanna has had quite a few of those so far. Deep overhead. Oh, Elizabeth, fantastic defense. Elizabeth's doing such a good job on the defense. But right now, it's still Joanna called into question. Joanna still will be able to maintain. She goes for a hard shot instead of sticking to the defensive nature that has been helping out the Spaniards. You can't fault her for it. Joanna has found success and she's found failure. Either way, that's what's given her this 6-6 scoreline. That's what's put her in this position. But you are now down 3-5. Saras' service continues. The fault of the first. Some contest, as that might have looked a little bit in. Saras has words to say. And I mean, when you talk about the mental game, very, very hard to not have a point like this effective. I mean, regardless of whether it's in or not, if you think it's in and you feel like you've been cheated out of a decision or something like it, and then you lose the point, ooh, you don't feel happy.
In these situations, always one team looks clearly out and the other team always looks that ball clearly in. And then,
That's that point loss. That's that point loss. Saras will not be happy about that one at all.
I don't remember when was the last mistake that Elizabeth did. So yeah, you were saying these momentums or these moments are really, really difficult mentally, because yeah, that can make you feel very, very uncomfortable.
Yeah. Saras now. Fault from the other side. Joanna. If Joanna can hold on to both of these points, you now find yourself with the first lead in this tiebreak. But that is not how it's done. Set point now for Saras and Elizabeth. They are up 6-4. Joanna and G. Bichitong have both been constantly the first team to break through, the first team to get the lead again and again. But now when it matters the most, they might be knocked out of set number one. Still fighting forward. Nice shot from the back. Elizabeth intercepts with the backhand volley at the net. Now she transitions into a Bahada of her own. Still backhand volleys galore as it's Jiva Chatong to keep the ball alive. Elizabeth knocks it out. What a way to finish set number one. Is going to go to Sarahs and Elizabeth. 7-6. It is hard fought. It is neck to neck. But at the end of the day, only one head can stay on set number two. We'll have to see whether it's any different. Daniel, any words for these women right now about set number one?
So after this set, or after these kind of sets, what is going to happen now, or this is a very difficult loss for Vichitong and Joanna, because they have been fighting a lot. They thought so many times that they could have won that match or that set. Yeah. So now it's a really mental, how would I say, mental what?
Struggle.
Yeah, mental struggle. So if they are not really strong mentally, I think Ellie and Ceres will put their love on the table. So I hope our friend LA is helping them to recover the situation in their advantage.
Daniel, thank you so much for joining us in set number one. We can hopefully maybe catch you back later on for the finals, and we'll figure all of that stuff out. And we've got to take a break right now as well. We'll see you soon on the broadcast. Thank you for joining in, as always, not just in Pakistan, but on the broadcast on A Sports as well.
Thanks so much, Mamun. Thanks so much for having me here. I learned a lot from you. Next time that I
I also might be giving coaching sessions. Yeah. Daniel, thanks so much. We're going to be catching Daniel back later on, potentially. See you soon, Daniel. Going to mean the battle for second place is going to be all the tighter. Remember, either for Joanna and Elizabeth. Remember, Joanna is ranked number 3, Elizabeth ranked number 2. Joanna has won 3 titles in APPT. Elizabeth has won 5. It's a little mini battle between the two of them. They have very often been in finals together and against each other. Set number 2 begins. Joanna to serve. G has to try and maintain control over here. Sarah slows it down, goes for a lob early on. It is all about the lobs. That's what we've learned from set number 1. Elizabeth, backhand down, getting a bit more aggressive this time. She wants to dictate the pace early on, not just go for these straightforward, easy, careful shots. She wants to carry over the momentum from the first set. All in the meanwhile, Sarah's is going to keep on trotting along. Great shot from Elizabeth to finish up that first. Lob goes deep. Sarah's to defend on the Bahada. Still keeps control. Joanna trying to force out an error, but Elizabeth's always been good at defending, and right now is no different. Elizabeth, look at that defense attempt. Unfortunately, when she's also trying to transition and defend at the same time, then it is hard. Who will take the first game? Sarah and Elizabeth up 40-15. Really hoping to start off with a break on the first. G. Vichitong keeps the pressure going. Joanna misses out on what had to be a counter to defend. You can see the satisfaction in the Spanish faces. They know they have made a major milestone. This is the first time we've seen them take an important break before the other side. Joanna and G were leading in momentum, even if they weren't able to convert that through. Elizabeth, I mean, she has been unreal so far in this finals. She's been the stabilizing force. She's been the factor that makes everything run smoothly in this machine. And I won't say it's been well oiled. I'm not going to say that cogs have all been turning the way they have to. Sarah's has had errors, but the thing is, Sarah's skill ceiling is so high, even without the errors, even with the errors rather, it doesn't always matter. Nice shot comes through from Joanna. She's able to find the legs of Sarah's rather than giving her a chance to fight back. It is 15 for the Asian defenders.
Love 30.
Love 30, though. As much as I might be praising the Spanish side and pointing out that sort of jubilation that they experience after the initial win, you can't lose here. You can't lose like this.
Love 40.
Love 40. Elizabeth with a bit of confusion about whether to go for the slice, whether to go for the flat volley, slapstick shot that you can try and get, and in that confusion she'll lose it all. Elizabeth. Oh, that is a very nice shot to come through from her. G. Vichitong unable to defend. Elizabeth and Sarah's find their first. Don't forget, we've talked a lot about how it has been teams struggling to actually close out after they get to 40. A lot of that. Maybe this is yet another one of those similar affairs. Quite a few break points available. Oh my goodness, look at Joanna go. Look at Joanna go. G. Vichitong chasing off the ball just in case it's going to be a factor of consideration. It is not, however. Joining me on the microphone for set number 2 is going to be Ilsa. Ilsa has been with us all tournament long for much of the women's side and some of the men's as well. Ilsa, I mean, fantastic set so far. We could not have asked for anything better, but right now, as we've just had back-to-back breaks, it feels like the action is going to continue just the same way.
Thank you, Mahmood, for the introduction. Very kind of you. Oh, it's been action-packed. The audience is... I was sitting in the audience.
I'm jealous.
It is exciting. It's electric. You can hear the ahs, the oohs. And what a fight. Joanna and Yi are putting together. The first set though, tough luck.
Tough luck, absolutely. Going to a tiebreaker. Right now, though, set number 2, Elizabeth once again gaining control. Going for the intercept when she's quite far from the ball. You can see that pressure on Elizabeth, who was honestly sort of Miss Perfect in the last 4 games of that first set, making basically no errors until the tiebreaker.
The speed and the angle at which she'd hit the shot, just it was too good.
Sarah's on the lob, another chance for here for Joanna. Joanna now sends it down the centre. Sarah is comfortable on the return. She is having a much better time. The defense is double-handed backhand goes far.
Hits
it
the glass.
goes wide.
Unlucky for...
Vicadong on the serve, and Vicadong on the serve. And will not be able to follow through. It's a good serve, it sets up for a potential volley into the corner for Joanna, but she hasn't always been able to get those. Joanna's been a sort of coin flip in a lot of ways. Sometimes she's getting these amazing volleys, these amazing smashes, and other times that same coin lands on tails and you just hit the net. That's what I'm talking about. There comes in that head side of Joanna. Chances galore, and she is making the most of them still. Elizabeth keeps it alive. She's not a gambling woman. She is all about consistency.
Just the communication between Joanna and Vicitong is just incredible. They are constantly in touch with each other, guiding each other as to where the Elizabeth is positioned with her partner, and it really helps when you're on court and you know how to return the shot for a winner.
Joanna's not letting go, not at all. If she might have lost out the last point, but over here she's ready to fire back immediately. Double-handed backhand though.
Back-to-back unforced errors by Vicitong. Can't be easy out there.
Yeah, Joanna's been having some rough times. Vicitong now going to be talking over to her coach. Joanna's fellow countryman, the Filipino Argil, who of course had been playing with Daniel Polio in the men's quarterfinals yesterday.
For anybody who's just joined us, we are live from Legends Arena, the Women's Pro Final taking place right now. First set went to a close tiebreaker, but Elizabeth and her partner took the first set 7-6, and we are now watching highlights from the second set.
For Argil, he has to have a conversation over here about how to adjust the pace of the game. So far, it's been straightforward. It's been Joanna looking for overheads and trying to find winners off the back of that. Vicitong very often playing on the back foot on defense, making sure that the back of the court is covered. It's been rare to see both players actually able to get to the court. For Joanna and G, the Asian side, in comparison to the first set, have been having to have a few more question marks about how to make their way over. Sarah's as well, playing slightly further back from the net, is getting a chance to be breathing more. Sarah's mistakes were coming through when she's, like Daniel mentioned, about 2.5 to 3 meters away from the net. And in doing so, then she has all the more pressure, a little bit less time to react. Sarah's looking much better with these adjustments, and now Joanna and Vicitong will have to make some of their adjustments themselves.
With the fourth game of the second set beginning, let's see how strong they start. Important for Joanna and Vicitong to take this game to make it 2-2. But Elizabeth and Ceres are also looking like they are in control.
I mean, it's been back-to-back breaks. It feels like no one is in control. And in the grand finals, you don't want anything but that. Service now for Ceres and Elizabeth. Ceres the one to deploy. She's hoping to hold on to hers. Ooh, very high shot to come through. That really looked like Joanna was getting ready for a quick kill, but she goes for a flat shot instead, and it hits the net.
5-love to the Spaniards.
Now, oh, what a shot from Elizabeth. She keeps on that defense. It might be the Asian wall, but let's not pretend like Spain doesn't have its own forces. Still,
5s.
15 aside. Sarah's serving once again over to Vichitong. Oh, that's a great shot from Sarah's. That is fantastic. Sarah's did have, I believe it was game number 6, where she was able to get 3 out of her 4 points off the back of a serve and volley or serve and smash. It has been a big strength for her, but unfortunately she ended up losing that one out after being up 40-15.
An unforced error by Vichitong, straight into the glass.
Now up to 40-15. Some would say the cursed score is if they're only watching this side, but the curse has been broken. It is 3-1 separation of 2 games for what I do believe is the first time in this entire set. It is Sarah's and Elizabeth to take the lead. Joanna now on the service. Oh, good serve. Elizabeth caught off guard. It might look like these serves are the same when they're going to the corner, but the difference is how deep is it going to bounce afterwards. Most of these serves have actually been bouncing right as they get to the corner. That one went slightly deeper, so Elizabeth not able to get the adjustment in time.
Great
now,
backhand volley by Joanna.
Sarah is just keeping the pressure onto Joanna.
Excellent
Joanna
defending.
will eventually have to fail on the defense.
Just some excellent defending by Joanna on the bottom left. She's really composed, really calm, tries to get a good shot back, but this time unfortunately fell short. Joanna now serving to Elizabeth.
Oh, that's now 2 in a row where Elizabeth's not been able to return on the serve. That is fantastic for Joanna. She hunts for what could potentially be 3, 30 and 15 in favor of Joanna and G. Vichitong. Joanna forced backwards, not going for the Bahara. She prioritizes the lob. It has been a lot of lob offs, and right now with a shot in the middle to break, it might go end back into another lobbing affair. Sarah sends it overhead. G. Vichitong tries to interrupt, and in doing so exposes her back. That's something Elizabeth is trying to exploit. G off the side glass cannot reach the other side of the court, and it will still be 30 aside.
Crucial point won by Sarah and Elizabeth.
Especially when Elizabeth has been struggling on the service receives, to be able to then fight back in a good way is going to be doing wonders for her confidence as well. Oh, great shot from Joanna over here. And she's not just got 1, but 2 of those. Joanna Tao Yi, a fantastic affair on this left side, will give them a point to hold, 40-30.
Just the angles they find is really incredible.
Absolutely. Joanna's been able to get that passing shot a few times over, but this time it still will be 40 aside.
Good to see some smiles from the Spaniards.
There were a lot of frowns before. Always trailing, but right now feeling maybe a bit more comfortable. Elizabeth, that's a deep lob. Vichitong will interrupt, even so. Control falls back in the hands of Sarah. Sarah continues to try and get that diagonal out, but Joanna's defense has been stern and sturdy. That is a dead ball at the fence.
And the unpredictable grill comes into play. Advantage to Joanna and Vichitong, with Joanna on serve, an important hold for them in this game.
Serve down center. Oh, that's another point on the service. Joanna and G hold on. It is going to be 2-3.
As we see the highlights, we I want you to notice the movement that Joanna does when she's moving back toward the glass. What's incredible is that even though she's moving backwards, her eyes are still glued on her opponents to see their position, to see how they're preparing, and really that is a skill that probably really helps her in her shot selection. I know earlier both teams, having played back-to-back games starting Friday, were facing some hurts, pains, injuries on their shoulders, on their knees. Hence we see the blue tape for some ankle support, knee support, and Joanna herself wearing the arm sleeve for reduced vibration when the ball makes a contact with the racket. Just some care for all the players for this all-important final.
Absolutely. I mean, it's one of those things where as the tournament progresses, your intensity is going on. And something to remember is the amount of impact your body takes in a tournament is very different to what it takes in a normal match. Just the fact that your muscles are tensing up more, your stress levels are much higher, your cortisol is raging through your veins, you are much more likely to get injured in a tournament than in a friendly match versus the exact same players.
Absolutely. 90 seconds up, time being announced with both players, all four players rather, heading back into the court.
Referee on the sideline. He knows just how much this match matters as well. Of course, he's been there to watch most of the big APPT matches for the women's side, and right now as the fight for rank 2 and rank 1 both intensifies, as we do have number 2 Elizabeth and number 3 Joanna on the court. Joanna. Oh, Elizabeth, a rare miss. She really felt like she had that one right to the corner. Instead, it'll hit the wall.
Elizabeth now ready to serve. And hits it into the corner. A beautiful serve that has been lobbed back. And a lucky point for Elizabeth with the ball touching the net and coming back.
15 aside now. Elizabeth's service goes to the center. G. Vichitong on the defense. Now lobs it overhead. Elizabeth, ooh, that's a tricky shot that she goes for. She fakes out the lob, but in the end actually sends it in a low and slow shot. Joanna wasn't ready for that at all.
Not happy with herself there.
Yeah, G. Vichitong feeling some of the frustration, even if Joanna's the one who isn't able to get that shot in. Oh, that is a nice one. G just playing maintenance, but maintenance looks good when she's doing it. Oh, right down the center. It is through.
Splits the two players and into the middle. No one's returning that one, Mamoon.
Absolutely. I'm definitely not. 30 aside. Quickly to the next point. Backhand slice is not going to do much. Knocks herself into the wall, but quick to recover is Vichitong. Now forced back to that same wall where she was even smacking shoulders with it. And it's the same again and again. Eventually the lob doesn't quite go deep enough, and because of that, Elizabeth is forced into a difficult backhand defense. She still gets it, but the rule 2, the grill again and again and again. That's what's catching off Elizabeth.
Max effort put by Elizabeth to recover that one, but unsuccessful because of Joanna's brilliant shot right into the grill.
Joanna. Oh, G is just taking these corners. Elizabeth is suffering to G consistently. That one again defended by Sarah, who's having to close the gap with the grillers. That's been the new point of offense for the Asian side, and a brilliant point for Joanna and Vichitong to break back that break. It is going to be 3 aside.
What an important break, right when they wanted it, and now we are 3 aside. Like you said, Mamoon, what an unbelievable final. Just what we were hoping for, and I'm sure the crowd is thrilled to see them break back.
Elizabeth's face says it all. She knows that where she's looked for a little bit more aggression, it's not the strategy that got them to the second set with a win under their belts. It is a very different affair. She tried changing things up, and the question is, will she default back down to playing it slower, to playing it against the errors? She has been a target much more than Sarah's in that last game, but now let's move on. It is an initial point to come through on the back of some great stuff from Ji Victorong on her serve.
Predictions, Mamoon. Who do you think is going to take the second set?
Predictions are, well, it's going to be a good one. This is why you hedge your bets and you don't make them at all. Ji Victorong, serve down the center. Ooh. Momentum is being picked up by the Asian side. But that's not to say that they can't make errors with it. Joanna, this is the problem that she uses as both her weapon and sometimes her greatest weakness. She does not stop getting aggressive. She does not stop trying to push the envelope. And sometimes that means that your package just doesn't deliver. Now, though, it will. Elizabeth strokes the fence. That very same fence that's been playing against her will stop her from getting that ball across. Corner. Ooh. Sarah's will end up giving 40 over to the Asian side. Is the curse going to continue? 14-15. I don't know if you were able to catch this one out earlier on, Ilsa, but every time a team got to 14-15, they lost the game after that in the previous set.
I definitely missed that, but with Joanna now serving for the second time, right in the middle, good drop and a.
Oh, that's going to hurt. Joanna hits the ball with the top of her racket. The edge will nick it instead. That is just as frustrating as a wicketkeeper catching it.
Crucial point coming up, Mamoon, with 40-30 on serve. Can they hold?
Serve down the center. Joanna goes in. It's the same center that they are attacking, a little bit more passive. No Bahadas, not right now, not in this game. Still, Saras will stop the lob battle before it starts with a great shot down the side. Elizabeth gives much of the same. Elizabeth on the backhand volley will receive again. She's getting ready to push Joanna past. Joanna will get it through. The curse is lifted on both teams. They have both been able to capitalize from 40 and 15. Joanna and G hold on for their lives. They will find 4 first.
What a comeback by the Asian team. Absolutely incredible.
don't. I just have had a couple of quick conversations. But for obviously the Spanish side, the fact that they are uprooting their entire lives to move to Asia to improve battle overhead, that in itself is a commendable thing. It's been one of the big reasons why countries like Indonesia, countries like Malaysia have had such level ups, and hopefully we can have countries like Pakistan be the next on the forefront.
I think we're moving in that direction, Mamoon, and it would be really lovely for them to keep coming here and helping us grow, develop, nurture our talent.
Right now, though, they don't care about us. They just care about the win. They care about the trophy. Ceres is one step closer to it with that point.
Dirty Love Ceres on serve.
First one is going to be a fault courtesy of the net. Oh, just making sure the ball isn't on the court. Don't want to slip and roll an ankle. There's already enough tape going around. That's a wonderful shot from Elizabeth, but still defended by G. Vichitong. And as Joanna continues to pressure forward, it is Ceres to look for the finisher. Joanna still stays alive. The shot isn't going to go over and out of the court, but it's still enough. When it touches the fence, it becomes all the more difficult to defend. Joanna Tao Yi will not.
What an aggressive play by Elizabeth and Ceres. They wanted to make sure they were 40 love, and they are.
And now they want to make sure that it's 4-4. Oh, lovely shot, Elizabeth.
Straight into the feet. Impossible to pick that up.
I mean, right where I thought maybe Elizabeth would default back to being a more defensive element in the game, she has doubled down on aggression. It is good to see. Must have had a conversation with Mark on the sidelines about that. Mark Bernil, of course, coaching the women's team, will be playing the men's final later on. And Joanna, and coin flip.
Won't be happy with that one. Just, I think, a lack of focus. Natural to have, but, you know, very important for her to come back for this point already.
Joanna. Serve is going to give her a point. Remember, last time Joanna was on the serve, she managed to get 3 points out of the 4 that they won on her service alone. It was Elizabeth giving most of them. Ceres was very good at getting the pick, in fact. Elizabeth was the one who had conceded 2 on the return with a slightly unorthodox, deeper corner shot. This time it's not the corner serve at all, though. Even on the first, it's going to be to the center. And it is a pass by. What a parallel. Magnificent. Joanna has now got Elizabeth out with a parallel pass by 5 times across the 2 sets. And you never feel good about it when it happens to you.
Just the swing on that ball was just amazing.
Absolutely it was. Cricket might have been removed from Legends Arena, but that doesn't mean the spinners aren't still here. I believe it's been relocated, to be fair, not removed. But, run back for Chi Vichitong. A very high lob. That is great on the lob, and Joanna is just playing defense right now. She doesn't want to get too aggressive with the volley. A diagonal on the bandeja, but Elizabeth is the one going for aggression. Ceres pushes Joanna further back, and Joanna now looks for lobs. Elizabeth at the back of the court hunts for another bahada, and a follow-up lob that's going to go quite deep, but opens up for a very difficult shot. The ball almost dies. Joanna keeps it alive. She's a wizard at that one, and unfortunately, magic is not going to be enough. Not in this case.
They really took control of the net, but the defense of Elizabeth and Ceres with all the experience came through, and they got the point.
You'll love to see it. .30 aside, quick conversation in the middle. All of these conversations in that previous set generally ended up with a small adjustment in strategy. Most often, who is the primary target going to be? There's been a lot of lobs behind Elizabeth. And a lot of lobs that Ceres has had a very good time with. Let's see what happens here.
A deep lob on the right side and into the net by Elizabeth. Crucial point won by Vichitong and Joanna. I'm sure they're happy about this one. Now serving for the game to make it 5-4. Let's see how this goes.
Serve will go off into the center. Ceres on the forehand, but now on the corner for Elizabeth. She's hunting for space at the net. She will be given it if she wants to receive, but that same lob that came through has been sent right back. Backhand lob slightly harder to commit into, so G Vichitong will be able to get a very solid bandeja out. Maintenance has been good for the both of the women's side, but that maintenance might end over here. Elizabeth gets aggressive, forces a corner out for G Vichitong again. The ball has spent more time in the air than not, but finally it might be ready to come down. Ceres will put it in the ground. Still, the grave has been dug, not by Ceres, but G Vichitong. They will take game number 5. They hold their serve.
No lucky breaks for Elizabeth and Ceres. I'm sure they were hoping for it, but Joanna and Vichitong hold their ground, hold their fort, and take it forward to 5-4 in the second set.
The question is, will it end at 6, or will this be another grueling, long 7-game affair? Maybe even go to another tiebreaker. That's what everyone is here for. That's what everyone wants to see.
Just the passion, the aggression, the emotions running high on court, on center court at Legends Arena. What a match.
And the McDonald's Grand Slam is nearing its conclusion for the women's side. If it is going to be a win over here for Ceres and Elizabeth, but by the way Joanna and G have been playing, I don't know if we're going to get to that or not. Waves from the audience. That child is going to be a battle star, I'm telling you right now. Augustin Tapia, watch out. This guy's coming for your money. He's got a feeder in his mouth right now. Tomorrow, his first words are going to be Bandeja, Vibra, and get out of the way, this is my bola. The most commonly said words by every battle player.
And let's not forget, upcoming is the men's final with 4 incredible players taking the stage shortly. It's going to be a good one, Mamoon.
Absolutely. I mean, Mark Bernils and David Quirros are going to have their work cut out for them. We've got Francisco and Sergio on the other side. Sergio Econdo and Francisco Horadol are going to be coming in as returning champions from APPT Dubai. But before that can be discussed, we have to find out the conclusion or potentially the extension of this match.
Crowd looking a bit tense.
I would be too.
Elizabeth
on the serve to the corner. G struggling on that return, and it is Elizabeth whose smash will connect. No one there to send it back in.
Although Joanna really tried and almost got there, the shot was just too good.
What's going on? That's a good shot inside. That same pass through that Joanna was inflicting onto Elizabeth. Vichitong will be the recipient, this time over Ceres. A taste of their own medicine. 30-0 up in a game you cannot afford to have broken. It's a good start. Corner is attacked. Elizabeth primes and preps for a Bahada. It'll be slightly slow, slightly low, and that's all to set up for a lob of her own. G Vichitong tries to get aggressive. Elizabeth does leave the right side exposed, but it's on the right side that can be attacked. 40 love as Ceres and Elizabeth are going to be one step closer to equalizing.
Easy pickings for Ceres and Elizabeth in this game. Just have looked calm, composed, and in control. Now, Elizabeth serving to equalize. Down the line shot and a smash, which is returned.
Joanna's just holding on to that net and making sure the smashes can't be what gives them the point. Unfortunately, when she's sent back and misses that verticality, that's where she misses the point as well. 5 aside.
Those back-to-back nets really cost Joanna and Vichitong, but now they take serve, hoping to make it 6-5. Just the friendship and the camaraderie between all 4 players is a pleasant sight.
It's a very pleasant side off the court right now. I can tell you friendship and camaraderie aren't what's on their minds right now. They want to destroy their opposition, and Elizabeth does just that in the first point of game number 11. Love 15. G Vichitong looks to reclaim that lost space. Joanna, shot at the corner. Sarahs is forced into a difficult position. Sarahs will not be able to defend too easily. Still gets the pivot. Elizabeth does much of the same, looking a bit more comfortable in doing so. But Joanna's aggression is what is going to give them their first point going into this game.
What a shot by Joanna from the glass, cornering it into the right side of the court.
Service well placed. Backhand is good as well. It's a good build-up so far for the point, but it does feel like that building is about to be broken. Elizabeth in position now to set up Sarahs. Sarahs, however, is again and again being forced back. She can't get a comfortable shot, and in that discomfort, she loses the point. 30 in favor of the Asian side.
We haven't seen so many unforced errors by Sarahs, but unlucky there.
It's just the idea of being a little bit less experienced in the APPT circuit. Sarah is in these high pressure moments in the final. Sure, she might be playing up against a team trying to hold on to a serve, which is generally less pressure, but every second that goes on, every bead of sweat that drips down her face will mean more and more to think about.
45 with
Vichitong on the serve. Sarah's a lob overhead. Vichitong tries to get a mid-court shot, but that's going to be connecting with the net instead.
40-30. This is the point that I'm sure they'd want to close on serve.
Could be the deciding factor. Vichitong, serve to the corner. Overhead is decent, but the problem is Elizabeth is very good at knowing when to speed up her shots from the back of the court. It is going to end up being 40 aside. They cannot close right now, and Sarahs and Elizabeth have a real chance of pulling the old switcheroo and finding themselves trying to defend the lead on hold.
We are at deuce with Vichitong serving to Elizabeth. Fault.
Very tense faces. As it is a full house at the arena, it is Elizabeth and Sarahs who are just trying to keep this house going a little while longer. Sarahs, nice aggressive positioning, forces back both of the opposite side, and Vichitong in her attempt to defend with miss. That lob really nicely played by Sarahs. The fact that she gets an opponent switching shot and both of her shots are able to get Joanna and G into a corner where they can't defend. Sarahs, who's been struggling in some of this game, has also delivered us some of the best moments of it. G now fighting for what could very well be survival. That's a great shot through. Elizabeth always ready, and it's going to be an even better one from Joanna. It still will be 6 now for Sarahs and Elizabeth. They take the lead.
They can't believe it.
They're one game away from being champions. They are one game away from Sarah Zinyan finding her first championship. One game away from Elizabeth Noguera finding her 6th championship in the APPT circuit.
One can really feel for Joanna and Vichitong in this game. I wonder what's going on in their heads right now. Appreciation by Vichitong. It's always nice to see. But what a fight. What a set. What a game.
It's not over just yet, though. We've seen so many breaks in this match, so many chances for either one of these women to take a lead, but they've not been able to prevail. One more game is still vital, but that one game might never come. Should I go to a tiebreaker? Every time a game goes to a tiebreaker, the team that made a quote-unquote comeback always has the momentum advantage.
No one has moved an inch from their seats. They're all at the edge of their seats.
I think someone might have fallen over, to be fair. But other than that, no, you're absolutely right. Mark Bernil's not here right now. The conversation will be completely between the two partners, while Argil on the other side, Argil Lance, will still be coming in on the side to have the conversation with Joanna and G.
Ceres and Elizabeth looking the happiest we've seen them since this match probably started.
Are you saying that because we couldn't see them for a second? I mean, you're right. Elizabeth and Ceres have looked like they've got their game faces on much more than their happy days faces.
This game is an important one. Let's see how it starts. I'm sure that Joanna and Wichitong want to take early control, early aggression.
All of the things you want to do on your own serve, but they'll have to do it on their opponents instead. Ceres to potentially end out the set. Fighting for championship, and Ceres wants it bad. The problem is, so does Joanna. G forced back to the corner of the court, and it is Ceres who is in the air. What a shot. But unfortunately goes too deep. It'll hit the wall first, even though it looked like it was going to connect.
Ceres now serving to Joanna.
Receive is good. Second one takes too long.
Double glass, too good for Joanna to return. An incredible shot by Ceres on her serve.
Joanna might be getting a little bit tired of her hair as well. You have to remember that she is in a position where she also played the mixed finals with Argyll earlier on as well. Ceres and G Wichitong should be the ones who are fresh and spry.
Put some spin on that lob just to make sure that it doesn't hit the glass directly.
Good leave over here from Wichitong. Joanna's been given plenty of opportunities to try and find a point, and that is exactly what she does. Joanna
And
puts it right down the centre, and it will be Ceres to miss at the net.
The celebrations, the fist pump speaks for itself. The passion. Fault on her first serve. Ceres hits the net.
Second will connect. Elizabeth plays maintenance. Going back to old basics, the defense is exactly what was giving her points earlier on. Elizabeth might be going back to what maybe would even be characterized as a boring style of play towards the end of set one. That boring style of play is what gave them wins, so, and that is very exciting.
30 all. Good serve.
Great serve. Better finisher. Is it going to finish though? Absolutely not. Joanna is going to continue the point. Now she moves into her own aggressive stance. Is forced back by Elizabeth. A lob now to follow through. Ceres does not want to let the ball go too high. She will keep it down low, and it is lobs versus Ceres. Lobs versus Ceres, and Ceres might end up winning this one. Elizabeth, great shot on the backhand. Ceres back into control. Goes for the side. Pass through, and Ceres, who has changed the game, who is not letting this be a lob affair, is going to continue to come in from the side. And now at finals point, Ceres and Elizabeth 40 and 30 up.
Is Ceres serving with a set match?
Finals on the line over here. Ceres
ready to serve. Down the tee, it's a fault. Just wide off the line. Interesting choice.
Second one will be a bit more straightforward. To the corner, the net assist, still alive. G Wichitong can't close it over here. Attacked by Elizabeth, and that'll be it. It's going to be 7. It is the 6th title for Elizabeth, the first for Ceres Linyan.
Wow. What a fight by Joanna and Wichitong. I'm sure they are proud of themselves, as they should be. But it is Ceres and Elizabeth who take control, take the champion out of the champions. Action-packed, hour and a half, unbelievable display of paddle. Probably at its highest level here in Karachi, Pakistan. It doesn't get better than this. Nothing separated the two teams, but in the end, it's the Spaniards, the experience, the passion. They should be proud of themselves, all 4 of them, but today it will be Ceres and Elizabeth who will sleep happy, well, and relaxed. One can feel for Joanna and Wichitong. They really put in everything they had. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been an honor to witness. Live from Legends Arena, sponsored by McDonald's, DAFA, Head, ARY Zap, J-Dot, amongst many others. A big thank you once again to all our sponsors, to all the tournament organizers, the heads, directors. What a spectacle. Saira Umar on screen. Earlier she won the amateur ladies final with her partner Afsa. A lot of passion and emotion in that game as well. Came short in the mixed amateur final. But here she is watching some incredible paddle.
McDonald's Karachi Grand Slam. Sarah, this is your first APPT title. How are you feeling?
Super happy, more grateful for playing with Eli, more grateful for the organization. It's super good. I'm feeling like a professional, you know, and thank you so much for everything, and thank you, Eli.
Elizabeth, this is your 6th title. It feels like you must be getting tired of this, right? You must be bored of winning.
No. I'm very happy too. So this time sharing with Ceres the title, so I'm so happy too. Not tired. I'm good.
Very quick word on that match. It was fantastic. It went to 12 games for both of them. First one was a tiebreaker. Second one ends up being 7-5 for you. I mean, that must have been tense.
Yes, now congrats for Joanna and G. I say, oh my God, you are super annoying. For win a point, you need 1, 2, 3, 4 bandejas. And congrats for Joanna and G. The play is super good.
Elizabeth, you had an incredible game as well on the defense and offense. You were changing things up constantly. Was that part of the strategy?
Very happy to be here. Thank you for the organization. Joanna and G play very, very good. So anything else to add?
One more time, your champions, and we will be moving on now to the men's final very soon. Elizabeth Noguera, Ceres Linian are going to be the McDonald's Karachi Grand Slam women's champion. At the end of Championship Sunday, we come to the McDonald's Grand Slam in Karachi to find out who the greatest team of battle in all of Pakistan at this very instant is going to be. It has been a tough, long, drawn-out battle. We have seen the mighty fall, the number one of APPT, Paul Alcena, out of the tournament. The number two of APPT, Eduard Almirez, out of the tournament. Today, we crown a new king. We start things off on the left side. We start things off with the reigning champions of APPT. It will be Francisco Jurado on the left, the master of smashes. Every single shot he hits turns to gold. The Midas touch from Spain, residing in the Middle East, coming into Pakistan. Coming in on his side, it will be the one who comes through, the left-handed demon, Sergio Ricardo. Comes forward to try and take the throne, to try and defend. Defending champions from APPT Dubai will now have to face off versus the veterans. It is Magic and the Machine. We start things off with the Machine himself. David Quirros comes through, coming in defensive, but the MVP of the semi-finals. Fantastic stuff as he knocked out Paul, Alcena and Jesus Ruin to get here. But he's not alone. How could he be? He has the magician next to him. Mark Bernil, everyone, coming forward. Magic with a left hand. No shot is safe from him. Who will take it away? Who will be the grand finalist champions? Who will be the greatest team in Pakistan? Let's find out who will take it all after this toss.
Same. Third deuce is golden point. Two deuce.
Third deuce is golden point.
Third deuce is golden point. Yeah. Okay. You want a last chance to win your raffle?
I don't know if it's yellow or...
It's green. It's green or blue.
Yeah,
I need to turn for you. Huh?
Always green, but now blue.
Turn. Okay. Photos.
Here we have our pro male final.
It is a magical moment in Karachi. With everyone at Legends Arena, everyone in Pakistani battle has worked so hard to get us to this point. Be it the ball boys, be it the sanitation staff, be it the executives at top who have missed out sleep, logistical managers, every single person from this point has had a nightmare and a dream getting us to this area. The question now comes in, who will be crowned victor? Is it going to be Mark Bernil, who's quickly become the people's champion? Is it going to be David Quirros? Or will Francisco and Sergio, who have been the surprise appearances in APPT, prevail? We have a very special guest with us, Luli Guerrera, who has come in to Karachi all the way from Argentina, who has been a staple of the paddle scene in Dubai as well for quite a while, has been really leading the charge of paddle in many ways. And look, Luli, coming in before a grand finals like this one, I mean, what do you even think in this situation where you could be a repeat champion in the case of Francisco and Sergio back-to-back potentially, or for Mark and David, they get to defend their circuit from these newcomers?
So you just you need to try to be as on your place as you can imagine. These guys already know what they're doing. That's the reason why they reach here. They have many years on this. Nevertheless, it's always a moment of being a bit nervous, but that's what as well we do a warm-up. It's not just to warm up the body, it's to start catching feelings with the ball, with the court, with the speed of the court itself. You know, it depends as well. Not everywhere is the same. The humidity also has an impact, the weather, the wind. So this is the moment to understand those things and to start reading as well a bit our opponents.
Well, when it comes to the opponents, I mean, you're looking over at Sergio and Francisco. So far, it feels like they've not had to worry about anything. Everyone they've gone up against are just destroyed. I don't think anyone's gotten more than 3 games versus them.
Yes.
Does it become more tricky then if you start to feel the pressure in the finals? If you lose a game or two, if you end up behind, do you then start to worry more that way?
You do, but like I said before, maybe in a bit of a more of an amateur level. Like these guys are already with it, you know. I do believe there's always it's a tournament at stake, right? So we do have a little pressure, but these guys work on that. Like we always said, and everybody could say it, like what makes a great athlete, it's not only the talent, but how they use their mind to it, right?
Absolutely, and when you're looking over towards that mind, we saw such a good adjustment coming out from David and Mark Bernil in that previous set that they were playing versus Paul Alcena and Jesus Ruin. David ended up being the person who was under a lot more fire, and David is normally characterized as a defensive player, but the fact that he has this ability to switch on that aggressive mode,
yes,
that was so good to see.
Definitely. Like we said before as well, you start adapting to the game, so maybe you just, I mean, this game you cannot stay in the back, because otherwise you will just be defending. This game is won in the net. Nevertheless, you just adjust at the game and what is working for you, because sometimes certain things are not coming out. And so you just need to kind of like restart again and start catching feelings again, and then go to do your thing.
Absolutely, and look, at the end of the day, this is very much going to be a fight, not just for points, but about who can make their style the dominant style on the court, right? In every finals, in every deep tournament match, it's always about who is falling into the other team's way of playing. It's more a fight of styles, and that's the process through which points come through.
Definitely.
Points feel like sort of, hey, it just happened to be there while we're having an argument about how to play the game.
Yes, definitely. Well, there's a saying that I learned from one of the big ones in this sport, which is called Martín Echegaray, back from Argentina. He said that a paddle match, it's not won, it's the other ones lose it. And I find it such an interesting fact, especially when we compare it to tennis, right? Because in tennis, it's a game of winners, and of winner shots, I mean, and paddle is just about building the point.
Luli, thank you so much for your words before the matches. I'm sure everyone's going to be keeping in mind as we head into the set itself. It'll be Francisco to start off on the serve. Luli, thank you.
Thank you.
For being with us. Luli Guerrero on the mic, everyone, and it is now going to be Francisco to start off on the serve. Mark Bernil and David Carrera. The question is, can they hold on? David Quirros. I got it confused with Luli Guerrera. Of course, she's our guest. 30 love. Sergio and Francisco have started strong. Mark Bernil's already being forced to move around all of his corner of his court. And that interrupts what he thought was going to be a good pass by. The parallel pass through will not work over here. 40 love in favor of Sergio and Francisco. Sergio, not asked for. But now when he is, oh no, he's not been able to deliver that overhead. Goes by the wayside. Still 40-15, Sergio and Francisco will be able to restabilize the game from here very quickly, as long as they keep their wits about them. Reigning champions from APPT to Dubai, currently both of them are tied rank 7. It is a place where they are hoping to make their way up to number 1 very, very quickly. I mean, Dubai was, I believe, their debut tournament as well. So if you're able to then go out and win back-to-back finals, even to appear in back-to-back finals, it's impressive stuff. Mark with a good overhead, but Francisco will exploit it. Rather, sorry, go the other way around. Francisco with a good overhead, and David will exploit it. First point off their service goes the way of Mark and David. We saw a very aggressive David coming out in that previous matchup in the semi-finals. Is he going to be here again? Francisco can't defend off the serve. As much as we might see Francisco and Sergio being able to get off to these roaring starts, it doesn't mean that they won't feel extra pressure when it gets into a deep game and it's a tied affair. They haven't had to face that kind of pressure so far in Karachi. And if that ends up being the case, I think it could come back to bite them. These are not quite as veteran as someone like Mark Bernil would be. I mean, look at the amount of titles he has. 7 titles is insane. And the machine picks it up from the back of the court. Keeps on going through. Oh my goodness, it is such a big battle on the diagonals. It's practically horizontal, not even diagonal, but at the end of it all, Sergio will end up missing it, not losing a single point on their own service. Mark and David fight back 1-1. Sergio to serve. Nice deep service to come through. David trying very hard to maintain some level of control, but when that lob is responded on like that, that is wonderful. Mark Bernils was not able to close the distance. He was very worried about a straight diagonal. If Mark started to go forward at that point, then his right side would be incredibly exposed, more so than any other player, because he's a lefty. Remember that lefties have a lot of advantages, but sometimes when defending, it can be difficult. Sergio, 2 great points in a row. Nothing. Sergio hoping to come through with a bit of an unbroken streak of his own. Francisco, a shot that ends up being touched by David, but not the way he wanted to. Really wanted to be able to flatten his racket earlier on, but although he makes contact, it's with a racket that's facing downwards, and with a closed face racket, you're never getting that block to work out. We saw some amazing blocks coming out from Mark, especially against Jesus earlier on in the semi-finals. David had 1 or 2 of his own as well. But it's also a different style of kick smashes, right? What Francisco is going for is a lot more diagonal kick smashes, so you are going to see more of David needed both at the net and behind. Jesus, in contrast, was going for straight kick smashes, where the objective is not to get the ball out of the court, but rather back into your own. It's much more reliable in terms of getting down, but it is a lot more difficult as well. Francisco goes for the percentage plays. We've already talked about this. Francisco and Sergio play the fundamentals. They are the coach's dream. But that also means David has a lot more to do. That means David has to cover off his own side of the court, get the blocks in, and also get a good estimation of when he needs to move forward and out of the court. Sergio to receive. Mark Bernils on the serve. Mark is a very creative player, a very entertaining player to watch. Definitely the fan favorite, maybe of the entire tournament. Oh, nice attempt from David, but it does go too deep. An inch less, and that would have been a nearly impossible shot for Francisco to pick. Instead, Francisco will get the first point they had on their opponent's serve. All serve long, nice backhand, even better on the forehand. The defense is good, but the problem is it can't persist. Not when David is playing like this. He'll go back in. Thought it might have been a smash. Instead, it's Bahada. Tries to go for the barrel pass, not just once, but twice. Mark is unable to defend. No! Mark somehow gets it in. It then ends up contacting defense on the contra that Sergio attempts. I cannot believe Mark's shot spun into the court. I wonder if we can get a replay on that one later on. That entire rally was fantastic. David controlled so much of the court on that left side. 30 and 15 now in favor of Mark and David. Nice shots through. Oh, high lob. Not just high, but deep as well. Actually lands. Oh my goodness, what's that? Maybe even a slip comes through over here. Sergio, I think he might have lost his footwork at the very end of that one. He was getting ready for a Bahada, or at least something similar to it. But he must have slipped. There's no other explanation for that shot. Oh, beautiful from David. Meanwhile, Mark going back in, switching up positions, really wanted to have a smash attempt, but it was going too far wide. And while he uses a aggressive, very high lob to try and regain position, Francisco's ready to get that one in. Francisco's smashes have been, without a doubt, the most consistent of the tournament. I wouldn't say the best, but they have been the most consistent of the tournament. There's a reason why I'm calling him the Midas touch. It's because, listen, gold might not be the best thing you want at the time, but it's still gold. And everything he touches does turn to it. Oh, nice shot from David. Despite the glass contact, still gets a good follow-through. Mark is now called upon on the defense at the back of the wall. Sergio will hunt for a Bahada, but because it contacts with the cage, he doesn't quite have the spin required for it. Mark tests the waters, but David still wants to maintain the control of that ball. A second shot ends up passing through the middle, and he takes a bit too long to try and reset. The next one still going to be good. David, where he would have normally looked for a more aggressive Bahada, is able to slow it down and spin it to the side, which is why Francesco ends up hitting that into the net. Mark is doing such a fantastic job of defending with those backhands. It is great to see. Very nice from Mark. I mean, look at that backhand contra right next to the wall. David almost gets the ball back in the court, even ends up slipping and sliding forward. He really thought he had that one. A flat shot down under would have been very difficult to pick. I mean, look at this replay. David runs all the way out of the court, ends up slipping as he's trying to look for the turnaround. He really thought the ball would be just a little bit closer to him, and that backhand would have worked. Mark, in the meanwhile, gets aggressive on the receive. That's not something you see all the time, but now Francisco is going to have a chance to fight back because of it. Mark jumps up, can't reach the ball. And it will be 40 for Sergio and Francisco on their serve. Francisco will be hoping to cap out with a maiden game. Gorgeous stuff. I mean, that is going to be the point-defining backhand to come through from Sergio, but Mark is hoping that he can be the one who defines the point instead. The victory is undecided as David will set out for a lob that goes too deep, hits the glass instead. Third game found for Sergio and Francisco. Francisco has had some really good shots, but Mark is not one to be left behind in the smashing department. you see in Mark in terms of sort of bodily composition, Mark is a lot bulkier than a lot of battle players you'll see. He's got a very strong sort of shoulders, he's got a very strong elbow as well because of that. So he's a bit more flexible in the kind of shots he can go for. And that also means at the same time, I'm not sure if he's got the same sort of vertical jump that players like a Jesus would have otherwise. Upper body strength that comes through is also really good for these last minute extra bumps of strength into a volley, especially on the left side. You get a lot of those opportunities. Jahangir Khan, of course, squash legend, sitting down in front of us. A-Sports, of course, has been bringing us a fantastic show all across. A very new experience for a lot of the A-Sports team over here to actually produce battle, and I have to say, every single day it's been a step up after the next. Every single hour it's been a step up after the next. It's been a lot of hard work put in behind the scenes by these guys. And look, honestly, there isn't a single set of hands over here who we could afford to miss. Right now, the 4 sets of hands that we need to talk about, though, are the ones who are committing violence on the court. David might be apologetic, but he'll still take the point. Always a risk trying to come up into a smash receive, or even to go to the side sometimes to try and defend a Rulo or a gancho. Oh, that backhand is gorgeous. That backhand is gorgeous. Francisco even managed to go into the far reach, but it's not enough. Mark and David staying neck to neck on their own services. I love it when we have a game which is continually sticking on serve. You are seeing some of the highest qualities of battle. Definitely the highest quality of battle Pakistan has ever had played inside it, that's for sure. Oh, that smash is not going to be going out. No way. Sergio knows he has to come through on the cover. Great shot, but Mark is there on the defense. Mark is also stretching out like Mr. Fantastic. And as he does do so, David will find space to then corner out Sergio. Mark and David will get their set of serves up to 40 and love. Hoping to close out without conceding a single point. This has been a very back and forth affair from game to game, but either side with the serve has maintained momentum in such an effective way. David, what a point from him. Just perfect changes of opponent, perfect changes of attention coming in through in that one. Mark's getting a few words in just in case. They always have to stay ahead of the adjustments that they think Sergio and Francisco are going to make, and they really need to hunt a break of their own if they want to take this game away. Mark is ready to fight, and fight he does. Sergio has not been coming through with those clean shots going out of the court that we saw coming in the first few sets of the tournament. They've been dangerous, don't get me wrong, but danger is not something David or Mark are unaccustomed to. David now, what a shot from him, still covered off, all the way into the corner. Francisco will end up having a lob, go to Sergio instead, and David is defending these difficult bajadas. What a check, what a check. Mark Bernil is putting on a show, and everyone is loving it. All smiles on the sidelines, none to be seen in front of him. That shot went far too deep. And I can't wait to see Mark smile on the replay over there. It is contagious. Sergio, however, stern-faced as always. He is a killer. And just losing a point or two to a happy face is not going to change that fact. You mentioned that there are players who, when you look at them on the court, you feel a little bit scared going up against them. Sergio is definitely one of them. While Francisco is all smiles, Sergio is all business. Oh, Mark, what a shot in through on the interception. It'll force Francisco back, and where they're looking for a parallel pass, David on the backhand is going to end up flubbing his lines. $30 aside. Mark and David, despite that early 30-0 lead, will immediately be losing it out. Sergio, oh my God, look at that. Once again, It's when he's pushed into a corner and forced to go for a bajada. Sergio needs to make a difficult choice to maybe even go for a lob. The problem is lobbing when your back is against corner is very difficult. You have to go for an overhead lob instead. But Sergio's been good about rectifying any mistakes he makes with an immediate service win afterwards. 40 aside, but this is still one of the closest places we've ever been to a break. Mark and David missing out on one break point. Can they find another one? Francisco getting ready. Francisco, shot goes too deep. Those risky shots, that Midas touch. He cannot afford to lose it now. Advantage to Mark and David. Sergio, last time recovered on the service. This time the serve return is very good from David. David is now keeping control over the volley. And as Francisco comes in to break the battle, he loses it instead. The first break of the Grand Finals will go the way of Mark and David. What a game that was as well. David has been so good in his changes of pace. Mark Bernil's in the meanwhile so good at just making sure he is pushing Sergio into a corner. There's a very clear man that they are seeking out to undermine. It is Sergio himself. Sergio, of course, has been very much of a problem so far, but when they move him into a bajada where he's chosen to go for a forehand instead of a backhand, he's exposing his tendency to try and favor his forehand too much for a left-sided player. That takes him out. That is a shot and a half. Look at that. Almost slips over his own feet. My God. Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh. Bernil is always such a showman. That last point. Ever afraid to wear his heart on his sleeves.
Mark on serve, 4-3.
Sergio to receive. Oh, look at that lob. It's up in the sky next to the stars, and Mark is going to have to slow it down because of that. And it's not going to be Sergio or Francisco to slow it down. They're going to keep on going faster and faster. But David's volleys have been impeccable. David finally makes a mistake. Finally, an error comes out. How long can he keep on defending? This is getting ridiculous. $15 to the side of Sergio and Francisco. Francisco on receipt off the service. Lead. First back over. Oh, that is a shot and a half. That is a shot and a half right there. Francisco ends up on the floor trying to recover it. A straight bajada from that angle. Oh my goodness. What I would do to have a shot like that. That shot. So normally what a bajada is you're going for a spin from the side of the ball. What David just did there is he flattens it. And that's really hard to do because you have to completely lower your center of gravity in a way where you're getting a smash motion from a height that a smash just never comes in. And you're looking for distance. It's perfect in every way. 30 and 15, however, and Mark, once again, letting the ball pass by, has been really good at forcing out errors. Francisco and Sergio have not had this kind of contest so far. They are feeling the pressure. Mark and David will not be letting go of the lead they found. They are looking to extend 40 and 15. David interrupts that play. Will go in for the backhand bajada. Francisco cannot receive. 5-3. And it is amazing to me that the closest so far that anyone has come to beating Mark Bernil and David in a set has been Farhan Mustafa and Akil Khan, our very own loved favourites, who took it to 12 versus them. And in the overtime ended up losing out. Even that was just a set. I can't believe that they would have won the match, not with the way Mark and David have been playing. Still, Sergio and Francisco are in this. Sergio, that's an easy smash for him. Mark couldn't make his way over in time. They had to rely on David for the block, and they're not able to do so. Oh my God, what in the world is that shot? Mark has set himself up for success, not just once, but twice. 15 for Mark and David, as they are hoping to close out here and now. Shot goes high. Francisco preps up. That's such a good backhand coming in from Mark, but the problem is his options on the court are still blocked off. He has to get very low for that shot to actually work because of the speed that it's coming in and because of the topspin coming out. So getting back up and moving into the corner as a lefty, very difficult. Very, very difficult. David. Quirros is going to make a mistake, and game goes to Sergio and Francisco. David looking for the interrupt, looking to try and take control of their opponent's serve. But they still have the ultimate lead, which is the advantage of one break point. There's been more than one of those moments with David, who's been really dominating most volley battles, tries to use that to crowbar himself into a game that they are otherwise losing. And what I like about David is, even though he's going for more of these risks, he's still a very machine-like player. He's still a player who is going for these risks when he knows they're ahead, when he knows he's winning most of these affairs. So for him, this isn't a 50-50, it's a 60-40. Otherwise, he wouldn't try for it. David has a very good B game, he has a very good C game, but when he's on his A game, that's where he finds the one place where he's fine with taking a risk and commits to it hard. And right now we are seeing the A game from him, absolutely, there's no doubt about it. Sergio and Francisco are hoping to find their own as well. Now finding it difficult to be repeat champions. And I've talked to a lot of the players who have faced up against some of these Spanish sides from the Pakistani region. I mean, I've talked to Taha Jawad, I've talked to Tala Hassan, who lost out to Sergio and Francisco earlier on, and I mean, their prediction was straightforward. They just said, hey, listen, we really just think Sergio and Francisco are too good. We don't think anyone can beat them ahead. We think it's going to be a close game, but Mark and David are going to lose. A lot of Pakistani players have shared that opinion. Mark and David are showing us why battle is a game of style and not just picture perfect play. Oh, that goes out. Hoping to defend their serve. They will lose the first point. Shouldn't matter just yet, but losing another one would put them in a difficult spot. Love 30. Is this going to be a comeback being mounted by Sergio and Francisco in the dying embers of this set? David certainly hopes not. Serve is good, serve is great, and he's going to have an opportunity to try and kill it down the line. The line is well defended. The smash cannot be defended. Sergio can't reach. 15-30.
Beyond.
$30 aside. Mark and David right back into fighting favor. And David on the service
40-30
is going to be able to find point number 3. 40-30. and hoping to close, hoping to find game number 6, and that's exactly what happens. Mark and David will break Sergio and Francisco's unbeatable streak. They will take a set off of the defending champions. Set number 2 will be a different story. Every single service was held bar one. Sergio really pushed into a corner in that one. I mean, that's where you saw the strategy be to keep on lobbing into the right side corner, keep lobbing into Sergio's territory and use that unwillingness to adjust towards a backhand, that desire for aggression against him. That combined with David's volley battles just needed to be topped off by Mark having a few really nice moments of his own. Francisco's been largely disabled. We've had some good smashes. It's hard not to have them when Francisco's on the other side. Let's not forget. I mean, he is a wild man when he is faced off with the lob, but not every smash has been perfect, and that's a big change. A lot of sweat to wipe off, and look, I can see why. I can see why. Mark is still all smiles. David, all business. Well, they're feeling good about that first set. Francisco hoping to turn the tides around. Started off on the service in the first one as well. This time will be no different. Mark, slow shot to the side. Sergio, great attack on the volley, and the attacks will not stop. First point goes the way of Francisco and Sergio, and we've got for ourselves a second voice joining us in the commentary desk. We have, of course, Ilsa, who has been narrating through much of the action, especially on the women's side with us. She's going to be helping me out in the men's event as well. And while Francisco looks for help, it is Sergio who will be the one at the line. First set goes the way of Mark and David. Now in set number 2, Ilsa, Sergio and Francisco hope to fight back.
I mean, I was in the crowds and watching Mark and David take that set was an absolute pleasure, because the way Sergio and Francisco were fighting, hitting it hard. I mean, the speed of the ball is traveling lightning fast.
It absolutely is. Hard to tell sometimes on the camera, but if you're here in the stands, you know exactly what's going on. But what is happening now in the start of the second is very similar to how the first set started, right? Sergio and Francisco get a very good hold on their set, not giving up a single point. Now Mark and David come back and they mean business.
I'm sure they'll want to break many serves of Mark and David to take it comfortable, or make themselves feel comfortable in the second set at least.
David has been so good, so fast on those volleys, and my goodness, Francisco's not one to lose out on speed either. Anticipates the ball coming back over. The Raminato will be disabled with a quick tap out. Oh, shot down the line. Backhand volley is good, not just once but twice. And now Mark is under attack. He thought he'd be the victim. It's David with the change up. Francisco, what a change of pace from him.
Mark serving to Sergio.
Sergio recovers and sends it high and deep. Mark is not going to try and go for a smash. Instead, trying to keep the ball close to the galleys, close to the corners. Francisco sends it back over. It's a battle of Baharas once again, and David is always delivering, but he cannot find a point off the back of it.
What happened there, Mamoon?
I mean, Sergio gets a fantastic smash in. David swung wildly, couldn't actually make contact with the ball, and with that, it's an immediate point in. Great Ramanatha coming in at a low height, and that's followed up with a clean start. Not just the first game, but the second as well. Sergio and Francisco were rattled going into the second half of set number 1. This gives them recliners. This gives them nice, cushy sofas.
Exactly what they wanted, with Sergio on serve, serving to Mark. First service into the corner.
Oh my goodness, Sergio Left-sided demon, left-handed demon, man. This guy is just unreal. On one end, you've got the trickster, you've got the jester. Mark's always there with a smile whenever he's winning. Sergio always there with those dead eyes that look like they're going to bore a hole into you.
An unlucky miss into the net by Francisco. 15-all.
Sergio, another chance, but that's out right there. It's very few lobs that Mark has actually hit out when he's going for these really high moonshots, right? The moonshots have been good as far as height is concerned, but now he's trying to add distance because he's worried about the smashes that are coming back. Francisco and Sergio are the only players so far who've actually attempted to kill those shots. Everyone else is respecting it.
Absolutely, it's a real battle of the Bahadas out here with both teams. I think that was a fault, just out.
40 and 15, hoping to take it to 3-0. David not even getting a single ball over here. It is all attention, all eyes on Mark Bernil's, and as that continues, it's still Mark under pressure. Net will help him release some of it, but David now caught off guard with the full galley unprotected. It is 3 for Sergio and Francisco. They fight back.
Action-packed final, isn't it?
Absolutely. I want to know what they said to each other in the middle of those sets. I mean, the way Sergio and Francisco have been able to adjust between that is just a special something to watch.
I mean, they did just win, in Dubai. So they're winners, they're champions.
And the thing about the Asia Pacific Battle Tour is, obviously, it's relatively a newer player when it comes to sort of the overall global battle scene. It's exploding like crazy, but it also means that there's a lot of talent that is yet to participate, and when they come through, they punch hard. Sergio and Francisco, I think it was their debut tournament in Dubai, and on their debut, as a wild card coming in, they won out the entire thing. Now, look, I mean, they're still one set down. I'm not saying they're anywhere close to getting the win over here, but the fact that they're taking it to a 3-0 versus Mark, who has 7 APPT championships, David, who has 2 of them already. These are legends of the circuit.
In the second set, in the men's final,
David has a chance to turn their fortunes around with his serve. He doesn't just have a chance, he has an obligation.
Obligation to whom, Mamun?
I don't know, man. To his mother, to himself, to his family, to his loved ones, but more importantly to his legacy, and that's a legacy he hopes to create, but it's a legacy that might be Francisco's. No! Mark with the defense, not just once, he's required twice. David does not believe that his teammate managed to get the ball back over. He wasn't ready to adjust back into the point. He thought it was already lost. Starts off strong for Sergio and Francisco despite the defense, but it's going to be David with a quick fire back. 15-all. Sergio under fire.
Lobs it back. A cheeky Chiquita.
Ooh, great shot, and Mark will have to send it as contra off the wall. Francisco's ready to take that home. Francisco has been the menace. Every time you see a contra going over to him, Francisco is ready to smack it away. It's one of the reasons why a contra is a last resort shot, because when players like Francisco come through, it doesn't matter how good you are at it. You're going to be giving over a smash. Good recovery from Sergio. Francisco keeps the ball alive. Not just that, he goes for another one. Just for good measure, David gets 2 smashes for the price of 1.
Powerful tap out. Looks simple. But let me tell you, it's not.
Absolutely, it is going to be instrumental. David. Oh, what a shot from David. Francisco's still there on the cover, covering off all of the back of the court, but still, when he's forced to go for these sort of 6-meter dashes again and again, eventually one of these backhands is going to give. Eventually, it's not going to work out. Oh, gosh. Backhand from Mark is picture perfect. What is that slice?
Too good by Mark. Sergio, with all his experience, couldn't return it.
Francisco's service as our announcer on the side. I can't believe he's managing to keep track of the points. I would just be stuck with my mouth ajar. Now, there's a reason why they had to put me in the commentary box. When I tried to commentate from outside of the court, I couldn't even speak. This is why I'm left speechless. Francisco's shots are insane. David to receive Francisco. Oh God, look at that. Bahana straight into the double glass, and now it's a slow backhand slice. Francisco's
Bahana, and it's a
by Sergio, and now David has a chance to send it out. It won't be there. It's Francisco waiting and being stood up by the ball.
$15-all.
That's a very good serve. And again, you have to take advantage of the fact that a left-handed player is playing on the right. This is one of the few advantages you will ever get. Serving is going to go to a backhand on both sides, not just the one. So a strong corner serve can be really hard to deal with.
And the speed that the ball is traveling at is just so quick that you touch the racket to ball and it's going off Mark and David's hands into the glass.
What is that shot from Sergio Ricardo? Francisco is set up now for a smash, goes for a shot to the side valley instead, and David is able to find a finisher to a beautiful foundation that David built for that point. Wow! That shot was amazing. Barely just catching the edge of his racket.
Highest quality of battle here.
Absolutely. Tapia's taking notes, I've heard. Backhand to the feed. Will not matter. Sergio's here to deliver. 4-1. Sergio and Francisco one step closer to equalizing the set score.
Looks like we're going into a third set, Mamoon.
Well, let's not count any chickens before they die. I want to see that shot from Sergio again. Not to say that these shots aren't good enough as well, to be fair. I mean, David getting smashes and smashes and smashes is also always a good time. You know? Hard not to love that. Midas touch off Francisco. Continues through. Look at the pressure. Look at the pressure. Sergio is underneath. He knows that he's been stuck like a bad stick of gum into the corner of the court.
Emotions are running high on center court.
Championship is on the line. And despite the early lead that Sergio and Francisco have, remember, you're always one banana peel away from slipping into a 4-4. You're always one break point away for things going wrong.
We have the women's champions on the sidelines.
Rooting for their coach as well. Mark Bernil, of course, having coached both Elizabeth and Ceres in that finals. A lot of camaraderie between these players. It is the upstarts from the Middle East, really, who they're rallying up against. Francisco and Sergio would probably be one of the few players who they've had a lot less interaction with, not to say that they don't have respect for them. Midas touch sends a lob over, and David will play with him. Still, ball almost makes its way back in. That shot was nearly in the other court. Francisco, what a run, what an attempt. Look at that, look at that. He's out of there. He's crossed the border. He's in India. He's got a good passport. They're allowed to do that, I can tell you. Mark continuing on the aggression, and it's what allows David to go in for a smash that smashes in where he wants it to be. Francisco still maintains control. Sergio will finish the point. Magnificent stuff. Absolutely wonderful.
Electric.
The left-handed demon, where he was maybe a bit of a liability in that first set, now he is showing us exactly what he's made of.
And the crowd can't believe what they're watching live.
I barely can as well.
30-15.
What do you think they're saying to each other, Mamoon?
I believe in you. Power of friendship. Rose before other responsibilities. Unfortunately, the responsibilities of the court are evading Mark and David right now. 30 aside. Mark feeling the pressure. We saw him really start to double guess himself when he was up against Farhan Mustafa and Akil Khan, and that pressure was getting to him. Mark ended up having to play much more conservative, very different to his normal brash, bravado-esque style. Still, David, great shot to the side. Francisco is going to be forced into a lob instead. Bahara is good, but Sergio's there to maintain position. The feet have been targeted, and Sergio and Francisco will find yet another break. It is 5-1 in their favor.
What a comeback. Sergio to serve.
Sergio on serve.
Looking to close the set. Into the grill. Glass, sorry. Cheeky Chiquita. And just too good for Mark. The variation that Sergio put in that ball was immense, and it paid off.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's really been showing different facets to his style of play consistently. David doesn't go for the lob over there. He tries to go for the sidelines. The backhand of Francisco has been very well defended. That shot is absurd. That shot is absurd.
30 love.
30
the idea
love.
that you get a double bounce and then it still comes back over to your court, very hard to manage that.
Sergio and Francisco looking a lot more comfortable in this set than they were in the first set.
Absolutely. Francisco showing us that with another smash on a moonshot. No,
Of course
connection
he got
made.
there.
David manages to touch it, but just as they've managed to touch that sense of victory, that doesn't mean they're actually going to get a proper taste.
Set point. Sergio serving to David.
David hopes to find a little bit more space, and it won't be there. 6-1 for Sergio and Francisco.
One set each, 6-4, 6-1. We're into the third.
2.5 meter mark, which means that he has a bit more of an advantage versus David in the volley battles, and he's good to give it up quickly, but he didn't completely give it up. There's not any of that transitioning business. Still, set 3 has started. Contact has been made. Francisco will get the ball back in the court. Mark Bernils will, however, not be the one on play. Remember, Mark has changed shirts. He's now into the white on white.
Unlucky
Everyone
miss.
else is in the same, so you should be able to recognize them. Ball hits the post, not the net. Hitting the post with the ball or your own racket or any sort of contact immediately loses the point.
5-15 all. Second serve by David.
Great Rulo won the backhand. David forced back regardless. It's going to be a Bahada attempt. Catches Francisco maybe a little bit unaware, but Francisco's quick to gain awareness. Not just awareness, but a shot for David to try and defend in mid-air. That's one he'll never get. Sergio, great delivery on that one.
Powerful start by Sergio and Francisco.
That too on David's serve. I mean, that's the more concerning thing. If you start off getting broken after you've lost 6-1, ay, ay, ay. Shot to the center. He's got the setup. He's barely had any chances for overheads. It's been all control from Sergio and Francisco. Their lobs have been good. David, the closest he's come to it is these Bajadas, and they've looked good, but Sergio now is continuing to defend. Mark gets a chance instead. Oh, Sergio's ready for it! That shot doesn't go quite deep enough, and Sergio realizes it's just another moment to add to his ever-growing highlight reel.
Exactly, Mamoon. 2 break points for Sergio and Francisco. They'll be looking to get an early break.
Snacks galore, courtesy of our main sponsors. McDonald's, of course, having set up a lot of fresh goodies that you can go pick up for yourselves. Always good to have.
Just too good by Sergio. Could not be returned by Mark. Straight crossed him, past him, and into the grill for them to take the lead 1-0 in the third and final set.
Fantastic stuff. I believe the 1 is supposed to be on the other side, not the score. Hey guys, we're all still learning here. What matters is who can learn faster on the court.
Once again, for anyone who's just joined us, we are into the third and final set of the final men's pro APPT Grand Slam Karachi.
And Karachi has been in for a treat all weekend long. Right now, that treat is coming to its sweetest and maybe its shortest part as well. Great lob to the back of the court. Sergio forced to give up his ideas of a Vibara, and as he goes back in, slows down the volley. The volley battle is where the win might be found. Mark gets a setup for a smash. Smash won't go quite deep enough. Sergio sends it back in. Mark is there for the defense. Sergio winds down the clock, and it will spring back down. This is a fantastic affair from him to start off on their own serve. Mark will not be able to fight back immediately. Francisco now over to David. Oh, David is just continuing on the defense. Finally gets a chance to lob. That's not good enough. Francisco's going to send it high. David gets a touch. Francisco sends it to the corner. And although David was moving for the intercept, it's just not fast enough on the recovery.
This is what we were talking about earlier, Mamoon. Will Francisco and Sergio be able to start strong, take the momentum forward, and they sure have.
Francisco continues to impress, and with that backhand sets up Sergio for a good smash. The smash touches the cage, and because of that, Mark gets the chance to show off. Turns around, quick backhand tap out, makes it look easy.
He'll be happy with that one.
It'll be the brief breath of fresh air that he's managed to get in what has otherwise been a very difficult to breathe game for him. Francisco really needs to make sure they close this one soon on his service. There's been opportunities for Mark and David to start bringing his back in. David, good recovery as he gets it right down the galley. And now with a backhand that's gone too aggressive. He's hunting for a sharper angle than existed in physics. It's second game now over to Sergio and Francisco.
2-love third set with Mark to take serve.
Mark's service. Oh, what's this going on over here? Mark overhead trying to stop Sergio from having the net, and with that David is going to go back for a contra in a very awkward position. It'll hit the cage instead. And remember, if you're watching paddle for the first time, a contra is a shot that goes off the back glass. It cannot go off the back cage. Very nice from Mark and David. I mean, you can't move into a position where he gets an awkward forehand. He's maintaining percentages, but the percentages are just not favoring him more often than not. Still,
Slice from David was too good. Angled it perfectly. Racket face open. Right at the back. No one's picking that up.
Mark sends it down the stretch to the feet of Sergio. Sergio. Oh, God, what an angle he's found. That is wonderful. Sergio looked like he was going to go in for the galley shot where he's targeting the backhand of David. That's why Mark starts to move over closer to the center. But that slight shift in his torso, that's what enables him the chance to target Mark at the very last second. Really technical, really nice. Ooh, fault. That's a first. Remember, that's a net and went over the line in the previous one, so Mark still has one more where that came from. Mark, oh, gorgeous shot down the line to the side. Now we'll have to look for defense. That lob, though, was far too deep. 30 aside, Mark and David are still fighting forward. Game point now for the servers. It might be set aside, but we all know that momentum is currently favoring the Midas touch of Francisco. And Sergio on the side. 2-1. Mark and David make their mark. Can they get their first break in the second? Opportunity to do so.
What an incredible showing. This is really high quality paddle.
It's actually one of the more simple ones in paddle, honestly, whenever the ball's coming back in, because the smash isn't deep enough. But it's so good looking. That, though, that's a real treat. Sergio has had his fair share of moments. I think Mark and David have decided to make him a primary target. Francisco's just been too consistent. And although that decision may have been made, it hasn't necessarily borne fruit. Sergio reminds us why he is the left-handed demon of this tournament so far. He has been unparalleled.
Rightly said, Mamoon. Left side demon it is. He's coming in with the power, coming in with the movement, the footwork. It's really incredible.
And this is where the question is, how do you overcome? Sergio's going to be coming in with the serve up next. Sergio's services have largely been highlighted by a slightly slower serve, just because he's prioritizing a deeper position in net. In the first set compared to the second set, we're seeing much more priority being put on Sergio being slightly closer to the net man initially. At the same time, David's just not been able to get into those volley battles that he was loving so much.
Sergio ready to serve to Mark. Mark receives it, lobs it, and a smash by
Sergio and Mark. Oh God, that's a great shot off the glass, and right after that it gets the net control as well. Sergio tries to go for a sharper angle. He tries to go for the straight shot forward to tap it out, but there's a reason why it's much more difficult to do that than go for the diagonal.
And the crowd erupts.
It ends up hitting the glass twice, and that's where the comeback comes through. Now, David, oh my goodness, Francisco's been given a perfect reward chance, but David defends. 2 in a row for Mark and David on their opponent's serve.
Exactly what they wanted. 30 love up. A chance to break.
Sergio needs to take that chance away from them. Opportunities like that initial smash need to be created again and actually capitalized on. There's that opportunity. Actually, lob goes much better than I thought it would. Mark is unable to... Sergio is unable to try and punish that one. Mark is good on the punishment. Contact is still made. Sergio brings the ball back in. Mark finds an empty space that Sergio left. The vacuum has been filled. I think we know who our crowd favorites are today.
3 break points.
Oh God, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. I can tell you that much. None of these points are going to be free. Even Mark just shrugs. He knows there's nothing he could do. That's a tough shot. That's not going to be going in. No way, but a defense. That's fantastic. Francisco intercepts the tap out. And the lob goes too deep. Francisco. He anticipates and blocks the tap out. And with that, it's a hair's distance between a break and a deuce. 3-point lead, and it could go by the wayside. I will mentally stun them, but no, David catches them off. He puts them down.
2-2 in the third and final set. The boys have broken back.
Mark on serve. David on serve, sorry.
Yeah, just a quick correction as services are being figured out. Easy to get swept up in all of the battleground. David sets up the serve over to Sergio. Great serve. Spin on that one is great. Sergio forced for an awkward backhand, but he just can't get over the line. Lob is really good from Francisco. He had to really reach for that one, but the Nahada on the backhand from Mark is even better. This set is very much underway. This is not going to be like the second set at all. Mark and David have made the necessary adjustments coming into set number 3.
I can tell you the only thing on David's mind right now is to hold his serve into the body of Sergio, and it is 30 love.
40 love as David will punish. Mark is once again all smiles as he knows that momentum is favoring him. And with Newton on his side, who can stop him? Maybe Francisco. It's Newton on one, Midas on the other. Midas right now losing out. Mycology is on the sidelines. It is Mark and David to find game number 3. The crowd is riled up.
Pumping the crowd up. Mark, this is what we're here for. He loves it. Unbelievable. What a show. Everybody's on the edge of their seats. No one wants to give up their seat.
And where we might normally say that, hey, both of these teams are Spanish and have the home ground advantage, it's also an advantage that's been grown by Mark and David. Performances all across, continually giving the crowd a reason to laugh, a reason to cheer, a reason to, at times, hold with bated breaths. And now with the pressure for Sergio and Francisco, before was just a conversation about inexperience. It is now a conversation about that third man on the side of Mark and David in the crowd.
On serve, as you try to make it 3-3. Fran, sorry, my apologies. Fran on serve, serving to Mark. Off the glass, couldn't be returned by Francisco. Now serving. David lobs it back. Soft shot back, cheeky Chiquita. It's a battle of the volleys. And a tap out to take the point. He is pumped up, ladies and gentlemen. 30 loud. Will this be another break? We'll have to wait and watch. Francisco looking to gain advantage in this game. Serves, and he does it. Easy pickings. Into the net. 15-30. Too good. Too good by Francisco. 30 all. Francisco looking to make it 3 all. Serving to David. He pushes it back. And there we go. It is 3 all. Nuh-uh, not today. He does not want to be broken, and not in the final set with the championship on the line.
Absolutely not. Shot from David will not be able to penetrate through. 15 and love. Now over to Sergio and Francisco. The desire not to be broken in the final set will also extend forward into the desire to break their opponents over here. Silence the crowd, turn Karachi into a library. But Mark's not ready for that just quite yet. He's not done with his rock and roll run. 15 all.
We are live from Legends Arena. The men's pro final. Mark serving to Sergio.
Straight down the side. Sergio takes aggressive point, and with that he'll have a chance to send the ball back into a corner. Mark still somehow defends, and in doing so opens up a sideline in the galley. Francisco almost makes it, but almost will not be enough. Mark has left even David in disbelief.
And how easy he made it look.
I don't know, man. That still looked pretty difficult. I won't lie to you. Mark, some of the things he does on the courts. I mean, look at this replay.
Oh, they are difficult, but he makes it look easy.
There's just no chance for Francisco to reach that one. Opening up the galley like that. Wow. Now, a backhand volley down. David sending it back over to Sergio. He's target number one because Francisco is still a problem. Francisco is still very much ready to create problems. 3 aside, 30 and 30. Mark getting ready for an attempt to try and cut off Sergio again.
Crucial point.
He goes in for a Weber. He needs to defend the net, but in his attempt to do so, he'll give it up completely. He tried to put an extra force into that overhead, but he pushes his own body back because of that, and he can't get closer to a better position. Sergio and Francisco are at break point. This could be the critical moment that swings things away from Mark and David. They need to close. They need this shot to connect. Sergio only waits and watches.
Deuces. Deuce, deuce, deuce.
Great shot from David, but they have to be two more that came from if they want to try and prevent the risk of a break from materializing again. Oh, that's
on the line.
A fault. Well, it might be. Either way.
Where's the third umpire when you need them?
Something Pakistani cricket has been asking for about the last 4 years. Oh. Nice backhand shot. Oh, God, that Pahara is so good, but Francisco's in position. The problem is Francisco gets greedy. He tries to take point at the net after returning the Pahara, but David was always there to defend with the follow-up volley. That is the difference maker.
Elizabeth can't watch.
I don't blame her. Her coach is not doing well on the court side. David's heart is, well, it's raging.
That's what we're here for. That passion, that fire, that scream.
Oh.
Emotions are running deep.
Mark even reminding the crowd that, hey, I need to hear you guys. Come on, come on, come on. Let's keep this energy going. To be fair, I think Mark might have heard them enough in these last few rounds. He certainly made a case for getting a decibel meter out into Legends Arena. Francisco, though, I have to say, he has been electric so far. The problem is, you're in Karachi at a land where electricity has sometimes been missing.
Fortunately, though, the way these guys have arranged or made all the arrangements is amazing.
Absolutely.
From start to finish, hopefully, everything has run on time.
Someone is sitting there with a shirt counter of how many shirts Mark is going to go through in the tournament. I won't lie to you. I believe this is shirt number 4 or 5 of the day.
It is hot out there.
And that's one of the reasons why these balls are going so high every time they actually make contact. It's also why if you don't see a ball make its way back over to your side of the court, you definitely know it was a mistake made by the player committing to a smash. Sergio lost out on that first break of this set. Now he has to hold. Oh, good shot off the side glass, and over here David will end up disappointed. Manipulated to the side again and again. That backhand of his exploited in this one by a great Rulo. Francisco, look at the swings on those backhands. He is going through for more follow through than might be available. It is just technical perfection from the Midas touch. But where one side is technical, the other side is magical.
30 love, second serve by Sergio to Mark, who's receiving.
Shot overhead. Oh, that one's a little bit trickier. Sergio still ends up putting Francisco in a good position for a volley, and this is what I mean. This is what I mean. With a heel like this, the ball goes on a long distance flight.
Those head pro balls really taking a beating.
Yeah. They said they're made for it, but is anyone? I need to open. That's why I believe that we open fresh cans at the start of every set. I actually haven't played, so you would be better to comment on that. But then again, you might not have been given that protocol, Elsa. I hate to break it to you. I don't think you're as good as, Mark Bernil.
Absolutely not. I don't think I'd ever be.
I know you're being a little bit insulted.
I know a
right
girl
now.
can dream.
David does not want to dream. He wants to materialize on the service. Oh, Sergio, fantastic aggression, really forcing Mark to the edge, and Francisco has to close over here. David interrupts what Mark thought was going to be his ball, and Mark's out of position because of it. Francisco sends it up high. It is goal on the court once again. David, a rare mistake from the machine, normally mechanical, normally very good at knowing when to leave the ball over, but the pressure of the grand finals is getting to him. Still, where pressure comes on one side, the other will feel it as well. Francisco with a backhand miss. David brings it back to 15 aside. David, oh, that smash is perfection.
Straight into the body of Sergio. That's gotta hurt. It looks like these men are made of steel.
Someone's got to crumble at the end of the day. Steel might not rust, but it can be discarded. Oh, that shot was right
the grill.
on the boundary.
Yeah, point to Mark and David.
Service now goes out to the corner. Sergio under attack. David goes for a very risky move.
Break point.
Sergio and Francisco, an opportunity to turn this into a 6-4 off the back of this one, and they will break David's service. This time they take the lead, and in a very critical place. Rather, they will not take the lead. Score can be misleading. I was worried about that one for a second, but still. Game is back to deuce. Ball is back in the moon.
Mark waits for it, and
that's very slow. That's going to be punished. Mark will regret that one. I do believe David hit that out to the glass. And Sergio and Francisco now are definitely at break point. If they win this one, it'll be 3 points in a row to try and take it forward, and they do. They do. They'll cut off David completely on the backhand. And now, as we enter game 10, it has to be 2 minutes on the sidelines to try and think about what went wrong and what they could have done right, and what they'll have to do to bring it back. A kick to the chair. A victim of perhaps misplaced aggression. Mark and David have provided magic in the machine, but it feels like it might not be enough. The Middle Eastern menaces, Francisco and Sergio, looking to defend their title as they go into a 5-4 lead, holding their serve as the prime candidate to assist them in the win.
Maybe another change of shirt for Mark.
At points like
Fran to take serve. He will be serving to Mark.
Francisco
For
hopes to end.
He's hoping for the final game of the final.
Mark still quick on his feet. Sergio winds back. It's a miss.
Play and a miss by Sergio.
As much as we might talk about pressure onto Mark and David to break, there's also a massive amount of pressure on the shoulders of Sergio and Francisco. If they lose another point of a head, they're down 0-30 in an opportunity they know they could have taken championship point. That would be diabolical. Still, a good serve will prevent that from happening if they can find it. First one was a fault. David ends up giving out a shot that's going to be very good for Sergio to set the pace with an early Vibra. Now changes opponents, and now David is hoping to take control back in. Sergio goes for an impossible shot, trying to target David's left side. It's very rare that you see Sergio smile, and this time it's done not out of joy. Mark and David one step closer to breaking.
Maybe out of disbelief. Wild shot into the grill. This is the time for both Fran and Sergio to keep their composure and play with precision.
Just about maintaining over here. But what should have been a downhill slide has ended up into an uphill climb. Great shot to the feet, keeping Mark on his toes. The shot is good, but it's not going to go quite high enough. And with that, David can set up for one of his own. It's out of bounds. It's back inside. Francisco!
Shot of the tournament!
Delivers it straight to the net.
Went outside.
In the grand finals, at the critical moment where it felt like Sergio's smash being too low would come back to bite them. Francisco is still here. Shot tried through the legs. It's not going to be enough. 30 all. The machine is dying. The magic is fading. It might very well be Sergio and Francisco on the podium on top. But a fault will start off serve number 5. Second one goes a little bit slower, a little bit lower. David is going to have to wait his turn. Mark.
Hands on hips because we have match point.
Tournament point on the line.
Championship point.
And here are the
Round of applause.
Karachi Grand Slam. The question is,
who will take the title?
And is it going to be decided here and now? Francisco. Oh, Francisco. The Midas touch will prevail. It is the Middle Eastern Spaniards who have come through defending their title.
6-7, 6-1, 6-4. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our champions on the screen, Sergio and Francisco. What a performance. An unbelievable display of the battle by all 4 players. Heartbreak for Mark and David, who put everything out there. Handshakes all around. Just some lucky misses. But this was the shot of the tournament by Fran. He'll be happy with that one. The last point, heartbreak and celebration. That's the nature of sport. Sometimes bitter, other times sweet. But Mark and David should hold their heads high, keep the smiles through, because what they offered us, what they showed us tonight was top quality battle. Champions on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, your APPT Men's Pro Champions, Francisco and Sergio. Once again, it's the Spaniards. With Mamoon standing with the champions, we'll join him for a quick interview.
Champions have been crowned here. The Karachi Grand Slam comes to an end with the crown going to the defending champions of APPT, Sergio and Francisco. Sergio, how are you feeling about this one?
I am so tired. But it was a good final. It was a complicated, it was a tough couple. They are playing very good. Mark, I know him for a long time, and he's an amazing player. He's always hyper dangerous. So we are very happy because it was a tough final, and congrats to my partner because today he played an amazing. He helped me a lot. Almost in the last game, I did a little bit in a rush. I was in a rush, but I'm very happy.
Francisco, there's a case to be made for you being the MVP of the entire tournament. You looked untouchable, but that finals, you started to sweat.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone that come here to watch the match. Hope that you enjoy. That was a good match. But the tournament was amazing. That final was very tough, and this team is super difficult and super dangerous. So very happy to get the tournament.
After you guys lost the first set, what did you say to each other? How do you come back in with such a dominant 6-1?
Because it was, you know, it was one break. The difference was 1 point, and we thought that we can, if only we can stay a little bit more focused during the game, so with our serve, and to try to break, because they were playing an amazing with themselves, and it was a good comeback.
Well, with that, we're going to be crowning our champions once again. The McDonald's Karachi Grand Slam is won out. The best team in Pakistan today and on this court is going to be Francisco and Sergio. Please give it up. With that, we're going to be taking it off to a break. We're going to be back very soon with the prize-giving ceremony. Don't go anywhere.
Can all the players please gather on the bicycle court on the side on the left side, and we're facing towards the post.
As we look to close out the chapter of APPT of the McDonald's Karachi Grand Slam, we can't go without bringing in a special word from one of the many people who managed to bring APPT into Pakistan today. As we end out the show, as we crown our champions, we've got for ourselves the CEO of the Asia Pacific Paddle Tour, Carlos Carrigue, coming in to have a few words.
Hello all, it's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to bring best and earliest international paddle event here to Pakistan. We are super proud to have created all these amazing things here, and I think we need to thank all the Pakistani community that they've been supporting all along this tournament. From us and our organization, it's been a pleasure to organize since a couple of months this, I think, historical moment to bring and have these amazing finals on this Sunday. And I would like to thank you, Legends Arena. And Legends Arena means Talal, the broadcasting, and all the team that they've been supporting, the ball boys, everyone that made this possible. So thank you very much for that. I think it's quite important also to mention the sponsors that I think we are all super happy to have McDonald's, Coca-Cola, Joma, and all the ones that they've been supporting with the cars, with the hotel, everything that we had. So thank you very much to all of them, because without them it wouldn't be impossible. And the last thing, to all the players and the APPT members that made this possible and that traveled far away to be here, to participate, to enjoy this amazing sport. So thank you very much to all of you as well. And to finish, I would like to welcome Mr. Talal, representing Legends Arena, and also Jan, that he is an historical figure here in Pakistan, all well known. So please come. And also Mr. Jamil, representing McDonald's, that we want to have him to bring the medals. Yes. Thank you very much to all of you. And that's it. Let's go with the players that they are protagonists. Thank you very much.
Legends have assembled, and today legends have been made as well. For the amateur mixed category, the runners-up initially are requested to come and receive their medals. It will be Saira Umar and Zain Rajani. You can't have runners-up without having champions as well. It will be for champions of the amateur mixed category, the pride of Islamabad, Hosema Abdur Rahman, joined by Paddlin's own Salina Khan, who were able to take the trophy. Please join us on stage. As the women's category continues to flourish and grow, APPT gives it another chance to keep on opening another chapter. The amateur women's runner-up will be called now onto the stage. It will be Mai Tupanan and Samira Biabani to take their medals. The amateur women's tournament winners will be Pakistan's very own Saira Umar and Asfa Shehbaz. The amateur male category was incredibly hard fought. It went to 3 whole sets, and the runners-up have to be going home, at least their heads held high. What a performance coming through from them. The runners-up of the amateur men's category, Bashar Ashfaq and Rafe Ehrar. The amateur male champions will be 2 men who Talal is very well acquainted with from the next generation of legends to be coming forward. Legends Arena's very own academy program has sent forward the champions Ayan Saeed and Umar Qamar. While the amateurs celebrate the tomorrow, the champions of today will now be continued on in the professional category. For the mixed champions, we'll have to wait, but the mixed runners-up will be called onto the stage. It will be Joanna Tao Yi as well as Argel Canizares from the Philippines. The professional mixed champions will now be called on. As we will be having Mark Bernils and Elizabeth Nogueras on stage very soon. Mark Bernils, of course, the reason why many Pakistani paddle players will be trying to pick up the racket with their left rather than their right. I don't know if they can replicate it just with that attempt, but regardless, we'll be having you on stage alongside Elizabeth Nogueras. A fantastic, dominant performance in the mixed championships. Within the women's category, we had 2 teams dominate all the way through. Even their sets went to a full 12 games pretty much every single time. The runners-up will be called on stage, and it is Ji Vichitong and Joanna Tao Yi to take the runner-up medals. the women's champions come through with Elizabeth Nogueras, who will be picking up her 6th title in the APPT women's circuit, alongside Sarah Zlinian, who will be finding her first, a duo for the future, who will now be coming on stage to take their medals as they've already taken the championship. After a match which had everyone at the edge of their seats with their hearts up their throats, the runners-up coming out of the professional men's category for APPT over here in the Grand Slam at Karachi are going to be Mark Benils and David Quirros.
Thank you, Pakistan people. Thank you for all.
I want to say thank you to all the crowd. This weekend is amazing. Talal and his team, other level, and hopefully next year we are here again. Thank you.
I think it's pretty clear who the crowd favourites were in the final match, but it doesn't matter who the crowd favourites were. Battling against all odds, defending APPT champions come in the pro men's category and they dominate one more time. A new addition to the APPT scene, but they are going to be fantastic in it. It's going to be Sergio Ecaro and Francisco Jurado called on as the champions of Karachi, the champions of the McDonald's Grand Slam. And we're now going to be calling all of the players to be coming on to the stage to congratulate them all one more time. All the winners and runners-up, we will be requesting all of your presence onto the stage as we look to celebrate you all with the immortal group photo. Every single one of these players has been a part of the magic that has been created by the teams over here at Legends, by the teams over here from A Sports, from APPT, our sponsors who have made all of this possible in McDonald's, in Coca-Cola, every other sponsor that is listed, and not every player who has helped us get to this stage is a foundation for the building blocks of the future. with that, we will be bringing this fantastic show to a close. With that, we will be thanking everyone one more time. A Sports for this great show that they put up, the first ever battle production of Pakistan on such a level, the first ever international battle tournament of Pakistan on such a level. Legends Arena, APPT, we're all signing off. Thank you all for tuning in. This is Pakistani Battle and it is here to stay.